We're back on one of the world's greatest tracks. 384 drivers, 62 nations. The Rotax Grand Finals are back in Bahrain.
I'm excited, really excited for Monday.
I can't even express it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
It's amazing to get to know all of this and to be part of it.
I'm waiting for the green flag to come in.
This is the biggest event, the most diverse entry, the most dedicated team. Our family is reunited.
Proud moment, obviously, the work that we've done through the season to finally to see the Rotax Grand Final sign above. It's definitely a big reward.
We're back with our friends. But they do say that the best friends make for the fiercest rivals. The race for Grand Finals glory is underway. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome to Bahrain and day 2 of the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals. Myself, Henry Baudet and Jen Wade will be bringing you all the action from one of the world's great kart circuits today, as 384 drivers from 62 nations complete their heat races. 19 races we've got to today, starting, and of course, under the beautiful Bahrain sunshine. We're going to end the day once again under the lights. And Jen, this is a really important day for all the drivers.
That's right. Yesterday we had the first heats after the qualifying, and there was excitement. There were also a few tears, disappointment, but first time racing, it wasn't so easy. And of course, we know how important it is if you want the good position for those pre-finals tomorrow.
Yes, by the end of today, every driver will know where they start for the pre-final. Yesterday, there were wins for numerous different countries. In Micromax, we had Lucas Palacio for the United States. In Minimax, we had Maxim Bobrishov from the UAE and Cole Denham from Scotland. In Junior, we had Christopher El Faghali for Lebanon winning. We also had wins in Senior for the United Kingdom, for Brazil in E20 Senior, for Austria and for Italy in DD2, and Dennis Toom in Masters winning as well. We also had a homegrown winner yesterday. Luca Houghton for Bahrain took the host nation's first heat win in a grand final for many, many years. It's going to be a fantastic day. But Jen, we had 50,000 viewers yesterday, a record for Wednesday.
And we're just warming up.
We're just wondering, how can people get involved on the broadcast? Where can they follow, and where can they get involved and get their comments coming into us?
Well, of course, if you're watching us on YouTube with Rotax Racing, that's the main place that you can find us. You can't comment there, but if you go to our social media and follow Rotax Karting on Instagram and Facebook, of course, you can make some comments. Susanna is waiting there.
Yes.
And she's updating us as well, so Henry will be calling out. And if I can, I run into some of these people in the paddock if you're cheering anyone on in particular. Of course, make sure also you follow them, follow your team, because this is all about the team spirit. And we've come together here and we're ready to race.
Exactly, we're ready to race. We know that you've got lots of family members and friends watching.
Yeah.
We've got family members and friends. So Borada to my son in Wales watching, get to school, Henry, right? And you've got family as well, Jen?
7 p.m, so it's dinner time. Hi, everyone watching back in Australia. And also in Austria. A little bit earlier in the morning.
So here we go. A long day of racing ahead. So sit yourself down, turn that computer on, work from home if you have to. The Rotax Grand Finals, it's picking up, the excitement's building. We're going to have a whole host of international voices for you. Jen's going to be around the paddock. The stars are on the track, however, and they're shining very brightly today.
Will forever be in my heart.
C'est la passion de sortir des sentiers battus.
It means fun, joy.
It's definitely a family.
Oh my God, 50 years just flew by.
Shut up and pit lights in the game. Everybody wanted a Can-Am. It was the most powerful motorcycle on the racetrack. Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. That was the name of the game.
Les machines, je les ai pratiquement toutes eues. J'ai un groupe Can-Am. Mon chien s'appelle Can-Am. C'est une passion, c'est un mode de vie.
It's that sense of community, that sense of adventure. You're going to come back covered in mud, dirt, dust, but it's awesome. When you turn 50, it's a rebirth. It's time to re-challenge yourself.
The passion and the dedication of the people, this is what Can-Am is all about.
We've been kind of changing the story. Now we are really excited to share everything that we've been working on.
50 years is a big milestone.
Mais ce n'est que le début. We're disruptors and we'll continue to disrupt.
What's up? We outside. Having fun doing what I want, cause you know the sun beating down kinda like a drum. Look how I do it. Look how I do it. Another beautiful day out there, folks, so get out there, but don't forget your sunscreen. UV index is plenty. I just wanna have a good time. It's all on me. Pleasure's mine. The weatherman said it's the right time, so we gon' get it jumping till the night time.
We've had a really exciting time throughout this project, and we've moved forward now to a complete in-house project, E20 electric powertrain, and it's really been an exciting journey because with anything new there's a lot of learning along the way, and this has given us a lot of strength for the future. We've also now introduced the junior category because the younger drivers would also like to experience this.
It's very powerful. Like coming out of the corners, you can definitely feel its power, but it's silent, so you can actually hear the tires squealing.
I had a wind sound because there's no engine sound.
To see the kart on track now, the way it performs and how easy it is for the customer to handle, this is really fantastic.
I must say it's really nice. And also with this boost button, you have to be some clever also.
Boost button, boom, and
after all the sessions, we get to see the telemetry compared to the fastest guy all the time.
You can analyze the data and see where you're at and compare yourself. It helps a lot though.
The Rotax guys are so friendly. They have so many knowledges about E20.
It helps everybody, not only me who needs a 10, it helps also the other guys.
We will have electric powertrains for every age group, and this was what it was all about at the start, is to try and bring new people to the sport, and it's there trying to grow the sport as a whole, and I think this is the key message.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels, creating the unexpected, pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are looking at live pictures of the pre-grid area as the E20 Senior and Masters drivers get set for their one and only heat race of the day here in Bahrain. And the driver on the right-hand side of your screen, just going off picture, Spencer Braum. He was your heat winner yesterday. Driver on the left-hand side of your screen, Mats-Johan Overhoff, another very strong contender. Joining me in the commentary box, as always, for E20 Junior is resident Rotax Euro Series commentator Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, it was a great day yesterday, and today the racing promises to be even better, but the E20 race in particular was very close, not only in Senior, but in Masters as well.
Yeah, Borada, Salam Alaikum, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Great to be back alongside with you as well. Yeah, very, very close in E20 Masters yesterday. João Goncalves winning by the narrowest of margins ahead of Germany's Andreas Mattes, 6 1,000ths of a second. Of course, the racing was very, very close, very, very frantic at times.
Yes.
But altogether very, very clean, of course. But there's one thing I've got to do. It's the traditional stat of the day.
Yes, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Ready? Drum roll, please. It's Alex Goldschmidt's stat of the day.
So, over the course of every single grand final since last year at Portimao, I have been calculating the total amount of laps and the total distance covered. So far, after yesterday's opening qualifying heats, we've covered a total of 3,050 laps, equating to 4,312.7 kilometres, which you can fly to one way from Bahrain to the following countries.
Go on then.
Sweden.
Yes.
Thailand.
Never been.
China.
Love to go.
And you might have to do a bit of fuel saving if you want to get to Seoul, Taiwan and Sepang.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
So
We're going
that's
to Sepang in
6.
January.
6 of the 62
My question
nations.
to you, Alex Goldschmidt, is can you get from here, with all the laps we're going to run, can you get from here to Landau International Raceway, global home of world motorsport, birthplace of champions? Can we?
We will.
We will.
We
There
will.
we go.
I will find
Then
that out ready for tomorrow.
Life is good. Okay, let's have a look down at the drivers. As you can see, conditions very different at the moment from what they did in their heat race yesterday. It's blisteringly hot today. You saw a couple of drivers sort of hiding in the shade. Let's have a little name check of a couple of our contenders. Christopher Holst is there in kart number 603. In fact, on cue, there is the 14-year-old driver from Zurich. Drivers waiting to the last minute to get their crash helmets on. We're going to have Spencer Brom and Knud Nielsen. There's Knud on the front row. Who do you think is going to be favoured by these hot conditions? And on the flip side of the coin, who do you think might find themselves under a bit more pressure now that the heat is really on, quite literally?
Well, it was quite abrasive this morning coming into the circuit when we rocked up at about 8:30, 8:45 this morning. So warm-up is not necessarily the best optimum time to put heat cycles through the Mojo D5s because they may slightly cook a little bit. Half of the field in both seniors and masters went out this morning on the warm-up. So Marius Rose was the fastest out there ahead of Knud Nielsen. Nielsen got a really bad start in the first heat under the floodlights last night, which allowed Overhoff to get through. Nielsen, unfortunately, was one of 3 drivers in E20 Senior, which included Lewis Smith, Sebastian Bach, and Knud Nielsen. They all got front-fairing penalties, so dropping Lewis Smith, Sebastian Bach, and Knud Nielsen to round out the top 13.
So, as we wait for the signal to be given from our excellent circuit team here at the Bahrain International Circuit, quickly run down what was the overall result yesterday, Alex.
So, Spencer Braun picked up the victory by 1.9 seconds over Mats-Johan Overhoff in the qualifying Heat 1 yesterday. Christopher Holst, Philip Lewacka, who is joining you on seniors this week on commentary, ahead of Piotr Borowicz from Poland, Marius Rose, Yu Chen Q, Dominic Diak, Frederick Lemieux, and Sidikong City rounded out the top 10. Lewis Smith, Sebastian Bach, and Knud Nielsen rounded out the top 13, with Cameron Crockett and Alejandro Barambio Pereira in 15th. Then we get on to Masters, where Joao Goncalves, Andreas Matis, and Cyprus's Igor Mukin covered by 3.5 tenths. Then there was a bit of a gap to Gilberto Loecker, Philip Stad in 4th, Manuel Martins, Hector Ramirez, Joao Diaz, Yisen Chu from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, rounding out 8th, and Jose Hurtado from Chile completing the 9 strong in E20 Masters.
So this, an 8-lap race.
Yep.
It's going to be fast and furious. It's the only race of the day. Why do they only have one race? Well, that's because every driver qualifies for the pre-final and every driver will go through to the final. Here is your starting lineup. Pole position from the United Kingdom, Spencer Braum, with Denmark's Knud Nielsen on the outside of row number 1. Mats-Johan Overhoff and Bahrain's Lewis Smith start from row number 2. Christopher Holst and Philip Lewacka are on all-Swiss 3rd row, with Marius Rose and Piotr Borowicz on row number 4. Row 5, Yu Chen Q from Canada and Dominic Diak from Hungary. Sebastian Bach and Siri Kong Siri are on row number 6. Row 7, Frederick Lemieux, the only lady competitor in E20 from Canada, and Cameron Crockett. Then Alejandro Barambio Pereira rounds out the senior grid. Jose Gonçalves and Igor Mukin are the front 2 Masters starters. Andrew Matis, Manuel Martins, Gilberto Lewacka, and then that's your top 20. The final 2 rows of the grid, Hector Ramirez, Joao Diaz, Jose Luis Hurtado, and Hsien Chu. Well, Alex, they're coming down towards turn number 12 now. And we've had plenty of my calls to start. Please, you bring them to the start, and it'll be lights out and away we go.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Henry. 8 laps of this 1.41 kilometre circuit. Of course, this will be the final foray, and then we'll determine the running order, the starting order for the pre-final tomorrow. Of course, this is the only class in Rotax racing that has a standing start. All of the permanent magnetic synchronous motors, of course, Rotax E20 Senior and Masters, supported by our good friends in France, Sodicart. Of course, they are now running with the updated Sigma front nacelle and front bumper panelling on the front of the carts. Very much different from what we had earlier on this year, but we are waiting for the lights to go out. There they are. Good start from the front row as everyone scrabbles heading into turn 1. Very quickly, Mats-Johan Overhoff on the defensive as Spencer Brorum looks to be under pressure very early, but he started to get a bit of a quick getaway, and Overhoff has already lost second. I think that might have been Knud Nielsen from Denmark that got through as they head into turn 3.
Yeah, it was a very, very good start from Overhoff. Brorum had to look to the inside and move across just to defend a little bit. That sort of stopped Overhoff's momentum a little bit, and of course, with the braking system on these karts, of course, if you do tap the brakes, it does take a little bit of a while to get the momentum back up. But again, now that Brorum has got into his rhythm, he is pulling away. He said he was a little bit 3-4 tenths off the pace in practice, and then it suddenly, for qualifying in the heat, for first heat, it lit up. They go over the crest at turn number 11, down the hill through the braking zone for turn number 12. They flick left, then right at 13 here, running out a little bit wide. Track limits are enforced at this corner and this corner, turn 14, to complete another lap, or to complete the first lap. Brorum, Nielsen, Overhoff, Lewis Smith runs in 4th, then the rest.
Yeah, Goncalves leading the way in Masters, up ahead of Barambio Pereira from Spain. Mukin and Matis round out the top 3. Andreas Matis actually earlier on in the week had a kart change because of a problem when the powertrain was not compliant, so it had a bit of a electric flat spot, so to speak, but that was enabling him to be a lot racy in yesterday's heat. There are some moves happening up and down the order, so it is very closely packed, even with the Masters sometimes mixing it up with the Seniors.
Yes, I know. I'm not aware of, is there a weight difference in the class between Masters and Seniors?
No.
I don't think there is, but of course it's just obviously there's an age thing, and of course a lot of the Masters drivers, real amateur racers, this is a hobby for them, you know, and here's a look back at this look coming through the crest at turn number 11. You come out of turn 10 in the background, and Spencer Brorum, that is a perfect line. His left front wheel just sort of clipping the curb but not unsettling the kart. Great shots here from our live stream partners at Kart Data. But we are now on to lap number 3, and it does look as though Nielsen and Overhoff are beginning to close in on Brorum. Where will the boost come into play?
Well, I had a really good chat with Philip Lowacka yesterday evening before he jumped in on commentary. He said coming out of the final, between 13 and 14, you can start to deploy the boost. It's a 5-second deployment, 30-second recharge cycle. So you've got to really disengage the boost
for 30 seconds and then go again. So you can, I mean, they're doing 55-second laps, so you can use it every lap and a bit.
Yes.
Really, can't you?
You can. I mean, the thing is that he's Philip also said that you could probably do it on the run down to turn 8, but you're very, very limited on the deployment. You know, you use the deployment once, even if you've used it for a second and a half. That's it, gone. 30 seconds, refresh, reset, control out, delete. But look at what is happening at the front end of the field. Brorum is being reeled in by Nielsen and Overhoff, who have started working together, and Nielsen has just gone purple in sector 1 as they head through into turn 8.
Now, up the hill, the top 3, nose to tail. We have Brorum from the UK, Nielsen from Denmark in the white and red race suit. Then the white and black race suit of Team Germany's Mats-Johan Overhoff. Behind this group in 14th place overall, João Gonçalves has got a handy little advantage in the Masters class. He's got Cameron Crockett and Alejandro Brambillo between him and second place Masters driver Andre Matis. So here is the main battle. And behind the top 3, Holst, Smith, Lowacka and Rose are all there. So is Yuchin Key and Sebastian Bach. The top 9 pretty much nose to tail with Piotr Borosik, sorry, I do apologise, in 10th position. Brom's going to have to work for this one, Alex, though.
Oh, he's definitely going to have to earn his pizza like he did yesterday, but he cantered away very, very quickly. Got the start, and there is the move up the inside. That's Mats-Johan Overhoff up the inside of Denmark's Knud Nielsen through at turn 8. Nicely timed there. They're going to use the boost here because you're coming up that incline through into turn 9, and then you've got to be hard on the brakes. You've got to turn it in at turn 10. Then it's the roller coaster, a bit like the corkscrew at Laguna Seca. Yes. And then you've got to be straight on the anchors for turn 12. Turn it in. It's slow in, fast out. You can't carry momentum like a traditional Rotax Max Evo engine. That's what Daryl Smith told me when I first drove E20 in April 2022.
Now, third position, over Nielsen has to try and wrestle that position back from Overhoff. Overhoff himself has got 0.4 seconds to make up to Spencer Brorum. The one thing that Braum hasn't had to do so far is defend. He didn't have to defend yesterday, and apart from that one little move going into turn number 1 at the start of this race, he has had things all his own way. There is pressure, and you can see, speaking of pressure, Christopher Holst in 4th position is now closing in on Knut Nielsen, and he is bringing his countryman Philippe Loacker with him. Smith has dropped to 6th, Rose 7th, Q 8th, Borotchik 9th, Bark 10th. That is Dayak, Consiri, Lemieux, followed by Gonçalves, Crockett, Brabio Pereira, Mukin, Matis, Gilberto Loacker, Martins, Ramirez, Diaz, Chiu, and sadly Jose Luis Hurtado has retired. 2 laps to go, Alex.
Yeah, Spencer Braum still has about a 4.5 of a second advantage as they are making their way through turns 2 at a lot of adverse camber. It's going to really test the D5 Mojo tyres on that left side, but you've really got to coax the cart through as there is a bit of a gaggle. It's Nielsen, Holston, Loacker. The battle for third is really heating up as Overhoff is trying to close in on the race leader.
In the background we saw, I believe, Hussein Chu retiring, or somebody has pulled off at the side of the circuit, sadly. On the start-finish straight. Braum continues to lead down the hill. Will we have yellow flags in the final sector with that one car pulling off at the side of the track? Overhoff is closing in. He was a 10.5 quicker through the middle sector as we begin the final lap. There is the stranded cart at the side of the circuit, and yellow flags waving, but they're clear now. Last lap begins, and Braum has got Mats Johan Overhoff closing in.
Lewis Smith is the cart on the outside of the start-finish straight, so the Bahrain driver, that was a real shame for him. He was running as high as P4, but they head through into turn 6, down the dip, in through 7. Now Overhoff has got a couple of opportunities. He could send it here, but he's going to tee up Braum. Now out of turn 8, on the boost. Overhoff now starting to close on in. Braum starting to defend over the crest at turn 10. Overhoff, I might think, could lunge and go through at turn 12, but it's going to be closer than a cat's whisker.
Down into the final major braking zone. Braum doesn't have to defend. Out of turn number 13, 1 corner to go. Spencer Braum from the United Kingdom will do the double in E20 Senior. He wins by 0.18 of a second. Mats Overhoff, the fastest middle sector of anybody on the last lap, but falls less than 0.2 of a second short. Nielsen in third, Loacker and Holst rounding out the top 5 with looking down the order, João Gonçalves from Brazil finishing in 13th position. He also does the double in terms of heat victories in Masters. So the grid for the pre-final is becoming clear. Obviously there is post-race scrutineering to go, and there is Spencer Braum. Let's have a little look back. Well, we're going to see the next race will be not senior, that'll be a little bit later on, but Spencer Braum, that's significant there. So he had a good start, he's been pegged back, but then he's held his nerve. And for a driver in their first major international race, that's key.
Well, I've known Spencer through the him and his dad, having been part of the B&L Karting Series as a CRG lad and dad operation, but also Spencer decided to give it a go at PF International for the final round of the Euro Trophy. The final was quite good. Spencer was having to battle with the likes of good old fellow Brit Charlie Turner, a former Grand Finals qualifier at Conde Pareba in Brazil in 2018.
Big up to Charlie and the big man Derek, yes?
Yes, indeed. So quite, there was quite a lot of action, but Spencer, by the end of PFI, had really gotten a handle, and he's come in here with the, I would not say arrogance, it's an assured confidence. He's very, very smiley. He's very, very positive. And that's the best way that you can approach this event here at the Grand Finals. Now, one of the other things that we did briefly see yesterday is how these carts are put on the trolley jacks. They are a cantilever system because the carts themselves weigh approximately 140 plus kilos. And I have to give a shout out to a man who competed for Team USA. here 2 years ago, Elish Spiezia. Hope you all have a good holiday over there in Hoboken, New Jersey. Well, they're currently in Las Vegas, but here are the provisional results for E20 Senior and Masters.
Here we go. Spencer Braun by 1800ths of a second over Mats Johan Oberhof. Knud Nielsen third. Philip Lwaka is fourth. Christopher Holst fifth. Marius Rose finishes in sixth. Yuchen Key from Canada is seventh. Piotr Rochik is eighth. Sebastian Bach, the third Danish driver in the race, finishes in ninth. Dominic Dayak rounds out the top 10. Head of Thailand's Siri Kong Siri, Canada's Frederic Lemieux, with João Gonçalves winning Masters in 13th place overall. Cameron Crockett, the driver from Bath in the UK, finishes 14th. Alejandro Bambrio Pereira is 15th. Igor Mukhin, second in Masters, followed by Andreas Matis, Gilberto Lwaka, and the rest of the field you will see on your screen. Martins, Ramirez, Diaz, and Hisen Chu. Sadly, Lewis Smith and Hector Ramirez failed to finish. Well, the next race is coming up. Thank you very much, Alex, for joining me. We'll see you back in the commentary box tomorrow for another start of the day and for, more importantly, the pre-final.
Indeed.
So we look now at the grid for Micro Max, and joining me in the commentary box for the next race, joining me in the commentary box for Micromax, we'll have our first voice from Romania. Theo Nicoara will be coming in, who is part of the distribution network for the Romanian Karting Championship. Yesterday in Micromax, so Edward Haynes took the win on the road. However, a loose exhaust bolt was found afterwards. No performance advantage, just a one bolt that was, not as tight as it should have been, and he was excluded. So, but first of all, let me welcome Theo Nicoara into the commentary box. Theo, I know that you and your family, your mum and your dad worked very hard to promote karting in Romania. This is a good year for Romania. The team looked really good in the awning.
Yeah, good morning, Harry. Thank you for having me. Yeah, the team is looking great. Every driver that we have is the first time in the grand final, but I think they're doing a great job. They are really pushing and they are trying very hard. I think these heats, they will do a great job.
Yes, now of course we haven't got a Romanian driver in Micromax, and I know you're coaching a lot of the drivers in the team, but you've done a lot of work with Micromax during the course of the year, trying to bring new drivers into the sport. This class we're going to watch now is the starter class in the Rotax world, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been doing some kind of convincing work with people that go to our rental track, and I also have some Micromax drivers that I'm coaching in the national championship, and I have to say I like working with the kids because they are very fun to teach and see how they grow and how they learn things. It's very important to transmit the spirit of racing.
Yes, because of course you've been at the grand finals, many times before. How have you been trying to calm your drivers down in the tent? They're all Alex Baltasu, Mircea Micurpatru, Ciprian Ianitsa. How have you been sort of saying, okay, just calm?
Yeah, I think they have been kind of nervous. They really were trying to avoid being called to the steward's office. I mean,
how many of them have managed to avoid the steward so far? Or have we had any trips to the stewards yet?
Yeah, they have. I mean, track limits are very harsh on this track. They were really pushing, and sometimes when you are in the flame of the racing, you as you said, you are not calm enough. And we were giving them encouragement messages. We are trying to tell them that they have to fight for it because they can fight for it. I mean, they are fighters. We saw them in our national championship. We saw how they managed to take on that kind of stress.
Yes, and of course the highlights, I mean, obviously you have your national Rotax challenge, but the one-off event that I would thoroughly recommend to any Rotax drivers, if you're around Central Europe and you fancy a one-off trophy event, the Transylvanian Trophy is fantastic. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but let's take you through the full starting lineup. Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer start from row number 1. Jensen Chalk and Błażej Kostreva from Poland on row number 2. Then Lithuania's Patrick Jokius and Posh Kongchol from Thailand on row 3. Julian Rivera and Kees Mois on row number 4. Emerson McAndrew-Uren and yesterday's eventual winner Lucas Palacio from Team USA start on row number 5. Michinaga Fujiwara and Andreas Kellerup are next. 36 drivers go out. There's the top 6 rows of the grid. The remaining runners, Jokimus Vasquez, Pierre Abudiwan, Ramiro Correa, whose dad rolled out of his car yesterday, but his dad is back racing in seniors today. Dominic Rosa is next. We'll take you to the rest of the top 20. This will be a 6-lap race. So the rest of the top 20, Edwin Mur from Lebanon, Sebastian Piemonte from Colombia, Vito Koza from Croatia, and Rafael da Silva from South Africa. So as you look at the rest of the starting lineup, the Transylvanian Trophy, where is it held? It's a fantastic circuit. We haven't got a date for it next year, but it's somewhere in the summer, isn't it?
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle of July. We're trying to set a date so international drivers can come and enjoy the race without sacrificing their very important calendar on their road to grand finals. The track is in Târgu Secuiesc in Romania, somewhere in the middle.
Târgu Secuiesc, it's a fantastic facility. I have to say, it's one of the undiscovered hidden gems of European karting.
Yeah, I mean, we have traveled a lot also in grand final, but Scott Kart Circuit, it's up there. I mean, it's very good facility, it's a very fast track. I'm sure people would enjoy it. I mean, it's wonderful racing there.
They trust me, it is a circuit that you have to try and look at. It's fantastic. Here we go then. 6 laps in Micromax. This is their only heat race of the day. Haynes trying to come back. He won on the road yesterday. That loose exhaust bolt meant that he was excluded. So he has got his work cut out for him. Spencer, Chalk, Kostreva, Jokius, Conchol, Rivera, Mausch are next. Then McAndrew-Uren, Palacio in 10th for Team USA was your winner. We come to the line, lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Haynes, and on the outside Spencer with that white and black crash helmet has to sort of duck out a little bit. He loses second position to Jensen Chalk, so Chalk moves up into P2, and I know that Jensen's mum Kathy will be hiding behind the sofa back at Wootton under Edge in the United Kingdom. Back at the back of the field, a couple of drivers running wide, but a good clean start, Theo.
Yeah, I mean, it was a start with no incidents, and I think the ones that are bound to gain something from it are the ones that get their head in the game very early. These laps are very important, the first ones.
The first lap, yeah, it's very important. Now, of course, with slipstreaming at this track, extremely important. You can see up at the front, Haynes and Chalk running 1-2. If you're Jensen Chalk, you want to just try and get on the rear bumper of Edward Haynes and try and push him away, don't you?
Yeah, they have to create a gap somewhere behind them. They have to help each other, even though they are not friends on the track. I mean,
yeah, they're countrymen, but you can have friends off track. Let's have a little look at the replay coming through there. There's the number 20 kart. That's Michinaga Fujiwara. So close. Oh, and that's the number 3 kart of Rafael da Silva going over the curbs. And as an ex-driver, Theo, you know that those curbs, they can be very, very bumpy indeed.
Yeah, they can be bumpy on the kart and they are bumpy on your ribs. So.
And your back and your fillings and everything like that. Now, and there's a move going into turn number 8 back in the middle of the pack, but we've now got a situation where up the inside, Jensen Chalk had briefly taken the lead, I believe. Błażej Kostreva is now in second place. Yellow flags waving. That's Alexander Kristoff, who has gone off down just off the camera. There is Kristoff's kart. Oh dear, there's Kristoff's kart on its roof. The driver is out of the kart and away. A green flag, that's something you don't want to see, but the good news is that Kristoff is okay. We've now got a 5-kart breakaway. It's Haynes, Kostreva, Spencer, Chalk and Patrick Jokius. 5 karts working together, Theo, although now they're not working together. We're already at lap number 3 out of 6. Chalk takes the lead. No, that's Kostreva. Błażej Kostreva into the lead. Now, if you're the only Polish driver with 3 British around you, you know that you have to be aggressive, don't you?
Yeah, you have to make something magic happen, because it's not going to be easy.
Oh, they're 3 wide. That was, again, side-by-side contact, and this is going to slow the entire field down. It's going to bring more people into action, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a bullet train. Once you get overtaken, people are going to come and be aggressive behind you.
Yes, you get hung out to dry like the laundry. If you get forced offline, they'll come round to complete lap number 3 now. Leading the way, it is Haynes, Kostreva. Kostreva now in trouble, side by side. No, that's Kostreva in second position. Spencer is third. The dark race suit in fourth position is Julian Rivera now coming into play. So Rivera in the Ecuador team race suit up into P4. Our Heat 1 winner, Lucas Palacio, is 9th at the moment, but in this lead group. And you now know they're going to be defending all the way. You can't break away now, can you? Look at this huge group.
Yeah, they are mostly driving side by side now. It's very hard to get your tires clean and set up great times.
And it looks as though it's the number 14 car, Julian Rivera, the 10-year-old from Quito in Ecuador, who has shot into the race lead. They're 3 wide. Oh, and that was going into turn number 12. Several drivers over the curve there. We'll catch up on who they were. It's Rivera in the lead. No, it's not. It's Haynes back into the lead. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, the British champion, is now up into 4th position. No, that's Haynes leading. I think that might even be McAndrew-Uren second. Looking down the order, this is crazy, crazy racing.
Yeah, he's done a great job. He gained so many positions. I mean, two of the first 3 drivers gained 6 positions. I mean, that's amazing. And they are driving mostly side by side.
Yes, 2 laps to go. Oh, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact coming out of tournament. Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the inside there. Spencer is now second. It's Haynes, Spencer, McAndrew-Uren. Rivera has dropped back to 4th. Then you have Jensen Chalk and Kees Moyes. Kees Moyes, the back of this league group, the Dutch driver, with Nikulshin, Jokius, Palacio, Vasquez, Conchal, Rosa, Fujiwara and Correa. We come to the start of the final lap.
I can't believe how fearless these little drivers are. I mean, they do some great defending work. I mean, it's very hard to gain so many positions and stay there.
Over the roller coaster section we go. It's still Haynes leading. He defends. Emerson McAndrew-Uren up the inside into P2. Spencer down to 3rd. Rivera is 4th. Chalk runs 5th. Then it's Moyes, Nikushkin, Palacio, Vasquez, Jokius. Through turn number 8, good run from Julian Rivera. He is on the inside there. Now he's going to be on the outside run though, but he's got a good line. Can he cut back in?
I'm not sure. This is a difficult part of the track where you can't really overtake. I mean, here comes the chicane.
No, yeah, down the hill. You've got to defend. Haynes is going to have to. He doesn't defend. He's confident enough. McAndrew-Uren looks to the inside. They're going to come out of the final corner. This is going to be a drag race to Lyman. It's going to be Edward Haynes with the win, just by Emerson McAndrew-Uren by 0.08 of a second. Spencer, it's a British 1, 2, 3, 4 Rivera, 5th for Ecuador. Nikulshin, 6th for Kyrgyzstan. Look at that, Theo. 15 places gained for Daniil Nikulshin. That just shows you that you can come. Edward Haynes will be looking good for this because he knows that he had, lost all those points yesterday. But overtaking, you can gain 15, 20 places, can't you?
Yeah, imagine how much pace he's got in that kart. I mean, in that kind of agglomeration, to be able to gain so many positions is amazing.
Let's have a look. This is the run up to turn 9, the last lap. You can see Haynes looking over his shoulder. Then he just jinks out a little bit, and that is where I think we had 3 British drivers just, wheel to wheel to wheel. They all managed to keep themselves together. And then coming over there, that's the number 13 kart. That was Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania. It's incredible how much skill these young drivers have, and the spin going into, we got 3 wide, 4 wide. Oh, that's there's going to be a couple of little bit of bent axles at the end of that one, but 35 drivers made it to the finish. Yes, when you say you like teaching the kids, it's incredible to watch what they do, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's great that they can really get into the spirit of wanting to be first. I mean, there's a hunger there. They really want to win.
Well, there's Jensen Chalk's dad, Mike Chalk, there just walking through the shots. Jensen finishing 4th position. So, obviously, we're going to see you again during the course of the week, maybe even come back later today to do some DD2 racing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Theo, I think that'll be a good fun. But thank you very much again. A really good race in Micromax.
Yeah, it was a really nice race. I mean, those things are bound to happen when they drive really, really close to each other. I mean, there was millimeters there.
And also, in the driver's tent, you can see the Romanian area. You've got some QR codes if people want to learn about your championship and the Transylvanian Trophy.
Yeah, we are handing out some little banners with the QR that we will be updating, and they can find any information needed there. They can check our websites, or they can simply come by the tent and ask anyone there. They'll be given information.
Thank you very much. Please do that. Okay, Theo Niquara will depart the commentary box. We'll hear from him later on. Come back for some DD2 racing this evening.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So we look at the provisional results in Micromax. Edward Haynes, Emerson McAndrew, Uren, Oliver Spencer, Jensen Chalk, and Julian Rivera, your top 5. Then we have Daniil Nikulshin, Lucas Palacio, Keish Mois, and Patrikas Jokius with Jakubas Vaselis rounding up the top 10. Lithuania in 9th and 10th. Michinaga Fujiwara, Ramiro Correa, then Vito Koza, Posh Kongchol, Pierre Abu Diwan, the top 15. Ito Ida, Blage Kostreva, dropping to 17th, and then Andreas Kellerup. The rest of the field going through your screens now, and 35 drivers making it to the finish, but Jen Wade has, I think, an interview with possibly our race winner down in the pits, or around the paddock somewhere. Over to you, Jen.
I'm not with the race winner, but I'm with some very special guests, sisters of race drivers. They're supporting their brothers from New Zealand and Australia. Mela, welcome.
Thank you.
And Sienna, all the way from Australia. Hello.
Hi.
So you girls told me you just met, otherwise you'd be bored. But there's so many people in the paddock, isn't there, from all different countries?
Yeah.
Luckily, you met each other because you're only just across the water. But I think in the paddock, you're together, aren't you?
Yeah.
In the paddock?
Yeah, pretty much.
So tell me, what do you like the most about being here in Bahrain?
I quite like that there's not much grass. Like there's only mud, and I like that my shoes always get dirty.
Well, that's something different because we all know that New Zealand's beautiful and very green because we've seen like Lord of the Rings and everything. What about you, Sienna? What do you like about Bahrain, being here at the Grand Finals?
I like to experience different things. So I like to see all of the different buildings. They kind of look all the same to me. And so I like that. And having the F1 track right next to us.
I was waiting for that one. What about the F1 track? That was my next question. What about the racing? How's your brother going?
Pretty good. Yeah.
What's his name?
Tommy Hart.
Okay, Tommy's going very well. Sienna, how's your brother going?
Yeah, we're pretty good.
What's his name?
Corey Carson.
Okay, so Corey, he's Minimax?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so tell me, do you think they're going to win? Oh, there's Tommy's name. I can see it up there on the screen. Yeah? Can see the flag. And there's Corey, a few places behind him. Yeah? You think they've got a good chance for the podium?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Probably, maybe.
Anything can happen in racing?
Yeah, a lot of stuff can happen.
Yeah. Okay, so who you want to say goodbye to or hello to back home, and we'll say goodbye and we'll go watch the racing.
Hi, family.
Hi, family.
My dog, I left her at home. Hi, dog.
Okay, the dog's watching the live stream. That's it. Great to see you here, girls, and we'll catch up with you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. That certainly wasn't the Micromax race winner. And good to see an Antipodean alliance there. Wouldn't be that if it was about rugby. But we've got two more rugby nations in the commentary box, Wales and South Africa. Kyle Lawrence joins me once again, DD2 Masters drivers. We've got the Minimax drivers going out. We'll catch up with you very shortly, Kyle. But first things first, let's take you through the starting lineup. Hi, Kyle, you had a very good day yesterday. You noticed there the Welsh tattoo. I think you've got to say hi to your mum, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got to say hello to my mom back in Wales. You brought up the rugby. It's a bit of a touchy subject.
Yes,
and when they play each other, I'm not quite sure, where do I stand? But obviously wearing the South African shirt, and very proud of where I come from, but also a little bit of Welsh in my blood as well.
Of course. Here is your starting lineup. Albert Friend and Jacob Ashcroft will start from row number 1. From Hungary, Marco Farley and Lars Lambers from Belgium on row 2. Feliciano Bruschi and Rory Armstrong will go from row 3. Maxim Bobrishov and Edward Kennedy on row 4. Bobrishov won his first heat race yesterday. Vita Salmi and Daniel Voinov on row 5. Amaru Adriansen and Sen Lindemann round out the top 12. Then it's Bayerjon, Verhagen, Quinto and Sigurdsson. That's your top 16. 36 drivers in total. Nasser Naz, Zdenek Babicek, Casarino, Rybczynski and the rest. This is going to be another 6-lap race, and again we saw a very, very manic Micromax race. It's important that these mini drivers, they capitalise on a good result yesterday. If they didn't get a good result yesterday, they need to be extra aggressive this morning.
Yeah, look, I've noticed throughout the weekend there's been a lot of aggression. Everybody's so close together. It's absolutely manic. I mean, you can see it now as they go over the line. The lights are about to go out. We're ready to go racing. A lot of movement already. We see a lot of drivers down to the inside. No one looking for the block in the front, but they've made it through turn 1 nice and easy. But this is where it gets tricky. They all funnel into what we call the roller coaster. I think Henry nicknamed it that. And it seems as though we've got the whole field through there for probably the first time this weekend.
Yes,
as I say that.
Curse of the commentator, 2 drivers right at the back. I think Corey Carson, Zhao Chenji may have been involved in that. The Chinese driver and one of the Australians, Caleb Odendahl from South Africa, was starting towards the back there. But we saw Albert Friend having to move across, like you said, Kyle, quite aggressive at the start. Maybe didn't get quite the jump he wanted to, so therefore had to be a little bit more aggressive. Jacob Ashcroft, who thought he miscounted the laps yesterday and rolled back. They thought he had finished the race, but then realised, no, it's actually the last lap, and it cost him a couple of positions. Several drivers did that yesterday. Again, just a different way that the Rotax big scoring beam that the drivers see over the start-finish straight works. It's a bit confusing for some of them, but it's Friend leading Marco Farley, Ashcroft, Rory Armstrong in 4th, then Maxim Bobrishov up to 5th, side by side for 2nd. That's not an area of the track you really want to go side by side, is it, Kyle?
Yeah, it's a very flat out section of the circuit, and it gets very, very tight there. But we did see a couple of groups forming, and straight away after halfway through the second lap, those groups are gone, and we're back to having one massive group for the front. There is a bit of a lead there for Friend. We saw him try and get away, but as this group behind starts mixing and matching to change who's in second place and who wants to chase down the leader, it's just giving Albert Friend that little bit extra to get away.
Yes, Albert has got his head down, the international trophy winner. Ashcroft running in second now. Then it is Marco Fali. I'm looking back there, you can see Feliciano Bruschi, the Uruguayan driver, also in this lead group. But let's have a little look back at the turn 11 area. Side by side, there goes the number 120 car through the screen. That's Matteo Quinto, and riding the curbs quite heavily, coming through the back of your shot there. It's not an area, if you mess up that entrance to turn number 10, you're slow all the way down to turn 12, aren't you?
Yeah, and it makes you vulnerable into turn 12, and there's been a lot of moves there, as we see a move down the inside now again, just after that roller coaster sector.
Yeah, Bobrishov losing third position. You can see the yellow race suit of Lars Lambers, but this battle is allowing Friend and Ashcroft to pull away. Ashcroft, the European champion, Friend, the international trophy winner, and now the gap developing to a whole host here. They're 3 wide. That's the yellow race suit of Lars Lambers, and another British race suit, Rory Armstrong, who has fallen back a little bit on this lap. Bobrishov is closing in, however.
Yeah, Bobrishov coming there on Marco, but if you have a look at the front too, if Ashcroft and Friend are clever here, Ashcroft just needs to have a look behind him, see the gap they've got. The two of them need to get nose and tail and just stay easy, stay simple, and make the fight for the last lap.
They're countrymen. They drive for different
Whoa,
teams in
big
the
touch
UK.
there into turn 1.
Oh yes, sorry. And there's another one going on there. Who was that between? I couldn't quite see that. Someone running very, very wide, going through turn number 1. Ashcroft and Friend. They race for different teams, but they have competed nose to tail, neck and neck all year. So they do know how to work together. They're going to need to work together. We're on lap 4 out of 6, and I say that Ashcroft up the inside. New leader, Jacob Ashcroft.
Look, it was a nice, neat and tidy move, so they didn't lose too much time. Is Friend going to just get in behind there and push, or is he going to be looking for the pass? Ashcroft straight away goes defensive though, so not the greatest of plans, but hopefully it does pan out for them. There's only two laps left to go.
Yeah, 2 and a bit laps left to go. The gap was 1.2 seconds between the top 2 and 3rd and 4th, but with Ashcroft choosing to defend, the 3rd and 4th place cart, United Arab Emirates, Maxim Bobrishov running very wide there. Hungary's Marco Fali closing in, and we're side by side. Battle for the lead. Albert Friend takes it. Ashcroft tried to hold him back, and this is going to bring Bobrishov, Farley and Lars Lambers into play. We could have had a 2-car breakaway. We've now got a 5-car battle for the lead with a lap and a half to go.
Look, you and I both know we prefer with a 5-car dice for the lead. We didn't want a 2-car breakaway. And straight away, Bobrishov down the inside already. So Bobrishov feeling like he's very racy. He thinks he can get to the front early, but straight away, Ashcroft down to the inside, defending again. And this is going to make a 5-car battle for the lead. All of a sudden, we're going to be looking at 7, 8, 9, 10 cars battling for the lead.
I think this is both Ashcroft and Friend knowing that they could have won their first heat yesterday, but they didn't, so they're both desperate to get that win on the board. I think if either one of those two drivers had won their race, they might have been a little bit more circumspect, but not the case, and it's almost 3 wide into turn 12. They're going to see the last lap board this time around, and Ashcroft, I think, has got the jump. Do you know, it's Friend and Ashcroft with Bobrishov, Lambers and Daniel Voinov now moving into 5th position.
Yeah, we saw Feli Marco grab a lot of curb there. Actually, I've never seen a card wheelie. He just showed me it can be done. So, unfortunately, that knocking him well down the order. But thankfully, this group is coming together. It is the last lap, but it's a rather long lap, and a lot can happen. But as we say that, a little bit of fighting over real estate.
Bobrishov going round the outside of turn number 5 on Jacob Ashcroft for second. Albert Friend has got the gap, and following Bobrishov through, that's Daniel Voinov from Kyrgyzstan, and Amaru Adriansen, Alexis Bayerjon also now in the battle.
Yeah, it looks like an absolute mess here for second place, and that's just allowing Friend to get going. You can see his body language change. His shoulders are back, his head is up. He's not concerned about what's going on behind him, because there is a gaggle of carts looking for real estate and looking for way passes. You need to get the points done and get up in the pre-final.
So 1 corner to go. Albert Friend takes the win, and Ashcroft holds off a huge pack. Someone getting high, wide and handsome, and that was the number 146 cart of Finland's Vita Salmi, who went, well, he almost ended up in Qatar. He was so wide coming out of the last corner, and that's going to be devastating. Let's have a little look back at turn number 11. Oh, there's more air than Michael Jordan for the number 1. Oh, that was the start of Vita Salmi's bad last lap. Oh, that was Marco Fali. That's where you said he lost a lot of places there. He better be checking his fillings.
Yeah, fillings, and I think you might need to take a walk to the brittle tent and just check that frame's still straight, because that was a lot of airtime.
Yeah, it was, but the kids bounce, the karts maybe not so much. But again, Albert Friend, he timed that perfectly, didn't he? He just sort of waited, he defended, and then when the battle behind, he would just sort of like realise, okay, now get my head down and go.
Yeah, you could see that Friend saw Ashcroft was going to be racy, and he think he just, he gave it his all, got into the front as early as possible, and controlled the pace as much as he could. And when he saw the fight happening, you could see the body language change. The shoulders came back, the head came up, and he knew he had the gap. He just had to keep neat and tidy and no mistakes. Now,
of course, you're going to stay with us for the next Minimax heat race. After that, you've got to go and have your second DD2 Masters race. Starting 26th, we'll talk about your race very shortly. Here is a provisional results. Albert Friend, Jacob Ashcroft, top 2. Maxim Bobrishov, Lars Lambers, and Daniel Voinov rounding out the top 5. Adriansen, Fali, good recovery from Marco Fali to finish 7th. Matteo Quinto from the USA, Alexis Bayerjon and Derek Babicek 9th and 10th. Feliciano Bruschke 11th, Tommy Hart 12th for New Zealand, then Sen Lindemann, Christian Sejersen, Nicholas Casarino, Nathan Rebzinski, Paolo De Grandi, and in 18th position for South Korea was Min-jae Lee. We'll look back the second half of the finishes there so that you can look for your favourites. Rory Armstrong dropped back quite a lot. Ben McCloughery, who I think was ill yesterday, has recovered and finished in 27th. Caleb Odendahl, though, only 35th. Everyone finished the race, but Odendahl, that's not great for him.
No, look, but it's luck of the draw here. Anything can happen in front of you. You can get caught up in incidents that has nothing to do with you. So
yes,
when you got 36 karts on the track, all trying to fight for the same space, it doesn't always end well.
No, and well, speaking of not ending well, your race started really well yesterday, and you gained positions.
Yeah, look, I moved forward. I got up to 18th from 26th. We were up to 16th at one stage, chasing the group in front of me. I think there were 4 or 5 karts, so a top 10 wasn't far away or out of reach, but unfortunately, we didn't get something right on the carb settings, and we ended up with a misfire that hampered our progress. But with a misfire, I still kept it there in 16th for until the last lap, and then dropped down to 20th and 18th with those cones. I'm happy with it. And I got to tell you, I had a lot of fun.
That's the main thing, because of course we keep saying that, okay, this is a World Championship level event, it's the grand finals, but we try and have as much fun as possible. There's Feliciano Bruschke's mechanic, the Bruschke Racing Kart team, the Uruguayan driver, finishing just outside the top 10 in that one. You can see I do like these shots where you can then see that when the drivers get out, some of them are like shaking each other's hands. Some of them would rather shake each other by the throat, but that's racing. But there's Matteo Quinto, number 120 kart, the 12-year-old driver from Colorado, just pointing his kart over. Alexis Bayerjon, a top 5 finish in this event 2 years ago, the driver from L'Epiphanie in Quebec. And we go through, but we've got another race, so they've got one more heat to go. All these drivers have got one more heat to go. You've only got one heat today because there's only 36 drivers in your class. How does that change your mentality from remembering when you had 72 when you raced in Alain, and now you have 36? Or everyone knows in Micromax in your class, look, I'm in the final. Yeah. But these drivers, some of them are thinking, okay, I've got one more race before my pre-final. It changes your mental approach, doesn't it?
Well, I thought it was going to, and I went into that heat expecting it to be a little bit calmer, but I don't think it changed everybody's mentality. It was manic from lap 1. Yeah. I think everybody's just trying to get the best start they can for the pre-final and move forward, because we know how fast the pace is. We know how good everybody is. There are a couple of fast guys coming from the back. We know Ben Cooper's further back there than he should be. So you can see that it is a little manic, especially in my group, because you want to be close to the top 10 to have a top 10 finish.
And of course, here's the simple question. How you've got Rubens Barrichello on the same grid of you. How many of the drivers do you think are sort of trying to make a special effort just to sort of race around Rubens, or is he just being treated like another driver? And the fact that because a lot of the drivers are so experienced, they're just like, look, I don't care what he's done before, he's just another driver.
Look, I think a lot of us are. The funny thing is, I've had a chat to him. So we expected the arrogance. I'm an F1 driver. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm
That's
flying
not
a helicopter.
Rubens at all.
He is the most humble, greatest. Like, he's given me advice on setup. He's talked to me about driving. He is the greatest. He really is really good about who he is.
Yeah, he is. I've known him for a long time, and he really is the most genuine guy. What you see on camera is exactly what you get off camera.
Exactly.
There's no double side to Rubens at all. You know, he must have had so many photos taken of him, and he's always gracious. Yeah, of course I'll have a photo. But here we go. Here's a photo. There's a photo of the circuit, and there are 36 more Minimax karts about to go out. Here is the starting lineup. It is going to be Canada's Ili Tristan Chrisan on pole position alongside Team UK's Charlie Wolfett. We've had 3 races today, and British drivers have won all 3. Travis Teo and yesterday's race winner Cole Denham start from row 4. Majos Masinas, Vincenzi Garcia on row 3. Then it's Maxim Becker and Joao Pereira. Alexander Van Meeuwen and Josh Griffin. 2021 Micromax Grand Final winner Nikita Lyubimov, and then Eleftheros Tumpakis from Greece, Daniel Lukjanov, Ruben Gutierrez, Adrian Tion, Stefan Stefanovski, Ahmed Al Khalifa, then Ciprian Chudo Ionitsa from Romania, and the rest of the field, 36 drivers. I'm going to get this name right, Spice Regale. Regile. I'm going to get it right. Spice, I'm going to get it right. Just Spice is fine. Thank God. All the rage, Gage Korn, looking for a good result as well in kart 127. And Tiger, the Taigen Sakano from Japan, is also looking to make good progress. Now, we've had a false start. Oliver Warner, this is how luck plays a part. Oliver Warner, you will look at the starting grid that we've just been through. Oliver Warner only did 2 laps in qualifying and got done for track limits. So he had his time. He was 8th fastest overall. He had that time taken away. So he's starting at the back, psyching himself up. As he gets into his go-kart for his first heat yesterday, he accidentally kicks the fuel pipe off with his shoe as he's sitting in the kart. So he does at half a lap, and the kart dies because the fuel pipe has been disconnected. Such the difference between making it and contending for a win and being on the back foot struggling to get. That is the grand finals in a nutshell. I saw Oliver this morning. He's just like, well, we just got to go and enjoy it now. And somebody who's not enjoying it is the number 165 kart. That is Rivan Del Pritham, who has pulled off at the side of the circuit, the only Indian driver here. Rivan, the 10-year-old from Chennai, who is, he's an actor, he's a budding actor. He's in the Chennai Little Theatre Group. He's going to have to put in a starring performance to get into the main event after failing to start one of his heats. And there's another driver who has ground to a halt in the middle of the pack there. Now, does this mean we're going to have another false start? No, it's not. We go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. And Chrisan has a huge lead through turn number 1. That was a very, very strange start there, I have to say. But the field, at least they're all spread out coming into turn number 5, Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Chrisan can and capitalize on this great start. He's got 5-6 kart lengths on them, but we've seen in Minimax how quickly that can change. 1 kart on its own is nowhere near as fast as 4 karts together in a train, and it's way more than 4 karts. As just behind the front group, you saw a lot of moving and shaking as well.
Yeah, they're coming out of turn number 8. We've got a group of 5 drivers, 6 drivers, all chasing Ili Chrisan. Wolfett, Travis Teo is amongst that group. So is Cole Denham. And there's a change for 4th race. No, I think that was Travis Teo in the red and blue race suit of Thailand. thinking about a move and then thought better of it. End of lap number 1. It's Chrisan from Cole Denham in second position. Charlie Wolfett is third. Teo is fourth. Then it's Masinas, Vincenzi, Garcia, Pereira, Van Meeuwen, Lubimov and Griffin rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Denham looking like he's already getting on the charge to catch down the leader, but he's all on his own. He doesn't have help from anybody behind him, because those behind him are looking to move forward and not help to catch onto the front.
Yeah, now of course we haven't, this could be an interesting race in terms of, because the start was quite spread out, the drivers have been able to form into a single file gap earlier than you would have normally. Now, okay, there are a few gaps at the moment, but with the drivers at the moment looking, they're all looking up ahead and thinking, right, that Canadian kid in number 149, Ili Tristan, as I say that, we go 3 wide. Oh, and there's a little bit of door handling back further in the pack there. We'll try and give a number. I think that may have been...
Spice.
Yeah, Soltis was getting sideways. You saw that was Spice in the middle of that action.
Yeah, he got caught up in that and unfortunately bogged down, and I think that caught everybody else off guard. So unfortunately Spice is going to drop down the order on this lap. But it is what it is. It is part of racing. It is part of this kind of race. So
yeah, it was Gage Corn as well. Spice and Gage Corn. Let's have a little look. What we see?
Yeah, we see like there's Spice and another driver just a little bit slow, trying to get back into the group, and it's caused a melee of cars bogging into each other. Oh, there's another jump on the curb. How he kept that 1 foot in the air. Travis Pastrana would be proud of that. Getting it down onto all four again.
Edward Curse, if you haven't noticed there, his left leg was out of the car, but his right foot was still planted. Good lad, Edward Curse. Gage Corn, sadly, was the driver that was slowing down, hand in the air, so it's not gone well for the US Nationals runner-up, Gage Corn. Up at the front, however, we're on lap 3 out of 6. Chrisan and Denham are still clear. The gap is 0.6 of a second. Cole Denham closes, he's almost identical lap times last time around, at 59.13 for Chrisan, at 59.17 for Denham. Then you've got Masinas, Teo, Pereira, Wolfit, Lubimov and Van Meeuwen. They're all still in a big clump, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and that's actually the red race suit of Joao Pereira trying to pass Travis Teo for 4th position.
Yeah, the good thing about the ones that Denham and Kristen are doing, the guys behind them are only doing 5, so 4 tenths they already gained in the last lap, and it looks like they pulled out another couple of tenths as well. So it's going to be a Kristen and Denham race for the front as we watch the group for 3rd fight over the real estate that they've got left.
Yeah, up towards turn number 9. This is a great corner. Alex Goldschmidt has described it as sort of like the corkscrew at Laguna Seca in reverse. Is that how it feels like as a driver?
Very similar, and we've got a very similar corner back home at Formula K. We actually call it the corkscrew from Laguna Seca, and it does. It's a roller coaster ride, and you've got to be so careful on the throttle on the way out, so careful not to hit the backslide, because that just kills your drive all the way through there, up to turn 1 as it is.
Side by side for 3rd place, going through turn number 1, Masinas from Lithuania, Pereira from Portugal, Teo from Malaysia, and Teo at the back of this trio, the black and yellow race suit and the green crash helmet of Mahus Masinas. He was briefly passed by Pereira, and then on the exit of turn number 5 managed to get that position back. It's a real over-under opportunity there at turn 5, but now Masinas has to defend, and just look at the gap that the two leaders have got.
Yeah, this group is tripping over each other quite a bit. We know Pereira's got a lot of pace. We saw it in the previous heat races yesterday. We can see on the lap times now he's the only one near the leader's pace, but he just can't break this group, get to the front and drag them onto the leaders, but the leaders well away now.
Cole Denham was actually 0.5 tenths quicker than Chrisan on the last lap, but with 1 lap to go, we're starting the final lap now. The gap is still 0.6 of a second. Denham, though, has that win in the bag already. This is the main battle. It's for 3rd, back to about 13th as they go through the roller coaster. Masinas has the position. Teo, Pereira, Wolfit, Griffin, and everybody else wants it. And Masinas has been escorted to the outer limits of the track.
Yeah, I think there was just no space for him to get back in. 1K pass, and it was a train behind him. We see a lot of movement into that final corner. We see them block, but luckily that is, I think, Travis that managed to get a nice wide line out and get the drive down. That's what you need done through here. You can block this area relatively well, but is going to be going into the final sector, that left-hander, that tight left. He's going to have to come tight onto the white line to make sure he holds on to that third place.
Yeah, Travis Teo into third position, driving really, really well. This year is Travis Teo. The two leaders come out of the final corner. Ili Krisan will be the first non-British driver to win a race ahead. Look at that as they cross the line. How can you tell who finished where?
Oh, is that a driver that just dove into the pits after the start-finish line? I think
Yes,
it was.
yes. You are told you've got to do a full lap after the track, like most of these drivers are doing. But perhaps one driver a bit unhappy with something that happened on the last lap and thought, no, I need to go back to complain to my mechanic straight away. Yes. I can't possibly wait.
Look, I went in straight away just because I was tired by the time the race ended.
that's a Masters problem. Yeah, not necessarily a regulation problem. That's a Masters problem. You know, so we have seen now, for the first time all day, you can get a breakaway and stay in front. Doesn't happen quite often, but Krisan and Denham, that's a nice, calm, cool race for them both.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking down the tables, Oliver Warner was able to keep up with their pace as well, 58.8, but it depends on your clear air. The two of them got clear air very quickly because of their start, and that just allowed them to break away. 58.7s from both of them. The next best behind them are 59.2. So
yeah, Oliver Warner gaining 13 places, more than any other driver in that race. Sadly, we lost Stefan Stefanovski in that one, and Spice was down in 34th as well. Now you've got to go and get prepped for your second heat. Good luck, Kyle. We'll see you back later on for the last round of Minimax heats. Yeah, have fun, keep smiling, and keep going forward.
Yeah, like I like to say with my team at home, it's all over my van. Fun is fast, so that's the plan. I'm going to go have some fun, and hopefully it makes me fast.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Carl Lawrence. We'll see you later on. Here is a look at the provisional results for the last of the second round of Minimax heats. Tristan Krisan, your race winner, followed by Cole Denham, yesterday's winner, then Travis Teo from Malaysia, Joao Pereira from the UK, Josh Griffin, great result for Josh, into fifth with Charlie Wolf at sixth. Majos Masinas comes home in sixth position, followed by Nikita Lyubimov, Alexander Van Meijeren, Daniel Lukjanov, with Vincenzi Garcia, Ruben Gutierrez, Eleftherios Toupakis from Greece is 30th, Leopold Jusch in 14th, and the top 15 rounded out by Bahrain's Ahmed Al Khalifa. You can see the rest of the finishing order on your screen, and as you look for your favourite, Jen Wade is back down in the paddock.
I thought I'd just catch you before you went out on the grid in juniors. How are you feeling?
Good. Yeah.
How many grand finals now?
This is my second now.
And what's the difference between the last one, apart from the location? We're in Bahrain. What's the difference for you now?
The weather. It's hot here. And yeah, we're in the big chassis, so yeah, and it's my first year, so I'm actually really glad to be here.
Yeah. And now, of course, you're one of 7 girls. Not so many. We need some more.
Yeah. I'm really happy that there are girls here. We need more girls.
We do need more girls. So if any girls are watching, we want to see you at the grand finals. Yeah. Tell us about the racing just quickly, the competition, the level.
Well, I like really the track. They're really tough drivers. They're also really good because we're at the grand finals. I mean, everyone's here from their country. Yeah. And yeah, so I wish luck to everyone.
Okay, so representing Team Austria.
Yeah.
So anyone in Austria, anyone you want to say hi to or back home?
My family and friends and everyone is watching.
Okay.
Just hi.
See you, good luck.
Bye-bye.
Well, good to hear from Yvonne Simeonova, who is now going to run quite literally on to the junior Rotax grid, and it's junior Rotax which is up next. Once again, as yesterday, I am joined by British senior Rotax driver Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, you've been out and about in the paddock, and you've been doing. There's a lot of notes. What are we looking forward to in the next 2 races?
Yep, so caught up with a fair few drivers this morning. Nick Saggleston from the USA
caught up with him. He said he didn't qualify as well as he'd like to, but raced really, really well, got up to 4th. He said to me he's feeling confident for the rest of the weekend and really looking forward to it.
Now, we saw Christopher Alfagali win his first race in juniors. That's going to be a really big confidence booster for Chris, isn't it?
Yep, 7-time Lebanese champion, competed in OKJ this year.
Incredible, and he's just jumping straight up into a new class. We know he's talented as well. And the mood in Team UK's camp?
Yep, everybody seems like good atmosphere, good racing. Everyone's getting on, encouraging each other. It's really good to see and really good to be around.
Excellent, which is not always the case in the British part of the driver's tent. It's very, very competitive always. Now, let's have a look at some of the drivers on our screen. The number 248 you're looking at there, that's Sakhir. That's actually not, no, that's not. That's the 246 car, Lucas de Longchamp from Canada. Very different conditions. It's very warm outside. This is the hottest part of the day, isn't it? How is that going to affect what you do as a mechanic in terms of tyre pressures, and as a driver, what you have to remind yourself of because of this extra heat?
It's a lot hotter than it was last night, their first race. Today, these drivers are going to have to be really conscious that if you sit behind somebody for too long, if you're in too big of a train, you're just going to overheat and you're not going to be able to do anything.
You've got the radiator flap on these carts. You'll see drivers moving them up and down. What are you doing and why are you doing it when you move the radiator flap up and down?
In these carts, you have an optimum temperature. You want to be really careful that you're not getting too hot, but you're equally not getting as too cold. You'll probably see a lot of the mechanics signalling to their drivers to pull the flap up, because you might find some of these drivers get so engrossed to the race that they forget about how hot the cart's getting.
Yes, it's not just turning the wheel. There is Luca Houghton, who won his race yesterday. It's not simply a case of driving. You do have to think about the temperature of the engine. Engine gets too hot, the power sort of gets less.
Yeah, definitely. Going back to Luca Houghton as well, yesterday made up 12 places in the heat. Obviously knows the track really well, Bahrainian driver. I think he's looking really, really strong for this heat and the rest of the week.
Well, we're going to have a bird's eye view, courtesy of our camera cart, Tom Dussol from France. You've got to keep your nose clean, don't you? Now, I know you've been doing some statistical analysis.
Yeah, there was 13 penalties in Heat 1, 13 penalties in Heat 2.
Oof.
I think that's probably going to be a bit of a shock to some of these drivers, that the officials are really hot at looking at what everybody is doing, and for the rest of this week they've got to be really careful.
Yes, because nose cone penalties, track limit penalties, it can cost you your place in the final.
Yeah, these heats are so close together. If you have a 5-second penalty, you could be looking at 10 to 15 places lost.
Yeah, Race Liberante went from 5th to 15th to the nose cone penalty in DD2. Here is your starting lineup. Louis Coman from France and Yu Delu from Japan on row number 1. Tino Sidler and Lucas de Longchamp on row 2. Thomas Behrman and our camera cart Tom Dussol on row 3. Then Joshua Graham, and I know that Donna Edwards and Harrison Whittingham, I want to say Shamai Bonadar to Josh and his family. They're watching back home in the UK. Lucas Gelles and Hannes Uberfeld, Mika van der Pavert, Nix Eggleston, Jakob Assam, Luca Houghton starting on row 7, but won yesterday. Thiago Falevenye and Kiko Fracassi, Miles Baker and Derek King, Katarina Thung and Carlos Kidikovs. Katarina Thung, another driver that you've been speaking to, she's been pleased with her progress this year. As we look at the rest of the field, but now this is where, so Nicole, you can see from the driver's eye view, you're coming around this final corner. What's Tom Dussol thinking as he looks at the rear bumper of this cart?
He's definitely thinking about his track limits, tram lines, making sure you're not going too early, but also you can see they're going back and forth between each other there. You don't want to end up getting too close and getting a nose cone before you've even started the race.
Well, the race is underway. We're off and racing. It was a poor start from the outside row. Dussol on the outside going through turn number 1. There's Graham in front. He's got the Longchamp, who has lost positions up and over this roller coaster, and they come down towards turn number 5. A great start by Louis Coman, and it looks like the second and third place drivers, Tino Sidler and Yu Delu, were able to get in, but the Longchamp got caught up. We're on board with Dussault. In front of him, the number 228. Oh, and Dussault almost up and over the back of the Longchamp, and he's now losing plenty of places as they field fan out wide up towards turn number 8. But again, sometimes if you're on the outside row, Nicole, and you don't get a good start, that can happen. You're suddenly dragged back into the pack.
Yeah, you don't want these drivers to start panicking and being over-ambitious now as well, that they've lost these positions. Somebody hitting the curb there, they've lost a bit of time.
This is, Dussault now has dropped. You can see Dussault was starting up in the top 6 and has fallen all the way back to 16th position. When you have a bad start, you've now got 7 laps to get your head back in the game, don't you?
Yep, this front 3 have pulled away really nicely as well.
Here we go, let's have a look. What's Tom Dussault doing here?
So he's gone for a move.
To Longchamp. Is a very good, that's a good view of the crash hammer designed the Longchamp. That's going up the inside, the Longchamp cutting in.
Yep, so the Longchamp gone back to the apex, really unlucky. Looks like the driver overshot it slightly and he's been caught out by the Longchamp.
Yeah, the Longchamp was coming across to take the apex, so that is what happened to Tom Dussault. Great work there from our camera shot. But it just goes to show that was a slight error by Tom Dussault, nothing major though, but it could have major consequences. It just shows how inch perfect these drivers have to be. Speaking of inch perfect, we have a new leader. That is Yu Delu from Japan, moving past Luis Coman with Timo Sidler in 3rd position, and then Josh Graham in 4th.
Tino Sidler into this pack as well. He just caught up to the front 2 slightly. There was a bit of a gap going on a minute ago, but it looks like these front 3 might start fighting now.
Again, you can see, so Delu obviously was not happy to sit behind Coman. This is potentially going to help Joshua Graham in 4th position. And there's another big gap behind Graham between Skeles in 5th,
We've got a move
DeLongchamp
for
in 6th.
2nd there as well.
So a move there. So Sidler, now he's got to maintain that momentum. When you catch a group, you've got to put the moves in early, because you've got to keep that momentum, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. You've got to attack, you've got to go in. You don't want to lose any time to the people behind you.
Because you could just end up running at the pace of the drivers you've caught, and you sort of lost that, you can feel it when you've got momentum, can't you, as a driver?
Yeah, exactly. If you end up sitting behind somebody for too long, you lose your momentum.
Now, the top 4, Graham, the Longchamp is 5th, Skeles 6th, Houghton up to 7th, then it's Van der Pavert, Jonkers, Uberfeld, Falavenye, Baker up to 12th, Dussault down to 13th, Eggleston 14th, Jakob Assam 15th, with King, Endo, Seng, Tung and Max Walton rounding out your top 20. Sadly, we've lost Thomas Behrman after a great result yesterday. Behrman out of the race. That is disaster for the younger brother of Formula 1 test driver Oliver Behrman. There's a move for P2, Luis Coman back past Tino Sidler, and that will help you to lose. We complete lap number 4 and start lap 5. The 2nd and 3rd place carts are now battling side by side.
It looks like Udelu's just gone back in on the 264 as well. He's back into 2nd.
Yeah, as we look now over the roller coaster, the top 4, there is Coman making another move. And I'm surprised though, Nicole, look at this. They're side by side, 2nd and 3rd, and the leader is not pulling away much. He's got a 10 kart length lead. 2nd, 3rd and 4th need to work together, but Josh, it goes back to what you were saying about momentum. Josh Graham has just caught this group. Does he sit and try and push, or does he go?
Yeah, this battle between 2nd and 3rd has definitely brought Joshua Graham into the fight now. Looks like he's got into 2nd there.
Actually, yeah, I was saying he has made the move, so that rather tall figure of Josh Graham is now closing back in, and already that big lead that Tino Sidler had has gone. Yellow flags waving at the back of the screen. Now let's have a look. Boss Patel, I think the Canadian driver in kart number 252, the 14-year-old from Calgary, has tried. We've also got an issue with Nix Eggleston and Tom Dussault. Oh dear, let's have a little look. This is Tom Dussault coming into turn number 13, and there is the number 216 kart. So that's the 216 and the 224. Well, there's Nix Eggleston. It looked like Eggleston and Arata Endo may have had it coming together, and Dussault on the outside. So his day goes from bad to worse for the international trophy winner, Tom Dussault. But here's the battle for the lead,
Yeah,
Nicole.
Joshua Graham going in on Tino Sidler here. Great driving by him. He's caught up and he's really used his head here.
So we've got now 2 laps to go, starting lap number 7. 4 cars battling. Graham, Sidler, DeLue, Coman, then chasing behind the Longchamp with Skeles and Luca Houghton in this group. Now Graham's got to defend.
Yeah.
Is it too early, Nicole, or do you think the way that this race looks, he has got to simply white line it? That's going to help him, because that was Hugh DeLue having a right old nibble on Lewis Coman and forcing Lewis Coman wide. When does Josh look around and realise he's got a gap?
He's getting really feisty behind him now. I think if he uses his head, he knows he can sit there, not drive overly defensive. He's got a good gap.
Because you do need to look over your shoulder driving a kart sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. You need to know what's going on behind you to let you know if you need to sit on the white line or if you've got enough space behind you to sit there comfortably, drive the racing line instead.
Now, side by side, a bit of nerfing going on between the Longchamp and Luca Houghton coming out of turn number 10. This has really opened up for Josh Graham. Hugh DeLue from Japan, 0.8 of a second behind. Now, it's important that Graham does look over his shoulder and doesn't defend.
Yeah, he needs to keep his cool here, drive calm. You don't want to make any mistakes which could cause Hugh DeLue to catch back up to him, but he does look like he's got a good gap, 0.8. That's enough for a last lap.
Sidler in 3rd place, Luca Houghton up into 4th position. So there is in 4th place. Leading this train is Bahrain's Luca Houghton with the black and the red race suit. Further back you can see the Dutch race suit there of Mika van der Pavert in 7th or 8th position. De Longchamp still 6th. Coman is 5th, and then the yellow race suit, that is Olivier Jonkers from Belgium in 9th position. But you know Josh quite well. Call him home, Nicole.
Yeah, Team UK driver. Great drive by him to come up into 1st position. I bet he'll be really pleased with that.
He will indeed. There it is. Checkered flag for Joshua Graham. Hugh DeLue from Japan. Very, very good drive. Strong drive as well. Let's have a little look back at this great shot. And again, ooh, that is somebody. That's too much curb, Nicole, yes?
Yeah, that's going to unsettle the kart. The driver's going to be fighting it, fighting the steering wheel. Just a bit too much there.
That was Lucas de Longchamp, so he could probably feel that back in Montreal. That's going to really, you know, when you do go over the curbs. Okay, all these drivers, you wear rim protectors. What do you do in the kart to sort of? How do you protect yourself in the kart for when you do go over a curb like that?
I think naturally sometimes you tense up slightly, but I think when you go over curbs that big, you've really just got to keep your position in the kart. You don't want to start fighting the steering wheel, getting under and oversteer. You just got to deal with it and try and not get in anybody's way as well, because that's when incidents happen.
Yeah, so you're going over the curb, the kart's unsettled, so the idea is keep the wheel as straight as possible, because any major steering input is gonna screw up an already unsettled go-kart.
Exactly that.
So we'll have a look. The junior drivers coming back in to the pits. This is heat number 2 for them. From your perspective, we watched the opening heats yesterday. Did you think that this was a bit more aggressive? Can you tell that those drivers that had a bad race yesterday have been a little bit more aggressive today?
I would say this has been, for a junior race, relatively calm. I think yesterday was a bit messier. There was a bit more going on in the mid-pack, probably because it's that first race. You're trying to prove yourself.
Under the lights.
Yeah, but I think now drivers are settling in a little bit more. They know that they've got to stay calm, protect that nose cone, not go over the track limits.
Indeed. So let's have a quick look. Graham, DeLue, Sidler, Houghton, Coman, De Longchamp, Van der Pavert, Skeles, Uberfeld, Jonkers, your top 10. Palavenier, Baker, Derek King. Derek, who is, let's have a look there, the number 212 kart. He is the younger of the King twins, younger by 10 seconds. And that was a painful 10 seconds for Mrs. King. Let's just say that. Casper Schurman's in 9th position. Katarina Tung, top 20 for Katarina. Again, another driver that you've been speaking to, Nicole. She'll be pleased with that, looking down there. Obviously, some disappointed faces, no more so than Tom Dussault and Nix Eggleston, with, of course, Thomas Behrman failing to finish. But Katarina, top 20, I know you've been talking to her. She'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, Katarina, she said yesterday was quite tough. The racing was difficult. She caught a bit of air at one point in the race, but she was feeling confident for the rest of the weekend, excited. So I'm sure she'll pick up.
Yep, indeed. Now, as you look at the rest of the results, we'll go back down to Jen Wade in the pits.
Well, I have stumbled upon the Greek ladies sitting here enjoying Bahrain, but fantastic weather.
Fantastic weather, so hot. Even in Greece now we have 10 degrees, so cold. So it's exactly the opposite weather, but it's really nice, yeah. We enjoyed it too much.
Because Zoe, you are with the distributor, Galatzis, the daughter, and Miss Sandra as well, sitting here. What about the team? Yesterday, one of the drivers was so fast.
George Kafandaris in Senior Max. Yes, he had a great scoring. Also, he was very fast. He had the pole. But he had some, issues. But I think today will be perfect for him. Yeah.
And what about the hospitality? Just before we let you go back to your coffee, it's great.
Oh, I think Bahrain is very friendly to everyone. I was saying that I would like to be here for 10 years. I think it's perfect, and it's like Greece. I think very friendly people. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to say good luck because I think your driver is in with a chance.
I know. We hope to be in the podium. We'll see.
Anyone you want to say hi to at home? Everybody watching?
Oh, hi to everyone in Greece, maybe.
What about in Greek?
In Greek? In Greek. Gya σας or Kalispera. It's the same,
Kalispera.
Kalispera.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. And again, it's great to hear you're experiencing this, Nicole, for the first time. But the different nations, there's so many different characters around the paddock. As we're looking at the grid there, what have you made of the atmosphere here at the Grand Finals? What have you made of, and what makes this different?
I think this event is incredible. There's so many people from so many countries. You can definitely tell different countries approach this event in different ways. Some are more serious, some are having a bit more fun with it, and there's lots of big personalities bouncing around in that driver tent as well.
Oh yes, absolutely. There's one personality, Francisco Paredes, from Ecuador, the number 223 kart going through here. That's Archie Clark, and Archie's got, speaking of characters, you've met Archie's dog, Sprinkles, the little miniature dachshund. There we go. I'm sure Sprinkles is watching this. Hamza Al-Fayez, a big hello to Lachlan Robinson, who is helping Hamza Al-Fayez. Now, there is a gap on the grid, so you can see Christopher El-Faghali.
It does look like we've lost the French driver, 249.
Clovis Nougarade could be a potential late to the dummy grid. Every driver at some point has had that issue where you've missed a race because you're late to the holding area or something. We'll have to see. I can't imagine he would be out of position because the grid officials here have been very, very strict on where you must put your cart. That could be drama for the driver due to start third. It could be really good news for Timo Youngling, who's due to start fifth. Here is your starting lineup. Christopher El-Faghali from Lebanon and Kenzo Craigie on row 1. Clovis Nougarade may be on row 2 with Brett King, Timo Youngling and Francisco Paredes. Row 3, Thomas Pradier and Archie Clark on row 4. Row number 5, the rest of the top 10, Bo Lowett, who you were very impressed with yesterday, and Hamza Al-Fayez from Jordan, Alan Kluser and Patrick Lipovic on row number 6. Row 7, Matthias Kellerup and Olivier Marac, then Giovanni Giacinto and Casper Nissen. The rest of the top 20 are Tom Strella, Uros Bogdanic, Kent Swart and Scott Riley from Ireland. As you, the viewers, look at the rest of the field and pick out your favourite, your home town driver, your home country's driver. If Nougarade is not there, and he's not gone out, so you're Timo Jungling, you're in 5th, you've suddenly only got one driver in front of you. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, it's such a shame for the French driver, Nougarade, but for Timo Jungling, that's a result really. He's made up a place before the race has even started.
Yep.
He's now on the second row right behind Christopher El Faghali, who he knows is going to have
a good start. Yes. Look there, Hao Chi Yu from China, that young lady who is making history for China, being the first female competitor in an international karting competition for China, and that is a false start. Is it? That's a. I was going to say that. I was going to say it's a false start if ever I saw one. Very, very spread out there. It gives us a chance to talk about some of the other names. So Ishan Madesh in this race. His older brother raced last year in this competition. He starts 21st. There's Santieri Light, and then Mateo Radenkovic, a little bit lower down the order than we would have expected. Alejandro Romano Sanchez, Hao Si Yu, I do apologise, Hao Si Yu, Yoon Hyo Kim, and then Giovanni Santora at the back of the field there in kart number 257, and Yvonne Simeonova. This is an obvious question. How difficult? What are the differences between being a female driver and a male driver? Let's get the question out of the way quickly. Physicality. It sounds stupid about because I've heard that some of the Formula drivers, hips, things like that. What are the different? What are the unique challenges that female drivers face in this sport?
I wouldn't say there's too much of a disadvantage to it. I think being a female, there's just certain things that you have to do differently. You might have to train a little bit harder because you're not naturally as strong as a male, but that's just something, it's just a natural thing. There's not a lot you can do other
Everyone
than
could go to the gym,
Yeah, exactly that. And I found in my experience, one thing I battled with a little bit was the seat.
Yes.
As a girl, you've got a different body shape to a boy, so you just have to work a bit harder to get that seat shape to fit you really well so you're nice and comfortable in the kart.
But nothing that cannot be changed and overcome. As we go green, lights are out. El Faghali and Craigie on row number 1, and as you said, Timo Jungling, Christmas come a little bit early.
Yep.
He's already up into 3rd position. Ecuador have got 2 drivers right up in the thick of the action as well. Look for those predominantly yellow race suits, although Francisco Paredes has made a good start. Brett King, not such a great start, I don't believe. Good opportunity for, there's the 2 Ecuadorian drivers actually side by side coming out of turn number 8. Great opportunity for Kenzo Craigie and Christopher El Faghali.
Yeah, we've got a bit more of defensive driving going on in that pack behind the front 2, but the front 2 working really nicely together. Kenzo and Christopher. Good start by them.
Yeah, now Christopher El Faghali, he was a little bit defensive yesterday, wasn't he? He sort of backed the pack up, maybe not quite as confident in his setup under lights, but this conditions, it does require a very different setup and set of pressures, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've now seen Timo Jungling just break away from that pack now in 3rd.
And a gap back to 4th. You've got Bo Lowett, Thomas Pradier, Brett King, Francisco Paredes, then Archie Clark, Alan Kluser, Tom Strella, Mateus Kjellerup, Hamza Al-Fayez, and Lorenzo Giacinto, the top 13. Looking down, Ivan Pigayev from Kyrgyzstan has gained 10 positions. And all the rest of the field still there, the 35 drivers that started. Now, turn number 8, you're seeing the drivers coming out of turn number 8. That's one of 2 corners where track limits aren't being enforced. How much, obviously knowing some of the British drivers, that means that they're sort of licking their lips with anticipation, thinking I can send it up the inside going into turn number 8 and not have not have to worry about the white lines.
Yeah, I think that's something the British drivers love to use, is if you've got a bit of leniency with the track limits, then definitely use it.
Exploitation. And of course, as we're watching this, it's about time that we make a big happy birthday to Russell Carter, the Team GB team manager. I believe it's his 40th birthday today.
I think he's a bit bit younger.
His brother Sean said he's definitely 40. He looks 40 anyway, according to Sean.
We've got a good start there by Tom Strell as well. He's gone up 8 positions into 9th.
And we've got our first change for the lead, Kenzo Craigie, the runner-up in this year's Rotax Euro Trophy, takes the lead for the first time, but instantly starts to defend Fagali. And look at Bo Lowett going around the outside there. Is that Lowett, or is that? I think it is. And Brett King also in the field. So Belgium's Bo Lowett. Oh, and El Fagali running wide, coming out of the final corner. El Fagali looks like that kart certainly isn't quite as quick as some of the other front runners, and Lowett at the inside. That's a brave move, Nicole.
That's confidence in what Lowett has just pulled off there. A lot of confidence.
To stick the kart up the inside, you know, confidence in the person you're overtaking, or confidence in the front end of your kart, or a bit of both?
I think a mixture of both. It's all getting a bit feisty now in that backpack.
Yeah, Youngling, Brett King, Pradier, Paredes, Strella, you said, Clark 9th, Keller up 10th, Madash up into 11th position for India. Then it is Giacinto, Kluser, Alfayez, Kent Swartz, and Lipovic with Nissan, Radenkovic and the rest. But Kenzo Craigie now, like, escaping like the butcher's dog who's stolen the pack of sausages.
Yeah, the Mercedes F1 young junior driver. Good gap by him. Sitting there comfortably.
Yes, indeed, and he's away up the road. Now, El Fagali has fallen back to 4th position, so it's Youngling, Lowett, Fagali leading the chase. And already you can see Bo Lowett not attacking Timo Youngling. You know he can make a move there, but he's choosing not to. We're running lap 5 out of 8. Still potentially time for Youngling and Lowett to catch Craigie, or will it require a mistake from Kenzo Craigie at this point?
I think Kenzo would have to make quite a big mistake to lose that lead. He's leading by 1.3 seconds, so I think he's pretty much got this one
in the bag. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but I think you could be right there, because last lap, first sector, Youngling and Lowett were, well, Youngling was a couple of hundredths quicker through sector number 1 than Craigie, but you can see Craigie's, his body language. He's hunkering down behind the NASA panel as you go down the main straight, so he's still pushing, so he's not sort of giving up. Now, through turn number 1, there's Lowett in the yellow and black. It always surprises me. They're called the Red Devils, the Belgian team, but their race suits are yellow, which is just one of those strange things. I think it goes back to the World War I Belgian Red Devils, the airline, the air pilots or the air fighters, I think, possibly. But the Belgian Red Devils in yellow, Bo Lowett now pushing. Christopher Alfagali is settled into 4th place, so the kart does have pace.
Yeah, definitely. Somebody that looks like they're on the attack now as well is Tom Strell. Gone up 11 places in this race. He's just on the back of this front pack.
Yeah, so you look at 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Oh, and there's Lowett now defending at the inside. Fagali side by side. A good move there from Christopher Fagali. Lowett over defending.
Yeah, over defending there, and he looks like he's lost to this pack. He's now at the back of it.
Yep, and he's actually got to turn, look over his shoulder, because closing in now is Archie Clark. Clark in kart number 223, who took the last ticket available in the British Championship, did the 14-year-old from Leicester, or as they would say in America, Leicestershire. Archie Clark getting his head down. He's another driver. First time at the Grand Finals. Looked a little bit overawed at the start of it all, but now he's getting into his rhythm.
Yeah, Archie Clark comes from a really well-known rally family. Great achievement for him to be here this year, and I think he's doing a really good job so far.
Well, he needs to stay away from the sand and the gravel and stay on the tarmac. I hope he's got a tarmac rally family background.
It looks like we have lost a kart just up at that top corner as well. They were waving some yellow flags.
That was Scott Riley. Well spotted, Nicole. Scott Riley out of the race. The Brett King has also retired 2 laps ago, so Brett King was right up there at the front, is also out. We're on the last lap now. Kenzo Craigie 1.2 seconds in front of this huge scrap, and side by side round the outside of turn number 6. Great move there from Tom Strella from Latvia in the wine and white coloured race suit. Strella passing Pradier. Youngling has dropped back a little bit, and this is where you've got to get your elbows out, Nicole.
Yeah, elbows out, lots of confidence, lots of ambition.
down the hill towards turn number 13. So Strella, 2 corners to go. Kenzo Craigie is going to take the win. Timo Jungling is second. So this is the battle of the third. Strella takes third position from El Fagali, Louette, Giacinto, Clark 7th, Ishan Madesh up into 9th place, and Hamza Al Fayez rounding out the top 10. Mateo Radenkovic comes home in 11th position. It wasn't easy for Kenzo, but once he'd made that move, he was able to stretch up. Let's have a little look back in the pack. There goes the number 253 car. That is Strella, making good progress through the field. There goes Archie Clark. Strella, he used that momentum. He was catching, and then he went.
Yeah, he knew what he had to do there. He knew he had to keep picking off positions, carry that momentum through.
And he did. So Kenzo Craigie and Timo Jungling. Now I know that you're going to go back to the Team UK part of the awning. It's been a very good morning for Team UK, I have to say.
Yeah, great result for Team UK there. Kenzo Craigie, I can almost guarantee that will give him a lot of motivation for the rest of this week. Same with Timo Jungling.
Just a question. I mean, obviously, please don't think, those of you watching back home, that just because I'm Welsh and Nicole is from the UK, well, Nicole's allowed to be biased because she's British. I obviously maintain impartiality. However, when you have this morning, we have seen Britain dominate nearly every race. What do you do as a nation if you're thinking, oh my goodness me, what are the other countries looking at, like in the awning? Are they sort of like leaning over and having a sort of like, wondering how are we going to do this? Because the British drivers once again look so strong.
Yeah, I think when we first arrived on Saturday, you heard a lot of conversations from the other teams of, have you seen the size of Team UK?
And it's not because, I mean, they're British drivers, the Rotax haven't just given all these tickets to Britain because they like Britain. British drivers have gone and won the tickets in Belgium, in the United States, in the Euro Trophy, in all these other national championships. British drivers rock up and they win. That's why they've got more drivers than anything else.
Yeah, karting is huge in the UK. It's really big, and I think along with kind of that British mentality, it's very tough, it's very aggressive. So I think the drivers that come out are very seasoned, very experienced.
Indeed they are. Here's a look at the provisional results. Kenzo Craigie, Timo Jungling and Tom Strella, the top 3. Christopher El Fagali, Bo Louette and Giovanni Lorenzo Giacinto, the top 6. Archie Clark, 7th. Thomas Pradier and Ishan Madesh in 9th. Hamza Al Fayez rounding out the top 10. Mateo Radenkovic, Francisco Perez, Patrick Lipovic, Kasper Nissan and Kent Swart, your top 15, with Vion Boshoff, Mateusz Kjellerup and Ivan Pegayev, the top half of the field. Here is a quick look at the rest of the running order. Yvonne Simeonova in 25th, and sadly we lost Alan Kluser, dropping back to 29th, and Hao Chi Yu from China and Brett King failing to finish. Clovis Nugarade failing to start. Nicole, you're going to be joining me once again, hopefully, for the last round of junior heats later on. But in the meantime, let's go down to Jen Wade in the pits.
Hi, Jeremy. Hi. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. It's great to be here at the grand final. Yeah.
It is great to be here, and I know you from Sodi and from the race in Le Mans.
Yeah, of course, from the RMCIT also. Yeah. So what are we selling more here is of the stable axle, and we are selling also the front bumpers and all stickers, Yeah.
So I think that's because people are racing too close together, a little bit like the traffic on the way to the track.
Yeah, sometimes you can have traffic jam or so on, or maybe like a crash. So of course, they are the first things that are crashing and destroy more. Yeah.
But it's a good bumper. It's good for safety, so that's good. Workshop behind if anyone needs it. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Okay, so visiting our chassis partners. A quick visit before they get busy. Hi. Buongiorno. Ooh. Okay, have a look inside here. I see Fabio. Hi. One question. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good, good. I know you're busy. What are you selling the most? Which things do you sell the most?
Some optional that is allowed, and
stickers?
No, stickers. No.
Soda, you're selling lots of stickers. No? Okay.
Sell a lot of chassis protector.
Chassis protectors, yes, for the curbs. Okay. See you. Thank you. Here's the boss. Hello, Ronnie. Hey, Nicola. Hi. Hi, good. You have many people come in for some help?
Yeah, sure. Check the chassis, talk.
Yes. Talk a little.
Question.
Yeah.
We
Ask
are
questions. But right now, there's not many.
No, right now we finish the meeting, but I think in 5 minutes we arrive the meeting.
Okay, 5 minutes he's going to have the mini, so we let you go because you need probably to make a espresso and get ready. Okay, one more. Down to IPK, Praga. Oh, hi. Hi. I thought I'd just visit your awning. One question. What do you sell the most? Are you selling something more than anything else?
A lot of sprockets.
Oh, sprockets, okay.
Yeah. 74 and 63.
All right, if you don't know what gearing, 74 and 63. What?
Yeah, definitely. Best suggestion ever.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Same to you.
See you. Okay, our friends at IPK are sprockets. Remember, we just gave you a tip for the gearing. Fantastic. So there are our three chassis partners, Sodicart, Birilat, Charles Leclerc, and of course, Praga.
Well, thank you very much, Jed. Great to see our chassis partners here, our very loyal chassis partners who are here to help the drivers. That concludes the morning's racing here. We now have a lunch break at the circuit. A big, huge thank you to all my co-commentators this morning. We hope that you back home have been enjoying that. I'm just going to have a little quick look at some of our comments coming in. Thank you for your support from Natasha Vance saying good luck to Rory Armstrong, all the family watching in Downpatrick. Matt Sorensen saying good luck to Team Denmark, and Lahos Katona saying good luck to Bent Sabo from Hungary. Please keep your comments coming in. We're going to take a short break after these next commercials. We'll be back. The next race is the first of the senior heat races, starting just after 1:30 local time. See you then.
Can-Am will forever be in my heart.
C'est la passion d'innover, de sortir des sentiers battus.
It means fun, joy.
It's definitely a family.
Oh my God, 50 years just flew by.
Shut up and pit spots in the game.
Everybody wanted a Can-Am. It was the most powerful motorcycle on the racetrack. Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. That was the name of the game.
toutes les machines, je les ai pratiquement toutes eues. Je gère un groupe Can-Am, mon chien s'appelle Can-Am. C'est une passion, c'est un mode de vie.
It's that sense of community, that sense of adventure. You're gonna come back covered in mud, dirt, dust, but it's awesome. When you turn 50, it's a rebirth. It's time to re-challenge yourself.
The passion and the dedication of the people, this is what Can-Am is all about.
We've been kind of changing the story. Now we are really excited to share everything that we've been working on.
50 years is a big milestone.
Mais ce n'est que le début. We're disruptors and we'll continue to disrupt.
Was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels, creating the unexpected, pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
idea of the DD2 engine was to push the ease of use of the product to the next level by eliminating the chain drive.
Obviously not having a chain and a sprockets, the dynamics of the kart work a little bit different than a normal kart.
We also wanted to offer our customers a top-level category with a 2-speed gearbox, which is very close to the Formula racing in the future. So for the ones who would like to step up into Formula cars, yeah, this is a perfect preparation.
I've done junior and senior for many years now, so I wanted to try something different this year, and that's why I made the switch to the DD2 category.
It's always fierce, it's always competitive, always very close.
No one has ever won junior, senior and DD2 before, and that's what we are aiming for this week.
The chassis manufacturers, they have been quite skeptical if this concept can work. So we had no other choice, to prove it to the market, and the only way has been to introduce the engine concept, in combination with our own chassis, which was the RM1.
For me, it's unmatched to anything else.
And as of this day, we have been pulling out with the RM1 and have been offering the DD2 engine to all chassis manufacturers. And as you can see here, the positive feedback continued and we have really good results. And I think it's just to wait for everyone what's the next innovation from Rotax that we present.
What's up? We outside. Having fun doing what I want, cause you know the sun beating down kinda like a drum. Look how I do it. Look how I do it.
Another beautiful day out there, folks, so get out there, but don't forget your sunscreen, UV index.
I just wanna have a good time. It's all on me. Pleasure's mine. The weatherman said it's the right time. So we gon' get it jumping till the night time. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We outside. Yeah, I might just take a dive with it, feel alive with it, ride with it, cause I'm fly with it. Loud with the trouble, loud with the bass. No clouds in the way, smile on my face. Look how I do it. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me splash.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Bahrain. You are watching the grandstand. In the background, you can see the Rotax Club, the VIP area, where we make your heart beat faster. And Theo Eriksson is the driver on the poster for everything, and we're going to be seeing Theo in the senior races coming right up. Joining me, as he did yesterday, in the commentary box for the next two races is Switzerland's Philippe Loakas, racing in the E20 senior class. Philippe, and again, not a bad result for you this morning, a top 5 finish.
No, definitely went very well. Sometimes every driver expects a bit more of every session as long as you're not leading, but generally said, didn't get a penalty, improved a bit, so everything went more or less to plan.
Now, again, you're not just driving the E20 kart here. You are involved in the E20 project in other ways, including something that I think sounds very, very exciting to me. Please explain what Alpine Amped is.
So, as the word says a bit, it has something to do with mountains and something to do with electric racing. So, somewhere in some mountains, in some ski resort, for example, we would want to do the world's first electric endurance series with the E20.
Okay. That sounds incredible. So, but it's not a circuit race necessarily, and we don't have a location or anything, but this would be a street race, a non-traditional endurance race using the Rotax E20 karts.
Let's compare it a bit to the Formula 1 Monaco Grand Prix.
Okay.
So it's very similar to that, but it's going to be in a ski resort up in the mountains. And generally said, we're going to work with teams. So it's going to be a 4-hour race, and every team is going to be 2 to 4 drivers.
Okay.
And it's going to be a team race, therefore.
That sounds absolutely fascinating. How much support, you give Rotax a lot of support, you and your dad both race E20, and you've been working closely with Rotax to make this possible, because it would be breaking new ground in electric racing, wouldn't it?
Of course.
Or electric karting.
It's not just management that's hard, but also making it possible with these racing karts. Of course, they don't last 4 hours. You have to do a lot of pit stops.
Yes.
And generally said, every team is going to have 4 racing karts that will be charging while one is driving.
So there's an element of like a relay race as well as an endurance, a team spirit. Sounds absolutely fascinating. When the event is confirmed, where will people be able to go to find out more about it?
So, generally said, there will be promotion everywhere possible. If this is on Rotax races, if this is on the internet, at the location hotspot, of course, as well. But the racing drivers themselves for the first couple events will be handpicked by us.
Okay. So you have, you have well-known personalities in the world of Rotax racing to ensure that everything goes smooth in terms of the driving, because if you're not on a traditional race circuit, that is something that you do need a certain amount of talent to make sure that everything is okay.
Yeah, we want the level that we have here in the Grand Finals. It's a very intense race we got to watch here. And we want the same for the viewers that watch this Alpine Amped races. So we will be selecting drivers, most likely from events like this one.
Fantastic. Well, we've got, look forward to finding out more about that event as the year progresses into 2024. And knowing you and your dad, I'm sure it will be a fantastic success. Here is the case at point. This is the next two races, Senior Rotax. There is Theo Kakati, driver of kart number 367, just walking across your screen. Drove very well yesterday. The number 323 kart, that's Kenta Kumagai. Simon Olin in kart number 325, and there is the Hungarian driver, driver number 351. That is Aaron Krepsik. Samuel Ifrid, your countryman, Philippe. I spoke to Samuel this morning. He said that the accident in his race yesterday, which we saw, and before we get into that, yesterday's accident, it was the Argentine driver Gustavo Correa, who rolled out of his kart at high speed and ended up some 50 meters away from his kart. He is fine. He is back out and racing. He did say that it was Christopher Rojas from Colombia who came to his aid. Christopher Rojas involved in the collision ran over to help make sure that Gustavo's kart was no longer on top of him. So excellent sportsmanship there. But Samuel was saying the accident happened just behind him and it was a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I looked at his car very closely. There is a little bit of a tire mark on his exhaust, so someone's somehow landed up on there.
I think it was literally the next cart behind Samuel was the first cart to get turned around. Luckily, everyone is okay. I'm assuming we have everybody back out on track. Very different conditions. Of course, that was at night. We're now in the middle of the day. Temperatures are very high. What would you be changing as a driver and as a mechanic between last night and this afternoon?
So of course tires are going to be a very big factor. The tarmac is a lot hotter, so tire temperature will fluctuate more, and generally said you would put them as slightly lower than yesterday or the evening. As a driver, the line is pretty similar. There are some points where they have a bit more grip than yesterday, but generally said, as a driver, you still want to squeeze out everything as possible.
Well, we're going to have Sean Butcher, who won his heat race yesterday, starting from pole position. Oliver Hodgson, a champion in this event 10 years ago, will be starting on the outside of row 1. We're just looking there at the driver of kart number 365. That's Mateo Richter from the Czech Republic. A best finish in this event of 26th. That was last year. There's the Greek driver, number 363. That is George Kafantaris. Fourth as a Minimax driver. There's Samuel Ifrid. So, Samuel, I think he came away with a top 12 finish yesterday, something like that. If you've had one race, you finished top 12. 2 more 12th place finishes and a 12th place to pre-final will get you into the final, but it won't get you where you would like to be in the final, would it?
No, let's say you're only 18th or something. That will be on the edge of passing. That would mean you would start last in the pre-finals. Yes. So you would want to go into the top 8, top 9 situation to have a more or less good results in the pre-finals and then finals.
Well, we're going to have 10 laps of action in both these next 2 senior races. For you, Philippe, your racing is done for today. You've got your pre-final tomorrow. What do you do to the E20 kart in terms of prep overnight, apart from plug it back in?
Well, yeah, obviously you gotta recharge the thing. But slight setup changes will be done since tire wear is increasing. Generally said, you lose more grip in the rear than in the front over time. So generally said, you would put the grip more to the rear, but you don't want to do it too much, otherwise you'll have too much tire wear, and in the finals where you need the last push, you won't have it.
Okay, well, let's have a look. You're looking at on your screen some of the footage from 2 years ago here in Bahrain. There's last year's grand finals at Portimao. Sodi Kart, one of our official chassis partners. We are on our rolling lap. Here is the full starting lineup. Pole position, Sean Butcher, Oliver Hodgson starting on side the row number 1. Kenta Kumagai and Theo Kakati on row 2. Simon Olin and Kai Rillarts, row 3. Aaron Krepsik and Matej Konik on row 4. Row 5, Samuel Ifrid and Nick Trobech. Then George Kafataris and Balas Jurancic rounding out the top 6 rows. Row number 7 is Dion van Verven and Andrei Petrovic. Then it is Mateo Richter and Christian Pastrian. Row number 9, Timothy Pernot and Adam Rahali. Fahad Al-Khaled and Elia Papachena round out your top 20. And 36 drivers in total. Oliver Kruglov and Khalid Shalash are not on the grid. Maybe damage sustained in the accident yesterday, proving too much to overcome. Hopefully we'll see them out before the event is over, but we're into the tram lines. And Sean Butcher gets a big jump. Lights are out. It's a great jump for Butcher, who can cut across, take the racing line through turn number 1, and has gone. Oliver Hodgson has fallen back to 4th position, and that means that Kenta Kumagai and Simon Olin are up in the 2nd and 3rd. Theo Kakati running very wide there, coming out of turn number 5, but a great start from Butcher.
Theo having a very terrible start there. Really not the best he could have done. Yesterday was a way better start. He gained 2 positions. But here, Butcher absolutely having a wonderful start. And yeah, now he's trying to take the lead, keep the lead, and run away from the rest of the field.
Well, Kenta Kumagai, Oliver Hodgson and Simon Olin have got something to say about that. Here comes Olin to the inside of Kumagai for second place down at turn number 12. A good move, but it will cost the momentum. Butcher will be pulling away all the way down this main straight. Hodgson will have to look to the inside. There goes Oliver Hodgson past Kumagai for P3. But at the end of lap number 1, Sean Butcher led by 1.1 seconds. Further back, Salvatore Toscano, the Maltese driver, has dropped the back of the field, and Hodgson picking up the place once again. So Hodgson made short work of those drivers, obviously showing that he has got extra pace in that kart. He thinks he can catch Sean Butcher. He didn't want to sit behind and wait and run the risk of his engine overheating.
Something's also bear in mind now, the heat is a lot higher, so the engines will reach the optimum temperature a lot sooner. Now, as you can see on the right-hand side of every card, we can open this flap. This way we can manage our engine temperature and want to keep it around between 55 and 60 degrees Celsius.
And you do have to manage that during the course of the race. What information are the drivers going to have at their disposal during the race to see that temperature?
So every driver has a display on the steering wheel which tells you all kinds of data, from telemetry you can use later, or lap times, speed, RPMs, and so on. And one of them is the engine temperature, which you can use to manage your optimal temperature.
Well, Oliver Hodgson will be managing quite a lot at the moment. He's got to manage the fact that he's got Simon Olin and Kenta Kumagai still sitting on his exhaust pipe. In fact, Olin has now gone past Hodgson for second position, Kumagai in fourth. Then the fast approaching Theo Kakati in fifth. Behind Kakati, Belgium's Kai Rillarts, and Hungary's Aaron Krepsik in seventh. George Kafantaris runs in eighth, followed by Konik, Ifrid in 10th, then Trobeck, Papachena, Van Verven, Pastrian, Uranchik, Rahali, Richter, Pernod, Ibsen, Petrovic, Tamahashi, Al-Khaled. The other Tamahashi, Azuki Tamahashi, 2 places behind his brother Rikuto, Mateus Tirolo, Helgstrand, Contreras, Batoccio, Gonzalez, Thorne, Patnaik, Lee, Toscano, and Benoit Bessac. Robert Cronin is now running 34th and last. As a move there, that's Kai Rillarts moving past. Was that moving past the Okati? It was.
Now we're looking into the infield. Now everyone's currently playing it rather safe. You'll see the real intense battles starting in 2 to 3 laps of time. Now, as you can see, the 3rd to 4th positions, they aren't really fighting that much, since they realize Butcher is pulling away. They want to catch him back up, and by working together, this is the only way we can do it.
We saw Kakati running very wide there, coming back onto the circuit, going in at turn number 13. So Kakati obviously going wide at turn 12, missing sort of turn 13 and having to come back onto the track. That has cost the Dubai-based driver, or the Abu Dhabi-based 18-year-old who finished, let's have a look, where did Theo Kakati? He was 4th in Minimax back in 2017, I think, in Portimao. This will be 2017 in Portimao. Kakati was a top 5 driver in Minimax. He has dropped back now to 6th position in front of Kafantaris. Butcher's lead is maintained at 1.2 seconds. So despite Erlin, Hodgson and Kumagai running in single file, they're not catching London's Sean Butcher. And you know that his dad Glenn is watching and supporting all the way, but Butcher looking very, very smooth at the moment.
Yeah, as long as Butcher doesn't make any serious mistakes, they won't really catch him, since he is out of the tow. There isn't really any slipstream that P2 can gain. In I think 1 or 2 laps, they will realize there's no way we're catching him, and they will start fighting for position.
Because you did say yesterday, Philip, that the senior class is where the draft and the slipstream effect is at its greatest around this circuit.
Yeah, as long as you're in that scenario, so if I'd say around 6 to 8 tenths is where it starts affecting you.
Really? That much? 6 to 8? Because I mean, I would have thought that in cadets, or sorry, in mini and micro, that would be the case. But so if you see a driver get within about 6 kart lengths, it's about 1/10 of a second per kart length, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. And as soon as you get in that range, you'll gain, depending on the winds, around 3 tenths a lap. on the driver in front of you.
And wind is a factor. You can see the flags behind us, so as they're driving down, there's not much of a breeze here, but as they're driving down the start-finish straight, they have got a bit of a tailwind that is pushing them along a little bit more even after the draft it takes effect. But all in, 1.0 seconds behind Butcher. Hodgson, Kumagai, Rillarts is catching this group in 5th position. Behind Rillarts there's a gap back to Kafantaris in 6th, the Greek driver, then Kakati, Krepsik, Sam Ifrid doing well, maintaining his starting position of 9th.
He generally wants to get at least one more position to say it was a good run, but for this, as long as he doesn't have any penalties, he did a pretty good job looking into the final couple laps now. But in the last 3 laps, as in every other run, we have seen the most overtakes.
So, yesterday, Sean Butcher was very, very defensive. Kai Hunter was right behind him. There was Lewis Gilbert was involved. I'm trying to think of a couple of other drivers that were involved. Butcher, he obviously got the drop at the start here. Does that tell you the fact that Butcher's more concerned about the likes of Kai Hunter than he is about someone like Simon Orlin?
It really depends. I mean, Sean Butcher, it's really hard as a first position to generally know who's behind you, since every card also looks the same. In a national championship, when there's different cards, you can look behind and you generally know who it is, since the cards look very differently.
Yes.
But here you would have to go from the helmets, and you don't really look that long backwards that you can see that.
When you're travelling at over 70 miles an hour, turning around looking the other way is not an optimal choice. However, Erlin has just put in a personal best lap, a 53.667. The gap is now 0.7 of a second. This is where Philippe Loacker said that the draft slipstream might begin to take effect. Erlin and Hodgson, though, they need to be inch perfect. This is lap 9 out of 10. Kai Rillarts passes Kenta Kumagai for 4th position, and Butcher, he will need to look over his shoulder at some point just to check. There's the look that we saw, so he knows he doesn't need to defend, but he does know they're closing in. Behind Rillarts is Kafantaris, Kakati now trying to keep Krepsik behind. Papachena, Ifrid, Konic, Rahali, Trobech, Pastrian, Van Verven. That's the top 15. We're going to be starting the final lap now, and we'll have to say I still think that Orlin is a little bit too far back.
Orlin's definitely still has to do an absolute wonderful lap, and Butcher has to make a bit of a mistake. But something he has to bear in mind is Simon's getting caught by Oliver. They're pulling together, so if Simon probably will have to go defensive in the last couple hairpins.
Yeah, so at some point Orlin's going to realise, okay, maybe coming into this corner here, because we're heading towards the end of the lap. Orlin will go up the hill into turns number 9 and 10. Butcher, a long look over his shoulder there from Sean Butcher. He knows he's pretty safe. Here comes Hodgson, though, to the inside on Orlin. Orlin's going to have to switch his mindset from offence to defence as we come down the hill. You can see now Orlin just jinking to the inside a little bit to defend. But Hodgson is a very sensible campaigner and doesn't force the issue. Kafantaris closing right in on Kumagai, but Sean Butcher, 2 wins out of 2 for Sean Butcher, the Anglo-Australian driver. That is extremely impressive indeed, especially when you consider how strong the senior field is.
They're very close, but Simon really pushed. I think yesterday he put a bit too little pressure, but now he got it spot on. The car was just perfect for him. But yeah, if Butcher didn't get such a good start, it would have gotten quite intense with Simon.
A 10-lap race all comes down to a split-second decision at the start, does it not sometimes?
Well, generally you say you can't win the race in the first corner.
Sean Butcher just proved that theory a little bit wrong.
Exactly. He said he really nailed that start and then pulled out the gap and kept that gap pretty consistently throughout the race.
Yes, he did. Hopefully managed to save a little bit on his tyre as well. Butcher, Orlin, Hodgson, Rillarts, your top 5. That's the UK, Sweden, UK, Belgium, and then Japan 5th with Kenta Kumagai. George Kafantaris is 6th, Aaron Krepsik 7th, Theo Kakati 8th. Again, a great result yesterday for Theo, but he ran wide going through turn number 1, and then we didn't see the incident that caused him to run off at turn number 12. But in a race like that, where everybody sort of has the same mindset of just focusing on driving and not battling, it was always going to be hard for Theo to sort of catch up and regain the places that he lost.
Something that has to be borne in mind, this level of racing, one small mistake doesn't just cost you one position, it costs you 2 to 3.
Yes.
And then if one of them runs you wide, you're going to lose another 2. And that's exactly what happened to Theo. And then after he ran out very wide, which means you got a bit of dirt on your tires, and that takes another 4 laps before you can really start pushing again.
So let's have a look as the sun continues to beat down on this this ocean of sand here in Bahrain. Butcher, Olin, Hodgson, Rularts, Kumagai, Kafantaris, Krepsik, Kakati, Papachena, and Ifrit. Then Rahali, Konic, Pastrian, Van Verven, Trobech, Richter, Petrovic, and Tiralau. Looking back down the order as we look at the second half of the result sheet, and you can find your favourite driver. To pick out a couple of names. Sadly, we lost Timothy Pernod on the last lap, and William Helgstrand. Fahad Al-Khaled from Kuwait also coming into a couple of issues, but Jen Wade continues to roam around the pit lane and paddock to bring you as many interviews as possible. Over to you, Jen.
I wanted to catch you. What a great race, but also not the result you want. I know, but so good to have you back here.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be back. So winning it 10 years ago really changed the course of my life and kept me involved in karting ever since. So it's very nice to be able to go full circle and be back. And yeah, I mean, we all want to win all these heats, but I'm pretty happy where we're tracking. I think the biggest part of the game is yet to come. So it's going to be, who comes out of this stage kind of with the most ability to be able to drive this kart fast in the final.
What about this circuit?
Interesting. So I enjoy it a lot when we're in the middle of the day. It's hot because it might look like it's pretty fast and easy, but the kart's trying to move and the way it catches the rubber in the center of the corner. So that's a niche that's fun. But it's very different because it's so high speed. We're not using the brakes for any long period of time, or there's no really slow corners. So that's definitely different to most tracks I've driven on.
We see you a lot of the time, obviously, in the US now, working with J3, the Rotax importer. What's it like to be racing with Team UK?
Yeah, I guess it's nice because Motorsport UK helped me a lot with getting my American work visa. So it's nice to be wearing the colours of my country, and very happy. Obviously, J3 support me in doing so, and yeah, I guess it's kind of sitting in the corner there is very competitive. And I'm working closer with J3 than I am Team UK. It's probably anyone who knows this event, that comes as not a shock. Maybe some people watching from the outside, that might seem surprising, but it's just purely because everyone races all year so competitively. Everyone's in their own little close circle.
All the communities inside the big family.
Yeah.
We're going to say good luck, and we hope to see you on Sunday there once again at the top.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be trying my best to stand up there once again.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, good to hear from Oliver Hodgson. And yes, his quest for a second Grand Finals triumph is certainly well underway. There's Daniel Hausworth from Austria, who will be starting up the front of the grid, towards the front of the grid in our next senior race. We were talking there, myself and Philip, off microphone about, it's obviously Oliver Kruglov and Khalid Shalash, two of the drivers involved in that incident yesterday, not out there, and we were debating whether that could be irreparable kart damage, or drivers who are thinking, okay, I shouldn't be, driving on my head. It's a strange thing. Every driver here will have rolled their kart at some point, you yourself included. You've just got to get up and get on with it and not think about it, don't you?
The best way after a crash is to just say, oh, that just happened, but I'll continue. taking an emotional hit is never a good idea, because it won't just hurt you for the rest of the week, it'll hurt you in the long term. Because, for example, if you go back to the track, you'll instantly remember, oh, this is where I rolled, this is where it hurt. And then you'll start having reduced pace. And then that kind of mental thought will stick in the back of your head, and every track you think the same thing, oh, I could roll here. And that's never a good thing to have.
Now, let's have a little glance at the grandstand. You can see the blue T-shirt there in the background of Chatas Ferenc Konchar from Hungary, a double DD2 champion. In the foreground, you've got Louis Large and his dad. There was a few other personalities. Audron Henry from Ireland was in that shot as well. Eric Haystack, he is very much in this shot. The South African driver in kart number 316, the 15-year-old African Open champion from Pretoria. He'll be starting alongside, there's Treveglois's Matthew Higgins, and further back there, that's our Colombian Micromax driver, sitting with the orange lettering on his T-shirt. There's part of Team Romania in the grandstand. And here's our on-board camera. This would be the number 342 kart of Jack Webster, starting right at the back of the grid, Philippe. We're going to get some good footage right from the NASA panel on this on-board camera, and he's got Mr. Stepanov in front of him. This is Senior Rotax Max, supported by Sodi Kart. 36 karts out on the circuit, including Gustavo Correa from Argentina, with a few scrapes and bruises, but it's Kai Hunter and yesterday's winner Macaulay Bishop on row number 1. Daniel Houseworth and Ethan Jeff Hall on row 2. Austin Lee and Matthew Higgins are next up. Then it's Lewis Gilbert from Scotland and Eric Haystack on row 4. Lewis Gilbert looks suspiciously like Kai Hunter on that graphics kit. Laurent Lego and the poster boy Theo Eriksson round out your top 10. Miska Kaskinen and Mohamed Al Hassan round out the top 6 rows, ahead of Mark Kimber, 3-time champion, and Paul Hamburg, Proseccio Harja and Jules Roussel on row 8. Then Francisco Grimaldi, Enzo Prando, Tobias Clausen and Thiago Diaz, your top 20. Alexandra Baltasu from Romania, Bradley Hewson, Francisco Macedo and Oliver Kerg are on row 12. The rest of the field with Casey Enso Smith back in the kart after hit the crash yesterday. Dudu Barrichello right down towards the back. Look also for Jack Webster starting shotgun on the field. Lights are out. Oh no, they're not. They're orange, which means the false start. There goes at the bottom of the screen, Jack Webster. So you've got several drivers in this race who were in that huge accident yesterday. Clayton Enter Smith, Casey, and Gustavo Correa being 2 of them. You know, as you were talking about, they've forgotten about it. There's Correa. You can see on the Argentine race suit. He's forgotten about it, and it's just you can't think about it because you have to go through turn number 2 flat out like it never happened.
Exactly, don't think about what happened, push forwards, and this will be a really cool onboard from Jack Webster here.
Yeah, I hope that we get to see this. I'm pushing my luck here, because I never tell Andreas Kart Data what to do, because he's the man. However, I would love to see a start from the onboard camera from the back of the field. We know that Hunter, Bishop, Houseworth and Jeff Hall are leading, but when you have 35 karts in front of you and 10 laps to make your move, Webster, it's as if my prayers have been answered. So, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the main screen for the battle for the lead. Watch how Jack Webster tries to navigate his way through the first couple of corners in what could be a very, very exciting race. They're into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start. Philip, you watch Webster to see what he's doing. I'll call the action at the front. It's a great start from Hunter. Bishop is there. Jeff Hall, I think, has fallen down a couple of places. The whole field cycled through the roller coaster up towards turn number 5, and we're going to move for the lead. That looks like Bishop trying to attack, or is it Ethan Jeff Hall trying to attack Kai Hunter? How has Webster been doing? Oh, He's wide, is what he is.
Yeah, he had a decent start, gained 2 positions, but then tried to go around the outside. There's a really mean curve there that...
Oh no, there's a pile-up coming through turn number 10. That has taken out half a dozen drivers, maybe more. Carts scattering everywhere. That would have been right in front of Jack Webster, so we may be able to see what happened there, but we'll catch up what has gone on. So, Austin Lee, that was the leaders. The leaders were involved in that. Oh my word, Bishop, Jeff Hall, both gone. Kai Hunter down to 6th. It's Austin Lee from Germany who has the advantage. He's got a huge lead. Daniel Hausworth is 2nd. Then it is Gilbert, Legault, Kimber, Kai Hunter, Grimaldi, Kaskinen, Higgins and Dudu Barrichello from 28th to 10th. Oh, that was Kai Hunter, Macaulay Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall battling for the lead on the opening lap, and it all went wrong.
That's really interesting, because now they have to start fighting the next session. Let's see, and hopefully for them they will get into the finals. Presumably they have got max points in the sessions before. They should get into. Let's have a look at the replay.
Let's have a look. So you can see they're 3 wide coming into turn number 10, and the leader had gone, and there's 2 British drivers catching their wheels. Oh my word! That was in front of the entire field, and you can see one driver going over the grass, and that was rear wheel to rear wheel contact going into the right-hander at turn 10, and suddenly 2 carts go broadside, and they were just punching bags. Matthew Higgins has had to retire. Jeff Hall is out. Eric Haystack, who started up there, the South African driver, is out. Looking back, Tobias Clausen was involved. So was Jules Roussel. So was Paul Hamburg. Bishop is down to 28th position. The whole complexion of the race has changed. It's Austin Lee, Daniel Hausworth and Lewis Gilbert from Scotland in 3rd position. Then it's Canada's Laurent Legault, Kai Hunter and Mark Kimber are next. Now, Austin Lee had already got into the lead by the time of that accident. We saw the drivers coming down towards turn number 6. We saw Hunter, Jeff Hall and Bishop all battling. Somehow, when they got to this corner here, they all ran each other wide. Lee had got the lead, and they were fighting for 2nd when the accident happened.
And looking at the pace from Austin Lee, he's struggling with. He's 3/10 slower the last lap to Daniel Hausworth. This is going to be a real interesting fight in the top 3.
Webster is still behind Stepanov, but they started 34th and 36th. They're now running 19th and 20th. Oh, Webster up the inside at turn 12. He's going to lose out there to Stepanov, and he's going to lose again. I'm trying to see who that was going to. Cooper O'Clair going through. Vongsapat Katsiri going through. You can see the Thai driver in front of us now. Hewson, Diaz and Jing Xuan Ling are also involved in an incident on this lap. We had a nice calm opening race, but Lee has been caught for the race lead.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, before this is exactly what happened. He did a small mistake and lost 2 positions, but now let's have a look at the race at the lead. The top 3 are really in the trade now. Slipstream is a big factor now. Presumably, they're going to be bumper to bumper by turn 1.
Yes, down the hill, the top 3. Lee, Hausworth and Gilbert. Then Laurent Legault from Canada. Kai Hunter. Big hi to Joe Bradley and the crew up at Karting Northeast. Big hello to Scott Campbell and the crew in Canada supporting Laurent Legault. Kai Hunter like an absolute rocket ship. Moving into 4th position. The Black Cat from Sunderland, from Horton Le Spring. Here's Sunderland, there's another driver at the side of the circuit. That's Thiago Diaz's kart. Gustavo Correa is 27th after his roll yesterday. Casey Smith up to 15th. We've got Theo Eriksson running 12th. Mohamed Al Hassan is 11th for Bahrain. Eduardo Barrichello still inside the top 10. Macedo, Stepanov, Webster, O'Clair and Tish Darms all in the top 20. But Austin Lee, now we're on lap number 6. Lee got caught, and he looks as though he's broken away a little bit again.
Yeah, Gilbert just had a move into turn 8 on the Austrian, now in P2. Of course, every overtake costs a bit of time. Now, depending on the pace difference, Gilbert might still have the chance, since there's 3 laps remaining, to catch up.
Let's have a little look. Here is Webster trying to finally get past Stepanov. Oh, that's Cooper O'Clair getting sideways. And, oh, that was number 326 kart of... Let's try and see. It was definitely a British driver. It was Macaulay Bishop, and I think Bishop there going for a move on our camera cart as he tried to recover, and it went wrong again. And at the moment, Tom Dussault didn't have the best of luck with our camera cart in juniors, and now Webster not having the best of luck in seniors. Daniela Ora, who has the camera cart, and Matias Rodriguez in Masters and DD2 are probably running to kart data and going, take it off, take it off.
Yeah, he's going to be really frustrated. It didn't start well for him that he had to start at the back of the grid. Then he catched up through the grid, went up to all the way up to the 25th, I think, and then now another incident put him all the way back again.
Here we go. Lewis Gilbert closing in on Austin Lee. Austin Lee, born in Portland, Oregon, based now in Germany, raced in the British Championship, but he's got no answer. The Diamond of Dalry, Lewis Gilbert, fires his way up the inside going into turn number 10. A good clean move. Gilbert leads. We've already had one Scottish race winner this week with Cole Denham. Could we be about to have another? I can imagine Douglas G in the place to be is looking at this with very proud Scottish eyes. The job isn't done yet though, because Hunter is up into 3rd position and Kai Hunter on a mission. 4th is Kimber. Houseworth and Laurent Legault have both been dispatched by the 3-time champion. Houseworth in that blue crash helmet, he's kept himself out of trouble. For him, he may not have the pace of the top 3 or 4 in the class, but if he can stay consistently in the top 4 and 5 in every single one of his heat races, that's going to set him up pretty well for the final.
Yeah, and also Kai Hunter will now start smelling the exhaust fumes from Austin Lee, really want to catching up, maybe even getting a P2 depending on the pace of the German. But also Gilbert, he still has to look backwards, defending for the Germans.
Yeah, because Lee is in the slipstream. Austin Lee's and a little signal there to Lewis Gilbert saying it's okay, let's go, and that's a sign of maturity from Austin Lee. It's his first year as a senior driver, and I have to say at the start of the year he could be a little bit impetuous, could Austin, but he is maturing, and I think mature or not, he is about to have to deal with Kai Hunter, and I think Kai Hunter in this type of mood shall not be denied, although Lee thinks about defending and Kai Hunter goes, you defend coming in, I'm going to pass you coming out. Will Kai Hunter squeeze Austin Lee like a spot? No, he lets him sit there a little bit, but yes, I think Austin Lee could be under pressure, and of course here comes Mark Kimber in 4th place. No move there. Last lap, 2 corners to go. Lewis Gilbert will take the victory. Austin Lee holds on to 2nd. Hunter is 3rd. Kimber 4th. Then a good battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Houseworth, Legault, Grimaldi and Kaskin. In fact, Laurent Legault passes Houseworth on the last lap. Proseccio Harder, a top 10 finish. I did it once. There we go, Henry. I've done it once. I called Eduardo Rubens once. I won't do it again. If I do it again, Philip, permission to punch me in the commentary box.
Will do, will do.
Here's a little look back here. What are we looking at there? Look at the different driving style of Mark Kimber. Look at the drivers coming through this corner, and watch how Kimber moves his body from one side to the other. It's the traditional Kimber lean.
It's something not many drivers do, and it's not possible for every driver. Drivers that are very light and not very tall, they don't have the body weight that it has an effect. Drivers that are rather tall or heavier than others, they don't have as much extra weight mounted to the seat, and it does actually have a small effect.
So yeah, by moving your body around in the kart, you can affect the handling. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, of course. So you want to get as much pressure on the outside tires as possible, since those are the ones that are guiding you through the corners. By putting more pressure, by putting your entire body weight onto them, this is the way you get the most traction.
It's what you see, I suppose, in the wet. Drivers do it a lot in the wet, trying to get as much weight over that rear tyre in the wet so it bites.
Yeah, the only difference to them, the DD2s, for example, is since they have front brakes as well, you will see them in the wets even leaning forwards to get extra pressure on those front tires.
Well, I mean, that's absolutely fascinating. But I doubt we're going to be able to see an example of that this week, being as though that the potential for a rain shower is somewhere between 0 and 0.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not expecting any drops of rain, and I like that. I'm a better driver as well in the dry, and it's more tidy as well. The racing is more intense as well, since you can do more overtakes.
Yes, there is Lewis Gilbert and his mechanic. He's another Welshman, Luke Hughes, getting his arms out there. It's a dangerous thing for a Welshman. You know, when you're Welsh, you go from naught to lobster in 60 seconds when the sun dares come out. Austin Lee looking quite pleased with his work. Kai Hunter, not so. Looks over. We'll have a little chat there. Well, I don't like that. I don't know. I don't even know what that was all about. You know.
Mechanic is now going to try to please him and tell him, look, you're still in the
calm
finals.
Down. You were still fast. Yes, you were still fast. He goes, well, I don't even know what they were doing, lad. Anyway, enough of my Sunderland accent. Terrible. People might even think I was from Newcastle with an accent that bad. Oh dear. Lewis Gilbert, Austin Lee, Kai Hunter, your top three. Mark Kimber in fourth, Laurent Legault in fifth. Then it was Daniel Houseworth, Francisco Grimaldi, Miska Kaskin, Eduardo Barrichello, and Proseccio Harja. Proseccio Harja is having an absolutely fantastic grand finals in the number 364 kart. This is the first time since 2017 that he was in the grand finals. He finished 20th that year. He's having a much better run. Mohamed Al Hassan in 11th, then Enzo Prando, Theo Eriksson in 13th, and you look at Alexandra Baltasu from Romania in 27th. The two Estonian drivers, Oliver Kurgan and Paul Hamburg, a little bit lower down than what they wanted to, but just look at the list of retirements. Cooper O'Clair, who was involved in that incident with Macaulay Bishop and our camera car, Jack Webster. Jing Swan Lean and Thiago Diaz, they had an incident at the corner you're looking at on your screen now, turn number 6, and of course, 3 drivers involved in that first lap collision: Ethan Jeff Hall, Matthew Higgins, and Eric Haystack. We know how quick Ethan Jeff Hall and Higgins are. Their task has got a lot harder, but Jenny Wade is down in the pit lane chatting to some member of the paddock.
From Vroom, one of our partners as well.
Hi Jen, it's Fabio from Vroom. I'm Antonio, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I know you guys. They're pretending like they don't know me. Okay, I know you. We don't always see each other, but it's nice that you're here in Bahrain.
Yeah, it's nice. We always been calling this like the Motorsport Olympics. So it's nice for us to be here. As a magazine, we always put the driver first. So it's the kind of racing we like. You have all on the same machinery and a race which is enjoyable for each driver. So we really like this kind of racing. In particular, this time we are focusing on the girls on track. Someone told me that there are 7 of them here, and we are making something special with them. So you will see on our website something special about them.
Of course, we met last year in Portimao. You came back. You loved it so much, Antonio.
Yeah, I'm back finally here in the Grand Finals. I'm really happy to be here. It's the greatest event in karting, in my opinion. I really love it. And catch up on our websites and on our social media because there are a lot of contents. So stay updated with us.
Yeah, so follow on Vroom, and we look forward to it. We're going to go watch the next race.
Yeah, okay,
Thank you.
Let's go. Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from our partners at Zoom. We move on now to DD2 Masters. I was going to be joined in the commentary box by one of the team members from the Bahrain International Circuit, but I think obviously, well, the team here at Bahrain have been working so tirelessly here. I can understand that Saleh Hassan is probably busy elsewhere, but it does give me a chance to call a race solo. Unfortunately for you, you have to put up with just me watching back home. Please keep your comments coming in on social media, where you're watching from and who you are cheering for. Yesterday it was Dennis Thum from Germany who took the win. There is the number 508 car of Dennis Thum. Looking at his Grand Finals record, 6th last year, 10th back in 2019. He's always very, very happy, and quite sensibly, a lot of the Masters drivers trying to find shade where they can. These are the drivers that are 31 years and older, and we're looking there at the number 515 kart of Maxime Gravouet. He was the international trophy winner at Le Mans. There's the number 505 of Christoph Adams. He was the 2007 DD2 Masters champion. He won Max Masters as well in 2009. 59 years young now for the La Poutrelle racing driver. And because it's his last race, we've allowed to keep the team name just this once for the inimitable Christoph Adams. Good crash helmet design there. It's got a couple of Euro notes on it for Federico Rossi, the 36-year-old from Riccione in Italy. There's Rubens Barrichello focused. He's got the retro Barrichello style crash helmet now. 51 years old, still the reigning Brazilian stock car champion, and showing that he has lost none of his fire. And but of course Rubens is here as a racing dad more than anything else, and he will have been overjoyed by Eduardo's performance in the previous race, and that will give Rubens a huge boost going into this race, because you know, he does, both himself and Fernando Barrichello, who is testing a Formula 4 car the week after this event, and Rubens will be jetting out to, I can't remember where it is, it's Spain possibly, to watch FIFO's Formula 4 test. Yeah, Rubens, he thinks, well, if I'm going to be at a racetrack with my sons, I may as well get in a cart or a vehicle myself. There, the 2023 Bahrain World Championship. Fantastic crash helmet. Is that a... without wanting to cast, there's some spaghetti on top of his helmet. That is table 17. Weight clean-up on table 17 for Francesco Rossi. There's Theo Naquara in the foreground of our shot there. One of my co-commentators this week. He'll be back later on in the red t-shirt, having a bit of a yawn there. That's Gianluca Savaglio's dad. Sorry, Mr. Savaglio. I hope we're not keeping you awake. As waiting for Gianluca to go out. He'll be in the first DD2 heat race later on. Here we go then, 10 laps on the Charles Leclerc chassis for the DD2 Masters drivers. Here is your starting lineup. New Zealand's Matt Kinsman, who has got plenty of support from back home in New Zealand, and a big hi to Tiffany Chittenden, who is watching in the UK but is now based in New Zealand. I hope that you're doing well, and tell your dad, behave yourself, Mike. Now it is Dennis Thum on the outside of row number 1, Nicola Pico and Federico Rossi on row number 2. Then it's Rodrigo Eckel, Rubens Barrichello on row 3, Dmitry Kofanov and Vivian Cusack-Pico on row 4, Antti Ollikainen and Carl Claribo on row 5, Juan Duque and Derek Wang, Captain America on row 6, Jan Adriano and Martinas Tankevicius on row 7, our camera cart, Matias Rodriguez on row 8 alongside Martin Konopka from Slovakia. Then Maxime Gravouet Grabaway, Lucas Souza, Mikolas Masinas, Ben Cooper, who shot up the order from 20th to 5th, but then had a nose cone penalty, starts back in P20 again. Adams, Hogg, Howard. Be like Hilltop Hoods for Scott Howard, starting from the nosebleed section. Here we go, 10 laps to go, lights are out, we are off and racing. It's a good start. Oh, and in the middle of the pack, Howard sideways. Oh, dearie me, that could have been nasty. Our Minimax commentator, Kyle Lawrence, is also in the middle of the pack there for South Africa. So hopefully that everyone is okay. There is the bright blue and green Chile race suit of Rodrigo Eckholt, the pink crash helmet, diving up the inside into turn number 8. And see where Scott Howard's supposed to be starting down towards the back. Billy Cleveland also down at the back, Henry Gruber, Nick Izani. Roger Young has gained quite a few places, and Roger is going to be joining me on commentary for the final 2 senior Rotax races of the day. So it's been great to hear from the island of Taiwan and Chinese Taipei. We'll talk about the upcoming Asia Festival, but at the end of lap number 1, it's Kinsman from Pico, Tum, Rossi. It was Mikolas Masinas, Scott Howard coming together. Howard has come across the line, and sadly Kyle Lawrence also looked like he was involved in that incident. He's dropped back to 31st. Daniel Zions has gained quite a few places, but the lead group, well, it's Matthew Kinsman trying to make the great escape. Here's Matias Rodriguez chasing Maxime Grabaway from France up towards turn 10. This is the reverse corkscrew. 10, flick back, 11, downhill through this kink. We're going to get onto the brakes at turn 12, not close enough to make a move. You'll line up Grabaway for a move through 13 and 14. Matias Rodriguez currently in 17th position. Antiola Kainen has fallen back to 14th. Ben Cooper up to 13th as we crest the rise on the roller coaster. It's Kinsman, Tum, Pico, Rossi, Eckholt, Barrichello, Tankevicius, Claribolt, Wang, Konopka. Your top 10. They're all chasing the runaway leader, Matt Kinsman, at the top of our screen. 2 karts come together. One of them is Dmitry Kofanov. The other was, I think, Vivian Cusack-Pico. Kofanov has stopped. Cusack-Pico is cruising around, possibly also about to retire. But Kinsman's lead is 1.3 seconds, and with the front brakes on these Masters karts, that is not an insurmountable gap to make up. It is trickier to pass in a Masters in a DD2 kart around here. Not impossible by any stretch of the imagination. And that medical man might want to look round and look at the oncoming go-karts. Oh, Barrichello goes wide coming out of turn number 4. Yellow flags being waved there with a white race suit. Exit stage left. That was Dmitry Kofanov, the Kyrgyzstan entered driver. Kinsman's lead still 1.3 seconds. Tum now pulling away from new third place driver Eckholt. Eckholt, oh, there's a bit of elbowing going on, going through turn number 10 there. The sun glinting off these Charles Leclerc chassis. The Mojo tyres working very, very hard on a very hot and sticky track surface here in Bahrain. We complete lap 4. Kinsman, 1.5 seconds in front of Tum. Eckholt, Rossi, Tankevicius, Barrichello, Claribo, Pico down to 8th. Wang and Cooper round out your top 10. The top 2 are clear, and then with yellow flags still waving at the top of the hill, no overtaking there. That is that's Kofanov's kart. Lucas Souza has also retired. Look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers all battling for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th place, side by side. Tankevicius to the inside of Rossi. Give the Lithuanian driver P4. And now Barrichello at the inside of Eckholt. Rubens Barrichello makes the move. Rodrigo Eckholt lost a couple of positions on this lap. Barrichello now up into 5th position. Looks over his shoulder to make sure that Eckholt doesn't come back at the inside. Oh, and Eckholt loses another place. That was Nicola Pico making a very aggressive move going into turn number 1. Barrichello now running in 5th, up towards turn number 5. Tankavicius in front of Barrichello makes the move on Federico Rossi. So it's Tankavicius P3, Rossi 4th, Barrichello in 5. Down towards turn number 8. Behind the Brazilian Rubens Barrichello comes Pico, Eckholt, Cooper, Claribo, Wang, Konopka, our camera cart, Rodriguez. There's the move by Ben Cooper on Nicola Pico to put the Canadian 3-time Grand Final champion into P7. Down the hill we go, running lap 6 out of 10. And Kinsman's lead has stabilised at 1.6 seconds over Toom. Toom has a 2-second lead over Tankavicius, who is the fastest driver on circuit at the moment is Ben Cooper. How many more positions can Cooper make up? Oh, Rossi is in trouble here. Rossi is in trouble. I think that kart might be developing some sort of problem because Rossi is going backwards. Here is Rodriguez now moving up to Eckholt, who's also going backwards. Eckholt gets put to the sword. Derek Wang is next for the flying Argentine Matias Rodriguez. He's got Captain America gives him a signal saying, Rodriguez, assemble behind me, preferably. And Rodriguez thinks, oh, I'm not quite sure about that, Captain America. Oh, waved yellow flags going into turn number 11. You can see a driver walking away from his cart. Oh, that's Kyle Lawrence. Oh, Kyle Lawrence and Scott Howard have both retired, and hope Kyle's okay. His mood when he comes back for the Minimax races later on may not be quite as jovial. He said he was going to have fun. He said, when you're fast, you have fun. And in this race, sadly, Kyle was neither fast and there was no fun to be had because he's watching the rest of the race from the sideline. Meanwhile, Kinsman's lead is shrinking, although it does appear as though Kinsman is sort of managing the gap now over Dennis Thum. Thum has got a very, very quick go-kart under him, however. Tankavicius in 3rd, then a train of karts for 4th place, led still just by Rossi. Rossi has got Barrichello, Cooper, Pico, then Wang, Rodriguez and Eckholt right behind him. We move on to the penultimate lap of the race. Through turn 2, now begins the elevation changes. Looking a little bit further back, there's Tankavicius in the black, yellow and green of Team Lithuania. And still, well, Barrichello has been passed by Ben Cooper. Cooper is now looking at the rear bumper of Rossi's kart, and I have to say that Ben Cooper out on the outside of Rubens Barrichello at turn 5 in yesterday's heat race. Rubens won't be too happy about this young upstart Ben Cooper. Trump passed him twice in 2 races, and you know, Ben Cooper's been thinking, well, Rubens, you may have 325 Formula 1 starts to your name, but do you have a driving academy like I do in Canada? I don't think so. And fastest lap for the Anglo-Canadian driver, 53.359 seconds. And Cooper is about to make, well, Rossi, Rossi makes a mistake going through turn number 1. I was going to say Rossi's got the pastor on his helmet, but Cooper's about to make a smorgasbord out of him, and Rossi loses 2 places, and Barrichello capitalises, and so okay, Rubens, you're never too old to learn a trick or two, and now he's following Ben Cooper. I hope Rubens has got his notepad out. Ben Cooper checks over his shoulder. Cooper on this, the final lap, runs in 4th position, Barrichello in 5th, but not to be denied, Matthew Kinsman, New Zealand have another race winner. They won this class with Ryan Urban in 2015, and they've got another potential winner on their hands this year in Matthew Kinsman. Dennis Thum in 2nd, Martinez Tankavicius is 3rd, Cooper is 4th, 5th for Barrichello, Rossi hangs on to 6th for Rodriguez in 7th, Pico in 8th, Wang is 9th, and Martin Konopka rounding out the top 10 ahead of Carl Cleribo, Maxim Gravaway, Jan Adriano, Juan Duque and Henrich Gruber, with Christoph Adams, Rodrigo Eckholt, Antti Olakainen, Javier Campo and Vivian Cusack-Pico rounding out the top 20. Further back we have Michelson, Andreasen, Young, Mendes, Izani, Cleveland, Zions and Tony Hogg. David LaPlante retired, so did Javier Gonzalez, so did Kyle Lawrence, Scott Howard, Dmitry Kofanov, Lucas Souza and Nicolas Masinas. Sadly, Sung-Hoon Moon from South Korea has had to withdraw from the event after a very spectacular crash in practice, from which he is thankfully unharmed. Woof! There is a desultory glance from number 508, Dennis Toom. Well, I don't know why he shouldn't be upset. He's finished second and has probably secured pole position or pole position. Matthew Kinsman, he's certainly going to be on the front row of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. It's the only Masters race of the day. We're going to see the results very shortly. We're going to show you the results, but as you look at the race results and some of the images from around this wonderful event, there are the Sea-Doos in the background, the stewards' rooms. We'll be back very shortly. The next two races up will be DD2 Rotax's Ultimate Class. Here are the results of Masters.
Rubens, great to have you back here again. Third time at the grand finals, but what a race. Really close there, and also fighting with Martinez Tankavicius as well.
Yeah, no, it was a good fight. We need to look after Cooper. Cooper is flying. So apart from that, the old man is doing okay. So I'm over the moon to be here. Eduardo just had a fantastic race from 28th to 9th third year. He's dead up.
Yeah. Of course, last time he just missed out on the podium. I'm sure this time he's really, really working hard to be there.
He's working really hard, as much as I am. It's my first time in Masters. There are some 32-year-old here, man. Hey, I'm 51. Just it's a wake-up call for the rules, but I'm not crying. I'm over the moon. What I enjoy the most is for people they don't know me and they come and they want to say, wow, what a race, and so on. It's fantastic. I still enjoy so much.
It's fantastic, and I think this class is really one of the best.
Yes, it is, and it's a good fight. I love DD2, and I love this event. It's really a nice event.
Well, we hope you keep qualifying every year so you can come back and race again, because they're going to get older, but they're also going to get younger every year. You know that.
Yeah, we're definitely going to try it again. So I want to say hi to all the brasileiros que estão vendo aí. Muito obrigado. Tamo junto. Valeu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's great to hear. Ruben's smiling, and joining me once again in the commentary box, the DD2 races, Zsombor Kovacs, a former vice champion here in the grand finals. Zsombor, the DD2 class, the ultimate class. We saw Leonardo Baccaglini running away with the first race yesterday, and we're going to see him again very shortly. We saw a nice battle in heat number 2 as well, didn't we?
Exactly. Yesterday he made an impressive job. I think once you have the rhythm, it's pretty hard to lose it. So I think we can expect quite similar from him.
Yes, we can indeed. 2 10-lap races. There's Leonardo Baccaglini. That's a Jody Scheckter style crash helmet there. A little bit of a nod to the history of our sport. Daniel Maulem competing this week as a neutral athlete in the blue and white race suit. And then you have the number 4, 3, 4 kart. That is Antoine Barbaroux, the international trophy champion. The Italian driver there, number 414, Michael Rossina. Gianluca Savaglio is also there from Canada. You've got Italy, Finland, France, Denmark, Hungary, Bent Sabo. What would you advise? Okay, if you're sitting in Bent Sabo's seat right now, how did he do yesterday? What would be your thought process going forward?
Hopefully this time the rear bumper stays on. So I think that's the main thing. So I think if everything goes well, he can be up there. So I'm pretty sure of him.
Yes, he can. Again, it's one of those things. Now, I couldn't quite see. Was he excluded yesterday eventually?
No.
The bumper stayed on.
Exactly.
Just about.
Attached. So then I think P14 at the end. So it's not that it's better than DNF or something.
Of course. Looking down the order, some of these drivers, the 4-3-8 of Ruben Kverkilt from Norway, under a bit more pressure, starting down towards the back. Look at that. People watching the DD2 class, they call it Rotax's ultimate class. This is why.
Exactly, there is a reason for it. So it should be a reason to that.
And a big hello, speaking of Finland, we've got a couple of Finnish drivers, Axel Sarniala in the thing. Jussi Laaksonen, Turbo, one of Rotax's real characters. I know that Jussi has not been wonderfully well this year. He's on the mend. He's in work, watching it at home, looking well. You know, everyone knows Turbo, don't they?
From the winter, from the snow.
From the snow. Plenty of snow in Finland, and we hope that Jussi Laaksonen Turbo Racing can get a driver back to the grand finals very, very soon. Here we go then, 10 laps, and everyone watching this keenly. Your starting lineup in DD2 is as follows. All on the Birrell ART chassis. It's going to be Italy's Leonardo Baccaglini and Daniel Maulem on row number 1. Row 2, Axel Sarniala, who I'm sure is being cheered on heartily by Turbo back in Finland, alongside Antoine Barbaroux. Rasmus Vendelbo and Michael Rossina on row 3. Bent Sabo from Hungary and Gianluca Savaglio on row number 4. Martin Sianowskis and Kane Cherry in row 5. Harry the Ryan Hannum and Alexander Plotnikov on row 6. Antoine Brochio and Lucas Pernod, row 7. Pernod retired from his first race. Anthony Millet and William Exton on row number 8. Daniela Ora, our camera cart, and Berenek Vida on row number 9. Matt Taskiner and Yannick Jacobs round out the top 20. Tom Braken and Olivier Bedard on row number 11. Thomas Masado, Patrick Lockmellis on row number 12. We look down the order at the rest of the starters. 10 laps, 36 drivers. If you're down at the back like Luke Armstrong, Leonardo Principali, Juan Pablo Rico, this is the time you have to go. If you're Baccaglini, who has a good start, takes the lead, you could try and manage the race as much as possible. Through turn number 1, a spinner, and that is the red and white race suit, possibly Martin Janowskis, although it did look slightly Peruvian as well. Could be our camera cart, Daniela Ora. The camera cart has not had good luck so far today. Apart from Matias Rodriguez did quite well, but it was Gianluca Savaglio, the red and white suit of Team Canada, who went out. But up at the front, Zombo Baccaglini, he hasn't had the same great start that he had in race number 1. He's leading, but not by a huge amount.
Yes, for sure. So now as Sarniala started to defend, I think he can make a little bit of gap behind him. I'm happy for Benda because he is at the moment P4 and the speed is looking quite alright in the first lap, but we will see what's going on later.
Well, you're back at Gleedy, and here comes the move. That's second place. That's Rasmus Vendelbo up the inside of Axel Sanyala. Savaglio has come across the line in 36th position, so we'll monitor Gianluca's progress, although he is 1.5 seconds behind 35th place driver Juan Pablo Rico. Let's see how quickly the number 452 driver, the 18 to 19-year-old from Toronto, can pick his way to the pack. Baccaglini once again looking like he's in control side by side. Sanyalas, Daniel Maulam fighting back.
Yes, he made a move on Benda. It was a bit of unlucky for Benda, but a good move from Daniel. So
and now Benda is under pressure. That was Martin Janowskis, I think, trying to make a move. Benda's got to defend, but if he defends too much, the front group in front of him will pull away even more.
Yes, that's always either you bite into one of your hands. So for the moment, for sure, he needed to defend a few corners, but now he just need to push and catch up the guys in front of him.
Yeah, because now the driver that was attacking Benta, Martin Janowskis, is now being put under pressure from Harry Hannum, and the Lion sharpening his claws in what is only his second ever DD2 race. Hannum moves up into P6. Then there's a big gap, 3 seconds almost, down to Plotnikov, Racina, Barbarou, Cherian, Pernod, Taskinen and Broggio. We got 2 carts off the side of the circuit, both New Zealanders, William Exton and Josh Bethune, out of the race. Let's have a little look. Are we going to see, not going to see the incident? There goes Baccaglini. Here comes Vendelbo Sarnalia. What are we looking at? The driving style? They're moving around in the seats.
Especially, yes, because you are coming from uphill downwards, so it's a little bit of jump in the track as well. So it's a quite nice corner, to be honest.
There's Harry Hannum just skimming the curve. Front wheel lifting off.
Lifting off, yeah.
What does that tell you about the handling of the car when you see you're coming through a left hand with the left front is slightly off the ground? Does that mean the car is too grippy, handling well, or what?
It's just the car tries to stick, but it cannot. So that's why the front wheel is lifting off.
So you think that's not a great thing?
Not really. Not really. No. You don't want that too much to have.
No, not too much. But Daniela Ora has stopped, as has Michael Racina and Anthony Millet. So already 5 retirements in the opening 3 laps of this race, and that's a real shame for Racina, who's very quick. In fact, Racina has come around, but he lost 13 seconds on the last lap. Mie and Daniela Ora, I noticed coming out of turn number 8, Ora was sat in her cart. There was a marshal with her. So obviously another incident coming out of turn number 8. And of course, is that because drivers don't have to worry about track limits? There's Daniela Ora up and out of her car walking away. Drivers diving into turn 8 a lot more aggressively because they know that they don't have to worry about track limits?
Yes, exactly, and that's another point. From that corner is quite opened up at the exit, so you can be a bit braver than the rest of the track.
But of course, you eventually do have to come back onto the track, which sometimes causes, one
Big
cart
problems.
on the line and another cart coming back across wheel-to-wheel contact. We've seen that several times.
Yes, it can happen easily.
Now, Bacaglini pulling away, Sanyala, Vendelbo and Maulam giving chase. Then a little gap back to Zabo, Hanum, Janovskis, Barbaru in 8th, Plotnikov 9th, Kane Cherian rounding out the top 10. At what point does Bacaglini start to look after his tyres? We're on lap 6 out of 10, and Bacaglini's lead is 1 second. Sanyala on this lap is going quite quickly though.
Yeah, in this lap Sanyala is faster, so I think at the moment Bacaglini cannot really slow down too much, because otherwise they will catch him easily. So we will see what he can do. At the moment, I think he needs to push to make a little bit of more gap as well.
Yeah, so he can't relax just yet. It's quite spread out the front. There's Harry Hanum putting his head down to try and close in on Ben Sabo. Why do drivers tuck their heads down behind the NASA panel? Why do you do that?
I don't know, because I'm not that tall. But to be honest, it's like our dynamic thing, and for sure, your blood is just rushing you, and you want to push it more and more.
Yeah, because air comes over the top of the NASA panel. You've seen NASA panels, the design has changed. There's now a little bit of a pocket in them, a little hole in the plastic. That's obviously, it's been wind tunnel tested.
Yes.
These go-karts, they are designed in a wind tunnel of bodywork to create aerodynamic efficiency, and I suppose the driver's thinking, as the air comes over the top of the NASA panel on the steering wheel, if my chest is there, the air's hitting that.
Stops, yeah.
Yes, but if I duck down, the air goes over the top a bit more.
Yes.
It may improve the lap time by 1,000th of a second.
Slightly, but if you're looking for some thousands and hundreds, then you need every inch of speed.
Yes, it is that close. Now, we'll look down to see where Savalio is back to 21st. That's a good drive from the number 452 car of Gianluca Savalio. You can probably see him going through our shot there, picking up positions. Bacaglini continues to lead from Sanyala, Vendelbo, Maulam, Zabo, Hanum, Janovskis, Barbaru, Plotnikov and Brogio. Quite a spread out race, but again, a lot of these drivers, we saw most of these front runners, with the exception potentially of Ben Zabo, who finished 14th, they all had one good heat race, so they're not forcing the issue. None of them have to make aggressive moves because they had a bad opening race.
Yes, they need to keep their heads cool, but at the moment I think everybody is knowing it, and they will try to make some good results as well, instead of rushing it.
Because these karts, they're 2-speed karts, because of the front brakes, they are a couple of, they may be a second to 2 seconds a lap faster than the senior Rotax karts, but because the front brakes, the forces are much higher, the tyres do get used a lot more, don't they?
Yes, and they are heating up a lot earlier than other classes as well, so that's why you need to keep it cool as long as you can.
So the front tyres heat up quicker because obviously there's more centrifugal force going through them with the front brakes.
Yes.
At the moment we have, there's 3 seconds separating the top 7. We can see Harry Hanum under a little bit of pressure at the back of this lead train from Janovskis. There they go, coming into turn number 6. There's Hanum in the black race suit with the green crash helmet, running a little bit wide, going out over turn number 5 there. He just got on the curb, unsettled the cart. He's got to get back in his rhythm, and behind Janovskis is a gap of 2.5 seconds to Barbaru, Plotnikov, Brogio. How is the other Hungarian driver in the race doing?
He's 22nd. He had, I think, one crashes. He was involved in the first one straight after the start, and then he had a small one. So considering that, an okay result.
An okay result indeed for Benezek Vida, but an even better result for Leonardo Bacaglini. Well, Leonardo, you're stinking up the show, as it were. That's 2 races 2 dominant victories. Perfect so far for Bacaglini. Sanyala second, Vendelbo third, and then Daniel Marlin, Ben Savo, Harry Hannam sixth. But you were noticing another driver, Zombo.
Yes, from last position to P11. That's a big job done for him.
Adrian Leo Romero, 36th to 11th. Now, yesterday, I can't remember, did Adrian Lilo Romero race yesterday, or did he go out early on? Maybe he had a lot fresher tyres, which would have helped tremendously. Savalio in 18th position, recovering as best he could. Alejandro Gonzalez up 10 places to 25th. Sadly, we lost Kane Cherian and Olivier Bedard in the last couple of laps as well. But so Bacaglini, here's a question, Zombo, and I'm sure you've been in this situation where you're a 6-time Hungarian champion. You would have had weekends where every heat race has gone like Bacaglini. The kart, you have been in tune together. We've got a series of films going out. It's like 2 worlds, 1 goal. The first film came out last night. Look it up on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel. It's about the kart. The second film, that will be coming out in the next couple of days. That's about the driver. You've had those races where kart and driver are just completely connected, and you've been able to drive away and win all the heat races.
Yes, it can happen, but to be honest, as a good driver, and these drivers, like they always need to adjust themselves to the circumstances, for the tires usage, to the track. So I think at the moment Leonardo is doing it the best so far we could see.
But and here's the but, he hasn't had to battle wheel to wheel yet. I am sure that in the next race, or the pre-final or the final, he will have to battle extra hard. The fact that he hasn't had to do so in the heat so far, will that be a problem for him? Because you need to know what it's like to go wheel to wheel, don't you?
For sure, but I think these drivers have loads of experiences, so I think there is not so much new thing for them.
Okay, no problems. Well, you're looking at the results on our screen, and we'll go back down to Jen Wade right now.
Don't look in the camera. I look at you.
Baz. Baz Lammers, you're here at the Grand Finals. We were just having a bit of a laugh about things. I won't ask you how your driver is going, but I wanted to ask you as a driver, what's it like, how do you approach this event? It's hot, it's cold, in the night, it's dark, under lights, all mixed up, all different.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say a big warm welcome to everyone. I'm here to support and to coach and to be mechanic for Elia Papacena. He is racing for Team Italy, and it is the first time for him that he is at the Grand Finals. It is an amazing experience for him. So I told him every time that it is really important that to approach the event with calmness, with clearness, and trying to have fun, because you also have to remember that we are here on the other side of the world, and it is something different. So try to enjoy all the moments you can, and try to make a good race, and we see. It is not easy to be here, because as normally in Europe at this moment it is really cold, and here it's really hot. So for all the drivers it is really hard to drive in the heat like this, especially the changement of the weather conditions. In the night, we are driving under light, getting really cold with a lot of humidity, and by the day it is really hot with high temperature. So also it is a very big challenge for us as a mechanic and as coach, because we need to try to get the best for the driver, to find the right tire pressure, and so on. Especially for the drivers, it is very nice to be here, because the good thing is they are not driving with their own material, so they have to drive with what they get. And for me that is really, really beautiful, because like this the driver has to make the difference, because all the material is similar for everyone.
Did you drive on this circuit?
I've been driving on this circuit, but just with a rental car. But
Were you fast?
No, not. I was not a part because I used to drive. I'm not part.
I don't believe you. I think you just let the others pass you because you were thinking about the circuit.
Exactly. Exactly. For me, it was more important, to understand, how the track is, about track limits, because it is very easy to go up the track, to try to get a little advantage, and every little advantage makes a big difference in lap times. So especially if all the materials similar, equal as the others, the driver has to find the difference, and there is a difference between winners and champions.
Well, that's why you're here, and we know you're a champion, and he's very, very lucky to have you here. Your driver is very lucky. So I hope you enjoy it. Have fun. We're going to go watch the next race, and we wish you luck. Thank you so much, Baz. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. See you next time. Okay.
Oh, well, that's great to hear from Bas Lammers, one of the real characters now working. I think you're working with Elia Papachena. We've got lots of messages coming in on social media. I'll try and go through them now. Kees Moyes, the Dutch driver, getting plenty of support on lines. Abdel Fagali, obviously here cheering his son Christopher on and his nephew Roger, but cheering on the Lebanese team. Leander Angelvet from Norway, cheering on the Norwegians. Kai for Leah Papillon, Kai Hunter possibly, so getting some support there. There's Race Liberante. You don't want to look at that crash helmet design after you've had a couple of sherbets, I'll tell you that for nothing. You don't want to see that logo on it either. Don't know what that means, but hey, I have never seen that before in my life. Mika and Ralph van der Pevert getting some support from the Netherlands. Now, we'll run through this this next group. So this is from, I think, Instagram. We've got support for Willem-Jan de Loos supporting the Dutch, Renata supporting Joao Gonçalves, Nicholas Guillaume from Belgium getting support from, that's his girlfriend Nina, I think. Matthew Kinsman from Freya O'Hanlon, support by Craig Bond for Australia. Also, Seb Simonelli saying go on the Aussies with a kangaroo as well. Tim Eno, American photographer, saying good luck with Henry's voice surviving the event. Well, that's why I've got great co-commentators like Zsombor Kovacs with me, Tim. Corey Carson getting some support from Hunter Fischel. Let's have a little look. Philippe Moazzi from Austria getting plenty of love. So Anaïs Versailles supporting Belgium. Elia Papachena cheering for himself. Well, someone's got to. Molly Griffiths from the GMS team supporting the whole British team, and Jag Rotax. Luana Sidler supporting Tino Sidler. Arata Endo getting some support from the Japanese fans. A Silva saying Portugal best team, and Thomas Burstins also getting plenty of support as well. I can see support for Latvia, from Team South Africa, from Ethan Silly, from Antoine supporting the French. Max Hazel supporting Lewis Gilbert. From Scotland, Axel Gauche, former competitor of the grand final, supporting Team Netherlands. The Dutch Lion, haven't seen the Lion in the paddock lately. And Jenny Baruki supporting Team Lebanon. Thank you all for your comments coming in. Susanna, our social media guru here is making sure that all the comments coming in on our official online platforms are being shown. So, DD2 once again, this is the second half. Ragnar Vieras, Jakob Purcell, Rasmus Friedel. Spoke to Rasmus last night. He had that crash on the opening corner, was then coming back through the pack and had another crash.
And again, yes.
But he said his cart is okay, frame was fine, but he said it made it more fun to watch. It's hard so that he knows he's got a fast cart, but he cannot make another mistake.
Yeah, that's not a good point. But now from P3 he can fight for a good spot, so we can see him, I think, fighting hard.
So here we go, 36 drivers all heading out. Here is your starting lineup. Ragnar Virus and Jakob Purcell on the front row of the grid. Rasmus Friedel and Philippe Moitzi, who won one of his heat races yesterday, he starts 4th. Sebastian Boyd and Guillermo Pernil-Diaz on row number 3. Victor Frost Bay and Martin Van Leyen won the winner here 2 years ago. Are next. Then Noah Hip and Race Liberante. Omar Alderaan and Enzo Montesinos from Saudi Arabia and Chile respectively. Kilian Guerin and David Auleshner from Poland via South Wales. Thomas Burstins and Christos Ikonomou. Then Martin Freer and Matisz Komanic, Nikita Artemonov and Gonzalo Coutinho. Lucas Hartmann, Kian Krotis, Max Jaeger, Zen Derua. Watch out for Zen coming up through the pack. Nicholas Guillaume, Christopher Najem from Lebanon, Yuta Takano, Jamie Smith, running on a British licence from South Africa. Imca Arts, Christopher Oslanek, Jordi Westerlake and Shane O'Leary. And then the back of the field, Louis Large, Maurizio Herrera Gama, Abdulaziz Al Saud and Harrison Hoey, who was excluded for qualifying for putting his tyres on the wrong way round.
Direction, yeah.
I know they come from a land down under, but tyres have got to go the right way round, and Harrison is very, very quick. Watch for Harrison Hoey. Lights are out. We are off and racing, and the field fan out going into turn number 1. Ragnar Virus holds on. Friedel gets through turn number 1 cleanly. That's what he wanted to do, Zombo. Now he can work on maintaining second and maybe even attacking for the win.
That's one job done for him. So now from P2 he can work for sure.
Bazell runs in 3rd position, and then behind Bazell, Moitzi looking good in 4th. Boyd is there, I can see the Dutch race suit. Another good start from the Flying Dutchman, Martin Van Leeuwen. And we did have another message from one of our Polish fans in the E20 class. I do apologise if I'm mispronouncing Piotr Borowczyk's name. It was Borowczyk the Boar, Borowczyk. So I do apologise. My English is not very good because I am Welsh. There we are. End of lap number 1, Ragnar Virus. My Estonian is even worse, but I know that the people of Tallinn will be going absolutely ballistic with Ragnar Virus's performance so far. There's Gonzalo Coutinho. Oh, that was Seb Boyd, I believe. Race Liberanti is in the mix as well. Liberanti running around the outside, and this is going to be tight. Just about make it through. It's very difficult coming down the hill, isn't it, Zombo?
Yes, it's not easy to defend and attack at the same time as well. So we could see now, but they could clearly do it. So
yes, out of turn number 11, down the hill towards turn number 12, and again a lot of jostling, bumping and barring, and of course if a gap opens up, we just saw the move there. I think that could have been Enzo Montesinos, one of the drivers from Chile. We've got some very distinctive race suits there, those blue and green race suits from Chile. Very, very easy to spot. Sometimes when a gap opens up, you just have a split second. Oh, and a problem at the top of the hill. What's gone on there? 2 of the leaders, it's Virus and it's Moitzi. What has gone on? No, it's Friedel and Van Leeuwen. I do apologise. Virus is still there. Moitzi 2nd, Bazell 3rd. Oh, Rasmus Friedel, what has gone wrong there? Obviously a battle, and it went wrong at the top of the hill.
Yeah, it's not the one what you have again, a crash. So from this it's going to be really hard to fight for the final.
Yeah, Rasmus Friedel, he's had one dinner. I'm looking up. No, he has not come round. He's not come to the next second time at all. And Van Leeuwen as well. So the 2021 race winner, Friedel, Van Leeuwen, Artemov and Guerin have also had a problem. Just looking there, have any of them come through? Van Leeuwen is through in 18th position. Rasmus Friedel out of the race. As you can see the cart on the inside of the track there at turn number 5. We didn't quite catch what happened at the very top of the screen. I think we saw the aftermath, the incident just unfolding, but disaster for Friedel. Virus, Moitzi and Bazell are clear. Then it's Victor Frost Bay in 4th, and a huge gap back to Boyd and Auleshner in 5th and 6th.
Yes. So for the moment, for Victor is the easiest spot, but you can look forward. If they start the fight, you can catch them up. If not, then just try to look for the tires and
Yes.
just keep it for the final.
Yeah, so Victor Frostbay in 4th position. He'll be still trying, and you can see...
And he made the fastest lap as well,
so
by the time.
He still is definitely trying. Mwatsi runs a little bit wide. Now, there's that kart parked right on the apex at turn number 5, and that will mean one of the main overtaking opportunities on the circuit is gone. We're halfway through the race. I'm sure the marshals will do their very best to clear it, but with 34 karts still running and quite spread out, you don't always have much time, do you?
It's not that easy, and it's a heavy kart, so it's not just you go there and just make away from.
Yeah, so Victor Frostbay, another new fast is that 53.0, and that was 0.3 of a second faster than the race leader. Bazell closing in. Well, great work from the marshals. They've moved the kart a little bit, and the yellow flags are in, so that is fair game.
Yes, free to overtake there, and now again, as we've seen, Senderu made up again 17 places and made the fastest lap. So
52.9. 52.9. So hang on a sec. So Senderu is 7th. Here's your top 4. Then there is a gap of 2.7 seconds back to Sebastian Boyd and David Auleshna running 5th and 6th. There they are, nose to tail, coming down the hill. And then behind those two cars, all on his own, is Zenderua. And Zenderua, I mean, he had to charge through the field. So there's the top 4. Derua just coming onto the start-finish line now. Derua's using a lot of tyre, but the kart is obviously good. You can just see Derua there in the white race suit. Behind Derua is Race Liberanti, Noah Hip, Guillermo Pena-Diaz, Christos Oikonomou, Kolmanic, Van Leeuwen recovering to 13th, Montesinos, and now the top 4 are together.
yes, now they can, as we've seen, they can start to fight as well. And Bechel made a move actually on Ragnar, so
yes,
so new leader.
Coming out to turn around. First lead change in DD2 all afternoon. Bazell, top 4 together. Here comes Mwatsi to the inside of Vieras. Philippe Mwatsi moves into P2. And now Victor Frostbay, you know the kart is quick as we move on to lap 8 out of 10. What does Victor Frostbay do?
Normally, and in this moment, just save some points. I think yesterday he had a good result as well. So he just I think just watch out for the front and see what the others do. But I would like attack and just get clear of them.
So that would be your strategy: attack, attack, attack.
Yes.
You've caught them. You've got a fast kart. You've just got to go in. You've got to have a confidence in your own ability and confidence in the kart. But also, you know these other drivers. You race with them, and you know that none of them are going to suddenly look at you and just sort of right hand down wallop.
Yes, of course. So they for sure. If we feel it on each other that the others are faster, of course we are fighting for our position. But after some limits, there is just no point to fight. As you see him now, yeah,
close.
I almost said he made a move,
but he was. I mean, that's a very strange. It's an unusual place to make that move. But again, Vieras did give Victor Frostbay enough racing room, and Victor Frostbay didn't try and force Vieras off the track. Now behind this battle, the next 3 karts, 5th, 6th and 7th, that's a good scrap, because you've got Auleshna has passed Boyd, but Derua is closing in on the pair of them.
And I think Derua made a move on Boyd, if I've seen it well.
Yes,
I'm not sure, but
no, you're right. You've got the white race suit of Zenderua, the Slovenian driver, who now lives in Italy. He is now up into P6. Now that is 17 places in this race. 18 places. By the rate, he's passed 36 drivers so far.
Yes, he's definitely a wants to watch. So.
Now, further back, Harrison Hoey has gained 16 positions as we start the last lap. So Hoey is up into 12th spot. Kilian Guerin has dropped down the order. It's still running. It's Bazell, Mwatsi, then Vieras and Frostbay. Then a gap back to Auleshna, Derua, Boyd, Liberanti, Hip, Oikonomou, Kolmanic, Van Leeuwen, Pena-Diaz, Alderean, Freya, and Montesinos, Burstins, Najem, Oslanik and Harris and Hoey. But a smart drive from Jakob Mazel. Obviously, when you follow a driver, do you think Jakob could have made the move earlier? Or did he just want to sit and wait and learn and then think, okay, now time to go?
I think in this moment he made the move in the perfect timing, because as soon as he went for the pass, the others started to defend and fight, so he had a bit of gap. So I think that was a perfect timing for the move.
A perfect timing and a perfect win. Jakob Mazel by half a second over Philip Moazzi. Leonardo Baccaglini is now the only undefeated DD2 driver left in the grand finals. Virus third, Bay in fourth, Auleshna, Derua, Boyd, Liberante, Hip and Oikonomu, your top 10. Martin van Leeuwen, he qualified badly, did well in the heat race yesterday. It's going to be very difficult for Van Leeuwen to repeat the victory that he scored 2 years ago here, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not impossible. So we know he's an experienced driver. So I think for the moment the P11 is still not the end of the world. So he can fight from there for sure.
And a lot of it will depend on how the other front runners battle for in the pre-final and the final itself. You know, if it's an all-out scrap from the word go, then drivers from row 7, 8 and 9 can still win. If the leaders get away and all spread out, then it obviously does become harder.
Obviously, yes. We know it's a motorsport, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and as the late Murray Walker, the late great Murray Walker would say, anything can happen, and it usually does. Well, Zombo, thank you very much for your time today. You're going to be joining me back again in the commentary box tomorrow for the pre-final and the final. We're going to have Theo Naquara coming back into the commentary box for the last two DD2 races, because your driver is done for the day. What can we expect from your driver, Mr. Diak, in the pre-final tomorrow in E20?
We will start from P9, so it's still again not the end of the world, as I would say, but we will see. He still needs some experience with this E20, because let's say he has done 50 laps overall so far, so for that he is getting there, and step by step we are moving on.
And of course, you could see on Zombo's shirt there, if you're looking to race Rotax in Central Europe, you've got the CEE Championship and the CEZ Championship. Karting CEE.eu. That's where you can find out all the information about the Central European Championship. Again, a 6-time Hungarian champion, a vice champion in the grand final. The level of competition in Hungary and the CEE is very, very good. When you raced in the CEE, Zombo, there were drivers from all over Europe that came to race.
Yes, exactly. It's a really good championship. Especially our first round is always pretty hard. We have like 50 or 60 drivers in, let's say, for example, in senior. So
yes.
So it's a good level of racing.
It's a good level. Tickets obviously for the grand finals available in the CEE as well as the Hungarian Championship. But for now, Zombo, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Here is a look at the unofficial result from the fourth CEE race. I got CEE on the brain. Oh, Sandor will be happy, the promoter of the CEE. Here's a look at the result of the DD2 race. Bazel, Moazzi, Virus, Frostbay and Auleshna, with Derua, Boyd, Liberanti, Hip and Oikonomu rounding out your top 10. Now, Omar Al-Durayan having his best ever grand finals, probably the best ever grand finals for any Saudi driver so far, in 16th position. But you'll look at the remaining finishers, and when you've glanced where your favourite has finished, Louis Large gaining a couple of positions there and has got plenty of support from back home in England. Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Saudi prince, finishing in 32nd, the head of the Dutch DJ, Jordi Westerleken. But after this, Jen Wade will have another interview down in the paddock. Take it away, Jen.
So, Senna, tell me, we'll come over here a little bit closer to the door. Tell me, what are you doing here? I was just talking with Baz Lemmers, also in the paddock. Now, we know you as a champion. in Brazil, 2018. Bring back memories, I guess, being here.
Yeah, definitely brings back memories. I always like to be in the grand finals. There's a good atmosphere around there. This weekend normally I'm with Saudi Kart. This weekend I have my driver, which I coach all year, Tino Siedler. And yeah, we're just doing the race. It's actually going really well. So happy with it.
Have you driven on this circuit?
Yeah, I've driven here a couple times. I really love it though. It's one of the best circuits for sure.
Now, as a coach, I guess juniors, it's not going to be easy. It's really close racing. But what kind of things are you working through? Are you changing setup very much, or what's happening?
No, we're not really changing setup. You can't really do much as well. But yeah, what I'm doing is like try to get him through the race, speak like different situations, what can happen and what you need to do, and like give my advice or my opinion of the race. And then from that moment we can work there. So that's what I'm doing.
How difficult is it when they turn up at a new circuit or one that they haven't raced on so often?
Yeah, it's always a challenge for them, especially when you're a bit younger. But yeah, it depends on the drive. Some pick it up quicker than others, but yeah, so far so good.
What do you love most about the grand finals, apart from obviously winning?
No, actually, I really like that everyone is in attendance. There's a good atmosphere. There's you meet a lot of new people, which is really nice. I really like it.
It's always going to be, disappointing for people. You know what happens, they get to the weekend and it's like, am I going to be there, am I not going to be there? But do you think when you look at the competition that there are many drivers that should be there but they're unlucky, or do you think the ones that are going to be there will be there?
Yeah, now what you see this weekend is really slipstreaming, qualifying and everything, and free track is really important. And you see some drivers, they didn't have the clear lap and they dropped down a lot. And then you need to come forward, and then we have some bumper penalties. So yeah, you definitely have drivers that are not in front, that's normally in front. But anyway, it's like one of the best drivers around the world are here, so you don't know what's going to happen, nobody knows. So yeah, it's a big challenge.
All right, we're going to say good luck, and I know you've got to go soon, but we'll be watching. Thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Well, great to hear from Senna van Valsteen, a factory Saudi kart driver now, and of course an ex-Grand Finals champion. We look ahead now to the third round of heat races. So in Mini, in Junior, in Senior and in DD2, all the drivers will compete in 3 races. Cole Denham does not want a drink. Dad, please don't give me a drink, I'm fine. That is there is the closer, Cole Denham, on your screens now. He's already got one heat win so far this year, and looking for a second one to try and secure himself possibly a front row, front 2 rows of the grid. He's got his countryman Charlie Wolfett in front of him. In fact, there's a whole host of British drivers up near the top of the timing and scoring screens for the start of this one. There is a look at some of our multitude of international media here. That's from SEC. That's one of our delegates from the Sports Still Cup there with the blue hat on. That is Hajos. Now, okay, we do have a camera in the commentary box here. Hajos is one of our Hajoka Miklos is his full name. And of course, when Zsombor Kovacs was here in the commentary box just a minute ago, Hajos could not resist but come in and take a photo. Now, we do have a camera in the commentary box, so I'm just wondering if we can have a look, because Hajos was in here and he made myself and Zsombor put the Viking hats on, and while Zsombor and I are trying to commentate on the races, there was what was going on behind the scene with the Hajos, one of our real characters here. And again, the Grand Finals is truly a unique event. The Rotax distributor network means that you have the same faces here every year. The drivers change, obviously, depending on who qualifies, but the media, 62 nations, we've got media from we've got media covering every one of those 62 nations here this week. And it is a real cornucopia of colour and noise. And here come the Minimax drivers. This will be their third and final heats of 2023. It's Albert Friend and Charlie Wolfit on row number 1. Marco Farley and Cole Denham on row number 2. Then Feliciano Bruschi and Vincenzi Garcia, row 3. Maxim Bobrishov and Joao Pereira on row number 4. Row 5, Vita Salmi and Josh Griffin. Row 6, Amaru Adrianzen and Eftherios Tumpakas. Then it is Alexis Bayerjon and Ruben Gutierrez, Mateo Quinto and Stefan Stefanovsky on row 8. Row 9, Nasser Naz and Tudor Ionitsa Ciprian. Then it's Nicolas Casorino and David Matlak. Row number 11, outside the top 20, you will see South Korea's Min-Jae Lee and Spice Rigare. Then Tommy Hart and Martin Soltis, followed by Kolamfu Anuchatkul, Prokor Solokovtsev, Paolo De Grandi, Edward Kirst, Antoine Lemieux, Alexander Volkmer, and Caleb Odendahl, Alexander Rogovsky, and the rest of the field coming through. This will be another 6-lap race, and Albert Friend brings them into the tram lines. Lights are out, we are off and racing. This is the last chance for the Minimax drivers to get some points to put themselves higher up the grid, the pre-final, and it's a British 1, 2, 3. Friend, Wolfit and Denham all managed to safely get past Marco Farley. Kyle Lawrence joins me in the commentary box once again as we watch the first lap unfold. Kyle, firstly, an instant, are you okay?
Yeah, just all right. So a bit of a bruise to the knee, but I'll be perfectly fine as I carry on. They build us tough in Africa. They
do indeed, and they build them tough in Albert Friend's hometown of. I can't remember where he's from. Somewhere in England. Wherever he's from, they're very proud of him. Over there's someone going over the grass there. And at the front there, the 2 carts of the breakaway. And that is actually Friend in 3rd place, having to fight a rear guard action. A 2-cart breakaway. And at the end of lap number 1, it is Cole Denham and Charlie Wolfit trying to break clear of Friend in 3rd. Here is a look at somebody going wide. Now that is Friend having to defend. Up the inside goes, who was that? Or was that Friend making a move? It was Friend making a move on Marco Farley, and Friend had to be quite thinking. Up over there, Marco Farley spent more time airborne than he has on the track.
Yeah, we were saying earlier Travis Pastrana would be proud. Maybe he's made contact there and go join some FMX for a bit as a hobby on the sideline from his karting.
Yes, indeed. No, but it does mean that the 2 leaders have got a huge breakaway as we come up to turn number 9 on lap number 2. Denham and Wolfit. Now, Albert Friend, he's had a really good results, first 2 results. He can sit back and he doesn't mind. You don't want to defend too much. It's a very hard track to defend around, isn't it? It's wide, it's fast, it's flowing, with plenty of overtaking opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. And also the defending, if you defend too tight, you actually open the outside line to the driver next to you. So there's so much grip on the rubber, you can actually ride around the outside of someone. So you don't want to defend too tight because you're just opening up that outside line.
And you could see the racing line, all that mojo rubber that has been laid down. But obviously, you've been out on the track. Yellow. Oh dear, yellow flags waving, and there's a car. Oh, and that's a blind apex. That's Nasser Naz's cart. Oh, no, sorry, that's Nicholas Passey's cart. Nasser Naz. Red flags. I can see a red flag being waved. So the race has been stopped. We are on lap 3 of 6. So we've completed 2 of 6 laps. We will wait to see what the thing and why. So Nicholas Passey's cart is in the centre of the track. Nasser Naz has gone off on the opening lap. I'm not quite sure why there's that red flag. Well, I would think that after yesterday, we have got a situation where we had a cart in the middle of the track and drivers going side by side to avoid it. Carl Lawrence is just going to step away. We'll speak to our South African co-commentator for the pre-finals later on, or tomorrow rather. But obviously the drivers here, they have more commitments than just driving their go-karts. So Ramiro Brito, our race director, instructing the drivers to come to a halt. Cole Denham, the race leader, from Charlie Wolfit, Albert Friend third, Vincenzi Garcia is up to fourth, Marco Fali is fifth, Maxim Bobrishov is sixth, and Charlie Wolfit there just asking Ramiro Brito, can he get out of the cart? Ramiro Brito communicating, and it's remarkable, these young athletes, they are very, very adult in everything they do when it comes to their sport. There's Vincenzi Garcia discussing something with Ramiro Brito, and again, language barrier, he's talking in Spanish with Ramiro. The rest of the drivers all gathering round as well. Now, I'm not quite sure why. Obviously, they just think they don't want to miss out on anything, but this is, the race director has got... This is not a child's sport that we are watching. It just so happens that the athletes are children. They are supremely talented, the best in the world at what they do. They train extremely hard. They have to give incredibly complex bits of feedback to their teams at all times. They have to be inch perfect. You watch an under-12s football match, soccer match, and you'll see some good players, but then you'll see some players who just like having a little run around on the field. They've got two left feet and they don't really know what they're doing. That is not the case with karting, especially at this level. Don't be fooled by their stature, ladies and gentlemen. All these drivers are highly trained, highly skilled, highly focused athletes. And there's Vio Nicuara from Rotax Romania in the glasses, having a little look around. There's the rest of the Romanian team waving. There's Theo in the foreground and his lovely mum and girlfriend, of course. But I mean, his mum's cooked me lunch, so she's my favourite, because anyone who cooks me lunch is my favourite. I know Mrs. Nicuara is very good as well, and Theo is going to be coming back and joining us later for the DD2 commentary. Who else is in the grandstand? They know the camera's on them. Let's have a little look. There's with the yellow t-shirt standing up. Sorry, sir, I don't know your name. Australia are in the grandstand. Oh, Cole Denham's mum in the sunglasses there. Now, she has just watched her son take the race lead. Now, let's talk about karting mums for a minute. Karting mums go through all the emotions of anybody, because they have to... Some mums, they can't take their eyes off the drivers. Other mums can't bear to watch their kids race. They're on his phone. That's Rashid Al-Mamari on his phone there, probably doing some dodgy business deal. Who knows? He's a great guy, Rashid Al-Mamari. But yeah, so, the dads, sometimes the dads are the mechanics, and that's certainly the case with Cole Denham's dad. We saw him, Ian, trying to give Cole a drink, and Cole saying no thanks, and throwing the water bottle away. But the mums, what do? Well, they've got to deal with the emotion of the child. They've got to deal with the arguments between the dad and the child. They then have to make sure that both dad and child are fed, watered, clothed, organised, and everything like that. And then they occasionally try to get to see their other half, because their other half spends all their life either working to earn the money to go karting, or then fixing the go-kart, or stressing about karting, and then away at the track. And God help you if you've got more than one child who likes more than one different sport. This sport takes an immense amount of sacrifice for any family at a club level, and if you want to get into go-karting, you can do it once a month at your local track on a budget. You can buy a Rotax engine and go practice and race at your local club for a very small budget for fun. You don't need a race transporter. You can put the kart in the back of a little van or even an estate car, an easy up awning, and enjoy this sport for very little money anywhere in the world. At this level, it is obviously a different kettle of fish. Speaking of different kettles of fish, the queen of the ocean, Jen Wade, is in the paddock. Hello, Jen.
What a nice afternoon, Jakob. That's all. Nice win for you as well.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, it's a long week, so we have still a lot of work to do, but we will see for next races how it will finish.
Now, of course, we saw you on the podium previously at the last Grand Finals. Tell me what you're thinking this time when you come to Bahrain.
I hope it will be better, but I don't like this track so much, so it will be hard, but I hope it will be better than last year.
And what about the circuit here? I mean, does it make a big difference to what you're used to racing in Europe?
Yeah, it's nice. It's more sand, but I like it more when it's night.
Yeah. You like it in the night, under lights?
Yeah, more.
Yeah. Why is that?
I don't know, the track looks better than on the day.
Actually, I think you look faster last night.
No, I'm not sure, maybe.
But tell me, Jakob, now, I saw you there with your brother Peter. He's also been a champion at the Grand Finals. It looked like he was having a pretty serious conversation. Maybe, was it about the driving? Was it about the setup? What was he, without giving too much away?
Yeah, it was both, driving and setup. He came today, so I hope he will help me.
And how important is this for you? You know, normally you guys can be on the same track in any race, in the same class. So how important is it to have someone like that now?
For me, it's better when we are both on track, but on a race like this, you are always alone there on the track. There is too many drivers, and it's hard to help each other. So, this is
any particular drivers that you think you need to be aware of? I mean, you race against a lot of these guys because you race international for a long time. But are there any particular drivers where you're not sure, you've never raced them before, but they're fast?
I'm not sure. I think I know everybody, I would say. Yeah. So everybody is fast. It will be a hard week, and we will see.
How many Grand Finals now have you been to?
I think this is the 6th one. I think. One.
You think you've lost count?
Sorry?
You lost the count?
Yeah. Yeah.
Any favourites out of the 6?
I'm not sure. Philip is really fast. And also Xen goes from behind. Yeah. Now he finished 6th, yesterday 7th, so he's also fast. Yeah. We will see.
Yeah, we will see. But anyway, we're going to let you go because I know Peter's waiting for you. Yep. Just arrived in from Czech Republic.
Yeah, it's true. Yep.
Yep. Anyone you would like to say hi to at home?
Maybe to my grandparents. Ahoy.
Okay. Thank you for watching, and good luck, Jakob. Bye.
Oh, thank you very much, Jen, and thank you very much, Jakob Bazel, who has just obviously won on the track at least a DD2 heat race. It looks like we're getting set for the restart, and the drivers have been lined up in single file. So the procedure on the restart is that you do one lap. What will happen? They've completed 2 laps. So we will see if they do their 3rd lap, and then there'll be a 3-lap race to the end. They will go around once single file, and the race will resume when they cross the start-finish line. They take the restart in the order in which they completed the last full racing lap. So Cole Denham in kart 135 will be the race leader. His countryman Charlie Wolfett behind. They had a big advantage over everybody else. That advantage has now gone. Albert Friend and Vicente Garcia will be right behind him. And there is, who's that getting up out of their go-kart? That's Matteo Quinto from Team USA, who is out of position. So, of course, the officials now need to rejig some of the karts into the order because, of course, on the lap that the red flag was thrown, there would have been position changes. So, for example, Quinto was running 12th at the end of lap 2, but he was further up the order than that in the line. The same goes now. That is Miss Martin Soltis's kart being moved down towards the rear of the field. He was running in 21st position, so there will be a slight adjustment. I can see the number 121 kart. So the race order at the end of lap number 2 was Cole Denham, Charlie Wolfett, Albie Friend, Vincenti Garcia. Marco Fali was running in 5th. Maxim Bobrishov was 6th. Joao Pereira 7th. Feliciano Bruschki in 8th. Then Josh Griffin, 9th. Alexis Bayerjon in 10th. Amaru Adrianzen is 11th, followed by Matteo Quinto, Ruben Gutierrez, Nicolas Casarino, and Alexander Rogovski. That is your top 15. Paolo De Grandi, Stefan Stefanovski, Spice Rigali, and then Tommy Hart with Minshai Lee rounding out the top 20. Martin Soltis runs 21st, ahead of Prokor Solokovlev. Right, I shall stop myself right there. From Kyrgyzstan, Prokor Soluk Ovzlev, I think. Then Edward Kirst, Caleb Odendal, Eleftherios Tompakas from Greece, Christoph Killer from the Czech Republic, Ciprian Chudor-Ianitsa, Kolomfu Anochatkol, Antoine Lemieux, Xiaochen Ji, Alex Volkmer, Rivan Dev Pritham, Vita Salmi is down at the back, as is David Matlak. 34 karts will take the restart. Nicholas Passy and Nasser Naz will not. Green flag in the air. I will invoke the spirit of my commentary wife, Anthony Jordan, by saying they are not warming their tyres, they are merely checking their steering, because technically warming your tyres is not allowed. So when you see the drivers warming their tyres, we just say they are checking their steering. Online support, Case Moyse. Spencer Brown from Lola Tilling. Mr. Volschied is cheering on Yannick Jacobs from Germany. Karting is my passion is cheering on driver number 357. Pity didn't put their name. I haven't got the entry list in front of me. Well, whoever 357 is, karting is passionate about you. Andy Lloyd saying, let's go Team Canada. And Smithson saying, let's go Thomas Kobasov Burstins from Latvia. Please keep your comments coming in. They are appreciated. Now, the drivers will slow down. This will be Denham, Wolfett, Friend, and Garcia. Can Albie Friend get a good restart and get back on terms with the race leaders? They come out of turn number 14. Denham into the middle of the track. Lights are out again. We're back off and racing. Friend has managed to stay with them. A battle between Farley and Bobrishov for 5th position. Farley holds on to it. Bobrishov wants it. Through the roller coaster. Single file up towards turn number 5. Side by side behind Cole Denham between Friend and Wolfett. Friend to the inside for P2. Vincenti Garcia from Chile is the next driver who's trying to pass Wolfett around the outside of turn number 8, but he cannot. We are on lap 3 out of 6. Up the hill towards turn number 9. Friend trying to push Denham along. Denham, the British champion. Friend, the international trophy winner. Wolfett and his third, Charlie Wolfett, in kart number 119. Charlie finished, I'm just going to check, in the British Championship. He was 4th and got the last ticket. In fact, he got the first ticket available for the British Championship, or the second rather, because Ashcroft and Friend both earned their tickets elsewhere. Denham, the British champion, defending. Behind them, Garcia, Fali, Bobrashov, Pereira, Bruski, Griffin and Bayerjon. Out of turn of 5. Oh, somebody running very, very wide back in the middle of the pack. That could have been Joshua Griffin. Had the Union flag on the lapels of the sleeves of his race suit there. Oh, and a 3 wide coming out of turn number 8 up the hill. They're 4 wide up the hill towards turn number 9. And I have to say, Denham and Friend backing everybody up as they go down the hill. Oh, but Friend looking for it. Oh, this is going to get very, very close. It does make me nervous when I see the amount of carts all in one big bundle. We start lap number 5. Denham, Friend, Wolfit, Alexis Bayerjon from Canada. Look for the driver in the red and white sleeves, the black legs on his race suit. Bayerjon in 4th position. Make that. And Bobrashov in 5th. Are both right there with Pereira, Griffin, Gutierrez and De Grande next in line. Fali has fallen down to 10th. Rogowski. Garcia has also faded quite badly. It's still Denham leading, and the top, well, look at that, the top 20 are separated by about 2 seconds. Down the hill, side by side, 3 wide towards turn number 12. Still Denham defends. Oh, they trip over each other. That looked like it was an Austrian race suit there. Stefanovski in 16th position. And I'm trying to think who that might be. It was actually a Polish race. That was Alexander Rogowski. Rogowski picking up 10th place there. Garcia has faded badly. He's dropped from 4th to 16th. 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers in a line on the last lap, all chasing Cole Denham. Friend second. Wolfit gets alongside Albert Friend. Side by side for P2. Wolfit takes it. Friend down to 3rd. Friend now tries to re-attack Bobrashov and Pereira in 5th and 6th, trying to go side by side as they try to pass Alexis Bayerjon for 4th position. Bayerjon gets squeezed a little bit wide. Bobrashov goes through. Pereira goes through. The next driver in line is Griffin, and then Gutierrez from Mexico. Oh, side by side the 2 British drivers into the penultimate corner. Friend sent one up the inside of Wolfit to take 2nd place, but the closer, Cole Denham, takes another win for Great Britain. The Scottish driver has 2 wins out of 3 in Minimax. Friend 2nd, Wolfit 3rd, after a robust move into turn 12 from Albert Friend. Here we go. Wolfit wasn't expecting it. Oh, Friend left it very late, gets it crossed up, and Wolfit there sees the attack at the last minute. There was a little bit of sticker swapping. They both go over the curb, and they both get back on behind them. It was side by side between Bayerjon and Pereira and Gutierrez for 5th, 6th and 7th. Rogowski eventually comes home in 8th place with Griffin 9th, Marco Fali in 10th. And that was a bit of a hectic restarted race. Casarino finishes in 11th position, followed by De Grande, Stefanovski, Bruski and Adriansen. Edward Kirst, and then Spice Mayula, followed by Garcia, Ionitsa, Anochatkol, Lemieux, and Caleb Odendahl, Tumpakas, Lee, G. Volkma, Matlak, Salmi, Pritham, Kinto, and Solok Kovtsev. Then it is Christoph Kieler, Tommy Hart and Martin Soltis. David Manchester from the UK hasn't figured out how to comment on the live stream. That's because he has to go to the Rotax Karting Facebook page or the official Rotax Karting Instagram page and put his comment on there. That's why David Manchester can't get a shout out on the live stream, David Manchester. Hope that you are well. If when you figure that technology out, David Manchester, I could give you a shout out on the live stream, David Manchester. Cole Denham hops out of his cart. Oh no, that's Charlie Wolfett hopping out of his cart. It's Cole Denham's dad at the front of the cart. There is the Team UAE jacket of Maxim Bobrashov's mechanic, Jordan Lennox Lamb, looking on. In the background, in his Charles Leclerc top, he is here working with Rubens Barrichello and some of the Masters drivers. Here is the race-winning go-kart. Shake of the hands from Mr. Denham. Jordan Lennox Lamb, well, even offers to lift the front of his go-kart. Cole looks in and says, thank you. And then thinks, right, have a little chat, but one race down. Here's a quick look at the unofficial results. Kyle Lawrence back in the commentary box, and well, they decided to throw they knew that you had other engagements very briefly, and they decided to stop the race because of it, because the people want to hear your viewpoint of the grand final so far.
Right, here I am.
and I'll turn your microphone on while I'm at it.
It's been a wonderful grand final so far. I've had a bit of a bad luck, but I mean, even visiting the steward's office actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was.
Oh, there we go. I mean, I didn't want to say that's why you had to duck away, because the stewards requested an audience with you. They probably wanted to congratulate you on your commentary.
Yeah, no, that's definitely what it was. That's
yes,
the discussion we had. But absolutely, I watched the race after I stepped out. I didn't want to come in and interrupt you during it, because it looked like you had your hands full. It was an amazing race to watch. Top 20, I think, were covered by.
Well, we're looking at this. 24 drivers, 6.3 seconds.
Yeah, no, absolutely insane. Yeah, that's gaps you're talking about between normally first and third, for instance.
Yes, yeah. It's why drivers from the higher echelons of Formula Car racing come back to karting to keep themselves fit. But before we get speaking of fit, Jen Wade is down in the pit lane.
Stefan Radney, Team Sweden, here we are in Bahrain. Hi to Marie, I know she's watching.
Hi Marie.
Nice to see you, one of our distributors, of course, from the Rotax network.
Yeah, thank you. It's a fantastic place to be. One of the best circuits in the world. It's fantastic.
And I think the weather is also good.
Yeah, 25 degrees compared to minus 20 in Sweden, so it's good.
Yeah. Okay, so just tell me, Stefan, how many drivers and any chances so far for the podium?
Yeah, we have 3 drivers in Junior, Senior and DD2, and we have for sure a chance in Senior, because he finished second in both of the heats, and he will for sure be one of the one to watch.
Okay, we're going to be watching. I know you're on your way to the Rotax Club.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. And here we are now looking. The sun is setting once again. We've got 2 more races, then we've got a short break. So we've got this is the last mini-max heat of the Grand Finals 2023. If you're a driver, Kyle, if you're a driver that's had 2 pretty bad results and you're starting towards the rear, this is where we start seeing desperation kick in, isn't it?
Yeah, I think desperation is the word. Sometimes it's frustration as well. It's not always your fault that you're further down. I mean, 9 times out of 10 it isn't actually. But this is definitely the most nerve-wracking part of any event. A lot of people say it's the warm-up lap. To me, this sitting here and waiting for that green flag to send out, you're stuck in your own thoughts, you've got no mechanic around you, only the helmet around your head.
I completely agree. When I used to race, sitting on the dummy grid is when the butterflies were there. The minute that the gate, it was a gate at my local circuit, the gate opened, then, you press the accelerator to go out, all the nerves disappeared, and all you're doing is focusing on how to make the best start, how to outwit the other drivers that are around you. Here, you just have to sit and wait. You can't think. You're trying to occupy your mind with anything else. As we look at that's us, Mr. Radney, going through there. But you're trying to figure out what to do. You can't, focus on anything else. You're just there, and there is nerves going as well.
Yeah, 90% of the time you're trying to plan out what's going to happen. What if this cart's in front of me moves right or moves left, or who has a bad start? You're trying to plan all of this out in your head, and almost 100% of the time you get to the starts and nothing that you thought about in your head on this dummy grid actually happens. So, I was saying it to a driver earlier, you can't be, proactive, you got to be reactive, especially on a start, and you need to, pick the gaps that come to you. Sometimes you pick a gap that's there, and sometimes you pick a gap and suddenly it closes.
Yes, and you've got those split-second reactions. And again, that's why you see incidents and accidents. Drivers don't do things deliberately. You make a split-second decision, and you're either a hero or a zero. And here we go. Such is karting. There's a little bit of desert on the track coming out of turns 3 and 4. The recovery vehicle has had to take a couple of karts back to the circuit. Here is your starting lineup: Ili Tristan Krisan and Jacob Ashcroft on row 1. Travis Teo and Lars Lambers row 2. Mahos Masinas and Rory Armstrong, who's got loads of support from Downpatrick watching. Then it's Maxim Becker and Edward Kennedy, Alexander Van Meerven and Daniel Voinov, Nikita Lyubimov and Sen Lindemann are next. Then it is Daniel Lukjanov, Boris Verhagen, Adrian Stions and Christian Sigurdsson. Ahmed Al Khalifa and Derek Babicek, Leopold Yush and Natan Rybczynski. Rounding out your top 20. Now you can see the sun beginning to set a little bit more. That's going to cause a few visibility issues. Gage Korn, Klombunjong, Perez Gonzalez, Moral Rubia, Evchi, Reyes Garson, Matoda, Gregoriou, Sakano, Silas, Storder, Carson, Kianovsky, El Fagali, Warner and McCloughery. Your 36 karts, all 36 drivers present and correct. 6 laps. Take them to the start, Kyle.
Yeah, we can see already the inside line moving very, very close to the outside. It's a little bit of a tactic. Just let them know that they're there. We know how fast Tristan is. He's been blitzed. He blew away in his previous heat. So let's see if he can do it again here in the third and final heat. The lights are off. The lights are out. And unfortunately, the outside road, terrible start. And we've seen a lot of drivers drop down because of it. Great start, though, from Tristan.
And at the back of the field, there's a couple of karts turning around. I can see one driver sort of turning around to the back of the track. They're getting back on and going, and I'm looking back there, and do you know what? I can see one white crash helmet still stationary, but that was a high-speed turn, and we're looking down there. Ahmed Al Khalifa, Leopold Jush, Diego Perez Gonzalez, Stylianos Georgiou, and a couple of others were those involved. I'm looking up. I think that most of them have managed to continue. Yellow flags out. So a full course caution by the looks of it. So it was in the middle of the pack there, and again, when drivers get to turn around sideways, it was side-to-side impact. We saw a couple of karts, some very badly damaged side pods. So we're getting more and more as we get later into the heats. Drivers there failing to slow down at the back there. Some good signalling in the middle of the pack. We'll come around turn number 1, and we can see, right, so there's a driver just being helped out of their go-kart there. Now, Ahmed Al Khalifa, Leopold Jush, Philip Kianovsky and Stylianos Gregoriou are the 4 drivers involved there with a black race suit on. That would be Ahmed Al Khalifa, I believe, walking away from his kart. So we don't know which driver is. Red flag again. Second time today. Of course, this is where we're saying we often see this. Drivers trying to, they know that if they've got any chance of making the final, they need a good third heat score, because explain how karting works. You get heat points, and then those heat points are added together. That sets the grid for the pre-final. You also get another set of points in the pre-final, and at the end of the pre-final, for the Minimax drivers, the juniors, the seniors and the DD2s, those 4 sets of points are all added together, and the best 36 point scorers go through to the final. The other 36 drivers go home.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, but you know, this is why they did away with the last chance race, because of this desperation, but unfortunately it's just moved the desperation towards the final heats. The guys in the mid-pack, they know they need 5-6 places, they know they need to move up quickly, and the fastest way to do that is in turn one. That's when the bunch is, and that's where you can make the places, but unfortunately it's where you can also lose your race.
Because you used to have, before the pre-final, you would get 30 drivers automatically go through to the pre-final, and then everybody else would fight it out in the last chance race, where the top 6 finishers would then go through, and that race was quite often somewhat chaotic. But like I said, now the chaos has just moved to the last heat race, as drivers sitting and waiting, 32 of them all sitting and watching in their karts. All they look like meerkats. They're also looking ahead to see what's going on. As a driver, you've now got to reset yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, it's difficult. Your heart rate's gone up while you're waiting for the start. It's now come down. You settled into a rhythm, and all of a sudden that rhythm's broken. You have to, even with the slowdown lap, you break that rhythm, and to try and reset your mind and get back into it is rather difficult, especially for these youngsters. Some of these youngsters, you know, they're very, very nervous to be here. Some of them is their first time, so it is hard to work it out and get back in.
Yes. Now, this is Sebastian Vasile, Sebi Vasile on the right-hand side of your screen there with his sunglasses. The Romanians are getting plenty of track time, of camera time. Some fantastic shots here. Look at the amount of people on the top grandstand. If we get another close-up of any of the spectators, then, you know, feel free to pick on anybody that you might recognise, Kyle. It's part of the joys of being a commentator, is that when you're in and around the paddock getting to know people, and then they suddenly appear on screen, you can embarrass them, really, or you can say hi to them, or you can do whatever. There's the dome, and that grandstand offers some fantastic viewing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just above the commentary box here, and then just before I walk in, we've got the Micromaxes out, so I do like to stand up there and watch the micros. It's a great view of the track, and you can see most of the circuit from there. It's actually a great viewpoint.
Yes, I don't know who that person is with the umbrella. That's a Poland top, that is. They've got their umbrella at the top. Give us a wave, Poland, with your umbrella. They can't hear. That's Jose Albuquerque. He is sort of in charge of what is going on, a lot of the events around the circuit, coordinating the multitude of things that happen here at the grand finals. There's a look hanging over the top of the grandstand there, watching down. A lot of those will be parents and family members, but here at the grand finals, you go and watch. If you know there's a South African driver in the race, you'll find a lot of the drivers will go and watch the South Africans, not the family members, just to cheer on the South African colours.
Yeah, it's all about the gees, as we call it back home.
The what, sorry?
It's the gees.
The gees.
It's the pride. It's the
pride.
The heart of your home country. As they're busy reordering the group, they'll go back, I think, to the previous lap. They're reordering.
Well, it was a red flag before the opening lap had been completed, so we'll probably have a full regrid. I think we'll probably have a complete restart. But yeah, the gees.
The gees.
The gees.
Yeah. We call it the South African gees. So you'll see on a Friday before a major rugby game, everybody's wearing their Springbok colours, and that's what we call our gees. You know, showing off our supportive and showing off our pride for our country is that's what we call it.
So like the Irish call it the crack. Yeah. You know, you call it the gees. The Welsh call it Saturday. There we go. The Romanians call it, I don't know what the Romanians call it actually. But again, the Colombians all go around. They beat their heart and they give you the two hands. Every nation has a different way of displaying their national pride, and you see it so many ways here. Like the team from Ecuador have got these wonderful sort of Panama hats around. Obviously, the Norwegians bring their Viking hats. The Japanese seem to just shave Japan into their heads, or Taigen Sakano does anyway. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Another question I'd like to bring on for the viewers at home. We were talking about nose cone penalties before on the previous Minimax races. Now, with the red flag, it being a restart, those nose cones are then reset and the race is rerun. You don't take that penalty for that nose cone once the red flag and a restart of the race, because in all fairness, that race hasn't happened. That
race never happened. Yeah, it's a full restart. The previous race where let's have a look. There's Roger El Faghali from Lebanon. cheering on. You've got Albie Friend just to the right of Roger. I'm trying to see who that is in the bucket hat there. We're looking there. There's the Danish team on the top grandstand. Oh, it looks like, speaking of the Ecuador hats, one of them there with the black ribbon round it. So that's Team Ecuador at the top. Let's pick on a few. Oh, there's Archie Clark's mum and dad as well on the side of thing. Now, of course, the chassis partners, these are all Birrell ART karts. So the squad from Birrell ART are here. Ronnie Sala is here. We have Daniel Sleever from Praga Kart here. I'm sure Bertrand Pignolet from Saudi Kart will also be here. There's going to be a full regrid. So yes, and you'll see some officials down there. Ramiro Brito, our race director, in the black top there. We have a little wander across. Look at the top of the grandstand. The Rotax bucket hat is a favourite in the merchandise shop. A lot of the British drivers' appearance, especially for Archie Clark's dad, because like me, you haven't got much protection up top any longer. You need all the help you can get, especially in this sunshine.
We don't call it bald, we call it helmet head.
No, you can fry an egg on top of that one, I tell you. No messing whatsoever. Sorry, Mr. Clark. There's another member of the British team. That's Nicole Sutherland, who will be joining us on commentary in the next race. She races in the British Senior Rotax Championship, and she's waiting to come in now. The junior drivers are waiting, so of course the timetable has been delayed. You're now you're in that zone. The drivers, those first group of junior drivers on the grid, we were talking about it before. This is where you don't want to be, and now you're stuck there for longer.
Yeah, it does build the pressure, and it does build the anxiety. It's something that would, I suffer from a condition called ADHD, so anxiety builds quite quickly. So that extended period of time, you're not planning for it, you're not prepared for it, and now all of a sudden you're stuck in your own thoughts for even longer.
I suffer from a similar condition. It's called IDIOT.
we call it in PC terms, I think it's an ID10.
An idiot.
Yeah.
IDIOT. I suffer from IDIOT.
I did hear you learning how to say good morning in different languages.
And by this afternoon I've forgotten. So I never. Well, we said good afternoon in all the different languages this morning. I know Ohio is a state in the United States, but Ohio is good morning in Chinese, I believe. Chinese, Japanese. Good morning. What was in Afrikaans?
Well, we just say aware, bruv. It's kind of South African. That's a low in everything.
And of course, there's Bonadar in Welsh.
I think it was moron. In fact, my mother sent me a message and told me to say that. Bonadar.
I'm a moron.
No, Bonadar.
Oh, Bonadar. Yes,
Yeah.
I thought you said.
No.
Your mother called me a moron, but she'd be right.
What was the country where the greeting was similar to moron?
Good morning.
Oh, is that one? And you still said yes, moron. Yes,
good morning. I know. Before the live stream starts, ladies and gentlemen, there are several days of practice here in the grand finals, and my job, I wander around the paddock aimlessly, doing driver interviews and just keeping the paddock updated on what is going on. Our usual tradition at the grand finals is at the start of the day, when all the drivers are lined up ready to go out for their first practice session, I will, in my Viking hat and glasses, wander down and we'll try and say good morning or good afternoon in all the different languages here. And people do ask me, Henry, why do I walk around in the Viking hat and the silly glasses? And I said, well, if you're a driver whose English is not your first language, you're coming to this event for the first time, it's a bit overawing, it can be a little bit sort of intimidating, and then suddenly a commentator comes up to you and asks you to do an interview in English, your first reaction is to shy away.
Yes.
However, if the commentator is wearing a big Viking hat, massively oversized Welsh glasses, other hats and regalia, you look at the commentator and think, that guy's an idiot, he must be having a laugh, and you relax a little bit. And therefore, the drivers who do not speak very good English, or any English at all, at least relax around the microphone. They're not intimidated by it, because all these young drivers have to be salesmen or women. You have to sell yourself, you have to promote yourself, you have to be good at public speaking, and for lots of them, this is my version of media training. You know, just get used to not being intimidated by the microphone. If you're looking at the commentator with the silly hat and the silly glasses, you're not focused or worrying about the microphone. And therefore, you automatically, subconsciously become a little bit more confident when it comes to dealing with members of the press.
That was one of the things that when we did media training, I was invited to an academy of one of the F1 teams, and that was the media training, was to refer to whoever is doing that interview to you, and then, you know, make that up in your head that you're just having a casual conversation with anybody else you would be having a casual conversation
with a friend. You know, forget about, you know, the black stick with the amplifier in it underneath you that is propelling your voice around the entire venue. But it's easier said than done. But you know, sometimes that's just what I found works. And again, you know, you have 384 drivers here. On the live stream, we try and cover as many of them as possible. In the days leading up to the event, you know, in the paddock, I try and speak to as many of them as you can to make every single one of them feel just as special. Every driver, yourself included, you know, you've sacrificed a lot to be here. You know, I don't know, you know, family, partners, you know, you spending time away, you know what that sacrifice is like, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've all taken time out of our businesses. We've all taken time out of our lives at home. I mean, most of the fathers and mothers here all have 9 to 5s, 5 days a week, and they work very hard to get the kids here. We know motorsport is not a cheap sport, so you know, that level of sacrifice, and that does add to the desperation that we were talking about. And the drivers do feel it. We want to perform for those at home that supported us. I've had so many wonderful people get me to this point, you know, going from a mechanic back to a driver again, and the list goes on and on of all the people. In fact, I was doing an interview for a company back home where I was in tears because of it. It's just, there's so much love and support for our own drivers to get them to an event and get them here, and each and every single one of these drivers want to go out there and represent their country and their people back at home, and you almost want to pay back the support and love that you've been getting throughout the event.
And of course, you're desperate to, I mean, obviously, when you a lot of these kids, they see, you know, parents and families missing out on things and you know, giving things up. So, you know, they do reflect, say, look, you know, I want to do so well, or I don't want to let my family down. But one thing I do know is that no matter who comes first or who comes last, there will not be a single parent here of any of the younger drivers who think, oh, do you know what, you've let me down by not doing well here. No parent is like that at all.
Of course. I mean, I'm proud of every single South African that's here. We're not having the greatest weekend that we normally used to. We're normally used to being in the top 10.
Yep.
You know, we are having a struggle this weekend, myself included. But I am proud of every single driver that's here because we are here. We've won the championship at home. We've done the work at home, and we've gotten to this event. That, to me, is the first win. Whatever happens after that is all gravy, and every single one of us is doing the best we can against the world's best Rotax drivers.
Exactly. You know, it's champion versus champion. I was speaking to one driver last night, and I won't mention the driver's name, but I was speaking to the driver and the driver's parents, and the driver couldn't understand why he was in 25th and the driver in 24th was defending, and he would pass and then the driver would come straight back in on him. And I said, well, all year that driver has been used to winning because he's a champion of his country, and you know, or their country. And the driver isn't used to being in 24th, the same as you're not used to being in 25th. So you think, this is not right, I have to get the lead because I'm used to leading.
Yes.
And that sort of mentality, it's what creates the crazy racing, is because suddenly, as a driver, you've gone from winning your national championship to fighting for 20th and having to remember, okay, I know I normally win, but now I need to sort of get back into that mindset of just following or working for, you know, a minor placing.
But also, over and above that, we must remember that a lot of these drivers also qualify not from their nations, they qualify from other international events around the world. Rotax has multiple international events around the world where all sorts of nationalities come to compete against each other. So now you've won that against other nations, and all of a sudden you arrive at the world final, you're not quite comfortable with the track, you haven't quite got the jetting right, because we are talking tenths of a second to go from 20th to 5th.
And of course, all these other international events, the international trophy, for example, you bring your own carts, you bring your own engines. There's a problem with your one engine, you can get a spare engine. You can't do that here. You have to use what you're given. You can work with Rotax to solve issues like you have been, you know, misfires or whatever the technical issue could be, but you cannot dip into your wallet and go, do you know what? I don't like that part. I'm going to buy a new one.
Yes, and that's what they're trying to avoid here, and I do appreciate that. And it's your issue may to you be the biggest issue out there, and there might be 10 people in the queue in front of you, and you want to get frustrated that you want to get to that queue and get to Rotax and get your problem solved, but you must also remember that every single person has something that they want to improve on or work on, and they need the advice of Rotax, and Rotax engineers here know these products backwards, so you respect their decision, you respect what they want to say, and that's why you want to speak to them, so and get it done.
And to give you another example, on Tuesday evening we had late practice finished, and there was in the DD2 class there was an issue with I think fuel pickup with about 20 carts, and there was a line. It was 10 o'clock at night. There was 20 drivers. The driver's tent was having to close, and Rotax went, okay, we're going to go down the line, Wolfgang and the team in the workshop, Darryl Smith and what have you, and they went down every single cart. They spoke to the drivers, said, what is the problem? They wrote it on the technical sheet, said, leave your carts here. The drivers at 10 o'clock at night went home. The Rotax crew stayed for another couple of hours to fix every single cart, to test, to make sure that the product was right. And that happens every year with some issue or other. The staff here at Rotax, they will be here until sleep is not something that you do at the grand finals. I can testify to that.
Green flag waving now. We're going to start out for our warm-up lap. So they'll get one warm-up and then a restart, a complete restart. So this is a new race. Drivers now have to reset themselves. Hopefully we don't see that outside row mishap we had in the start. And I think that created that sort of that issue into turn one.
The knock-on effect.
The concertina effect is the word I was looking for.
Do you know something? I was looking for exactly the same word. You beat me to it.
Well, we found it. We
found it in the end, yes. The concertina effect, where it was a problem with the front row, and eventually it was the 10th row where it all kicked off. Yeah, hopefully the drivers are all okay. We'll quickly give you a rundown of the front runners. It's Ili Tristan Chrisan, Jacob Ashcroft first and second. Then it's Travis Teo and Lars Lambers on row 2, Mahos Masinas and Rory Armstrong row 3, Maxim Becker and Edward Kennedy row 4, Alexander Van Meerven and Daniel Vonov on row 5. Leopold Jush and Ahmed Al Khalifa will not take the restart. We do hope they are both okay. Stylianos Gregoriou likewise not on the circuit. And I'm not sure if it was, yes, so we do wish either Gregoriou, Jush or Al Khalifa all the best. We will find out what happened if they are okay later on. Sun setting, again, it's been a long while. The temperature would have dropped a little bit. Would that affect the pressures?
Oh, definitely. So it's going to affect your jetting, it's going to affect your pressures, it's going to affect how the cart's going to handle in the first few races. And I'm noticing now that this warm-up lap is very, very slow. So you've got to be very careful with the throttle input. If you are too fast on the throttle, the cart is going to bog. You're not going to get a good start. So pole man, we see his hand out there. I think he might be pinching the fuel pipe to make sure he's not overfueling. And he's getting ready to do the start. He's actually, looks like he's sped up there slightly before the start. We are good to go, and he's on the outside. He's gotten a great launch, and that must have been just from pinching the pipe. 3-4 car lengths already out of the turn one. We've got all the field through, so no fighting over real estate already. So at least we can get the restart going and get some racing going.
I mean, that was an absolutely fantastic bit of gamesmanship from Ili Tristan Chrisan. You saw it. The camera angle was fantastic. You said, Kyle, pinched the fuel tank, suddenly slowed down. Everybody on the inside went bump, 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 bump. And as soon as he felt that touch behind, he had unpinched the fuel tank and had gone. It got him a huge gap over Travis Teo, who was directly behind him, and he's got a 20 kart length lead coming up towards turn number 9 on lap number 1 out of 6. It is Chrisan in second position. Looks like Ashcroft from the outside of row number 1 has been able to duck into P2. There is Lars Lambers. No, that's Mikolas Masinas from Lithuania. Moving into third position, I think there's the British race suit on, possibly Rory Armstrong in fourth position. We complete lap number 1. It is Chrisan, Ashcroft, Lambers, Armstrong, Teo, Van Meerven, Masinas, Becker, And Oliver Warner has also not gone out. It's been an absolute disaster for young Oliver Warner. 32 drivers still running, but Chris Ann has a huge lead.
Yeah, this is where it's going to start getting interesting. We see Ashcroft and Lambers tripping over each other at the moment. Lambers now coming back at him, but we're going to go 3 karts wide. Oh, a little bit of a drop out there. That was a clever move, rather than make 3 karts 3 into 1 doesn't go. So hopefully, luckily we got the front 2 through there. But it's a big fight now between Ashcroft and Lambers. And all this is doing is allowing Chris Anelli to just put his head down and move on.
Exactly. He won his first race earlier on. This is the rest of the field sort of handing the race to Ili Tristan Chris Ann on a silver platter. Lambers up into second position, side by side, almost 3 wide into turn number 12. It's going to be the Belgian driver. Let's have a little look back here. And all side by side already, 1 car coming through the apex of turn number 9 sideways. There is the 168 car of Lars Lambers up over the curb. So 2 race suits there with the yellow sleeves on them. Alexander van Meerven from Belgium is now into P2. So Belgium running 2 and 3.
So now we've got 2 countrymen running together. Let's see if they put themselves nose to tail and actually just start pushing each other on to try and either break the group, because at the gap like that with only 3 laps left to go, I don't see this group catching Tristan in front unless he makes a mistake. But he hasn't done that all weekend.
No, and the short heat races, we're on lap number 3. At the end of this race, we will be at half distance. It's a 1.8 second lead for Chris Ann. Oh, they're 3 wide. Oh, and up and over there. That is one of the German drivers. That, I think, could be Maxim Becker coming together with Marcus Massinas. Becker, they both continue. There's the black race suit. Trying to see who the black race suit belongs to. Nikita Lubimov is in that group as well. Daniel Voinov. And this is, we'll look for the cart on the inside. And there's a little bit of freight train there, some damage on the front of 108. That is Christian Sigurdsson, and then it is it's the Japanese driver 161 is Shimba Matoda, and the German driver around, that could be Lucas Storder, who was colliding with Shimba Matoda. They were both fighting for about 23rd, 24th position.
Yeah, what we saw happen is these wheels are all rotating the same direction. So when they make contact, that was clever. Yeah. Instead of getting involved in the same fight that we just saw almost cost someone a race,
yes,
very clever, decided to back out of that one and live to fight another day.
I'm going to bail, exit stage left. I might lose 2 or 3 positions, but I won't, write my go-kart off.
These 2 Belgian drivers now doing what they need to do. Vermeulen and Lambers now, I think Lambers has just gone past, so yes, we know Lambers is the quicker. Vermeulen just making sure that the 2 of them can get nose to tail. Let's not fight and let's not allow the rest of the pack through to us. We can get good points here in the final heat and just get a better start for the pre-final. The pre-final is where you want to get your grid right for the final, and you don't want to fight too much either, but they're just working perfectly together to make sure that they get those points in the bag.
Yeah, you can see that the tactic is working. Ashcroft is in 4th position. 5th is Maxim Becker, then Rory Armstrong. But even though Ashcroft and Becker are working in a similar fashion, look, their carts aren't actually touching. There's 6-7 inches between Ashcroft and Becker, whereas Lambers and Van Meerven, Van Meerven's nose cone is literally resting on the rear bumper of Lambers' cart, pushing him along.
But saying that, Ashcroft has got a proper turn of pace in him at the moment. Becker and him might not be touching because Ashcroft is just so quick, and he's really coming back onto them there now at the moment.
Well, we start the final lap, and now the 2 Belgian countrymen go side by side. Ashcroft trying to make it 3 wide. And that could have been very touchy. Ashcroft has to back out of it. It's going to spoil his momentum. Ashcroft now has to defend into turn 5 from Maxim Becker.
It was absolutely amazing to see how late Ashcroft could get that kart braked and turned to keep himself ahead of Maxime Becker. And now we've got a 4-kart battle for second, and just behind that, a 6-kart battle for 5th.
Yeah, you've got Massinas, Armstrong, Lubimov, Teo, Voinov, and then Lukjanov battling for the next group here. But it's Ashcroft is able to regain that momentum. It's not over yet. Lambers and Van Meerven still battling between themselves. Can Ashcroft and Becker retaliate? There's Ashcroft.
Oh, that car control was phenomenal. You saw how he locked the brakes up and swapped left on him, swapped right on him, but he got it stopped, he got it turned in, and he looks like he's going to get 3rd position from Maxime Becker there.
checkered flag out. Ili Tristan Chrisan wins another race for Canada. Lambert second, and right at the end, Jacob Ashcroft snatches third from Becker and Van Meeren. Armstrong in sixth, Lubimov in seventh, Masinas, Voinov, Lukjanov, Teo and Babicek in 10th, and Lindemann finishing in 13th, and Sejerson, Edward Kennedy, Tions and Gage Korn are next up. I know we're running behind on the timetable, Kyle. A really good race, and I know the next junior race is going to be starting very soon. But as we look at the karts coming in, a few damaged Birol ARTs, a great race for Chrisan, but impressed by Jacob Ashcroft?
Oh, very much so. That kart control on that brake there, and that final move, it swapped left at him, swapped right at him. Somehow he got it straight and turned in, so great driving from him.
Okay, no problems. Well, thank you very much, Carl Lawrence. Good luck tomorrow in your pre-final. I know you've got some work to do. We'll be hearing from you throughout the week in Minimax. This is your class now for the rest of the week, and good luck to all the South African drivers as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. I'm having an absolute joy with you, Henry.
Excellent, no problem at all. Well, someone's got to put up with me. Thank you, Carl Lawrence. We'll see Carl tomorrow. Nicole Sutherland will be joining us back in the commentary box very, very shortly. But as you look at the results on screen, we'll take a short break, and then it'll be Junior Rotax up next.
But I just have to break him away from the balcony because this is the best view, I think, second best view. The best view's up there on top. George, how's the week going for you?
Yeah, it's been good. Usual weekend, ups and downs. Qualifying didn't go to plan, but yesterday evening in the first round of heats were really good. We won the micro, mini and junior heats, so that was a strong start. We're looking pretty good today as well, so see how the pre-finals go tomorrow.
At this point in time, what kind of advice are you giving the drivers, knowing that they really need to be there at the front when it comes to tomorrow's pre-finals?
Well, that's the most important thing, is be there. That's ultimately, it's not about winning every single race every time you go out. It's about collecting decent points, making sure you don't get bumper penalties, so you are there for the final, because you know as well as I do that anything can happen when you hit the final. As long as you're 3 or 4 rows, you're in with a shout.
Yeah, and before I run out of here, what's it like in the club here? You know, you've got great food, you've got great service, best view, second best view in the house. Yeah. What do you think?
It's been great. Yeah, it's like you said, it's a really good view. The atmosphere is great as well, with it being a all in your nations and an open environment. You know, there's a lot of mingling and chatting between people that you wouldn't normally talk to. So it's great. It's great for networking and meeting new friends.
Of course, you're not based in the UK, are you?
No, I'm based in the UAE, so pretty close for us.
Yeah, only a bit over an hour, I think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, just over an hour away. Yeah. So it's as close as we can get to a home track, I suppose, unless we go back to Al Ain Raceway.
Well, I'm sure everyone's watching. They're at home in the United Arab Emirates. I think they've usually got it running the whole day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the guys at Team UAE are doing a great job with Tony and guys. So, yeah, let's see what we can do for them.
All right, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. That is the bird's eye view of the VIP Rotax Club. And outside, that was George Gibbons. Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box. This is the last round of junior Rotax races. And I have to say, if the previous Minimax races are anything to go by, this is where desperation kicks in. But before we get that, what have you been learning out in the paddock?
So I've been out there speaking to Kenzo Craigie. He's really happy with his results so far. He's been really consistent. He's had a win and a third. Talking to him, he said that win, he wouldn't have had that race go any other way, and he's looking forward to seeing what he can do in this third race. We've also been talking to Yvonne Simonova.
She's a little character, if ever there was one.
Big smile on her face.
Yes.
She's loving the event. This is her second time here. Last year she competed at Portimao in Minimax.
Yes, she did, yes. And then tested the E10 the next day.
Yeah, she was telling me she didn't have the best qualifying, but she's managed to make up some positions in this heat, and she's looking forward, similarly to Kenzo, seeing what she can do in this third race.
Excellent. Now, of course, we've got 2 races to go. If you're a driver that's had 2 good results, you're just looking to be consistent. If you're a driver that has had 2 bad results, you've got to go for every single move you possibly can see, and that's where trouble can, develop.
Yeah, I think a lot of these drivers will be aware now of where they're standing on points.
Okay.
That always adds a bit of pressure because you can work out where you need to finish in the next race to guarantee a spot in that pre-final.
Because again, the pre-final is like a superheat with extra points available. It's the same amount of points. But if you're, say, 15 points below 36th at the end of today, then barring a miracle, you're not going to make... Even if you win your pre-final, it is very touch and go whether you're going to make it.
Yeah, definitely. But I think as a driver, that's something that's always pretty difficult to accept. And a lot of these drivers are going to start being very ambitious with the moves they're doing.
One of the drivers in point, case in point, Boss Patel retired from his earlier race today, starting the Canadian driver in kart number 252, the 14-year-old from Calgary, won the Canada finals to get his ticket here. He's not been to the grand finals before, there's a lot of drivers out there. Let's have a little look now. Who can we spot there? The Romanians have been in that grandstand. There's going to be they're going to be absolutely cooked in this sunshine. There's Matteo Quinto, just in the dark blue T-shirt there, and there's Julian Rivera's dad and Julian Rivera's mechanic from Ecuador. Julian Rivera's dad having his with his JRT, having a quick sip of some sort of thing. There's Cole Denham's dad. He's just heard his name on the tannoy. Stop looking at that website, Cole. Stop, Mr. Denham. Stop looking at that website, Ian. Now, come on now, behave yourself. Turn that website off. I'm sure he's looking at the live timing, or probably watching the live coverage. We are extremely grateful for all the comments coming in and for the viewing figures. There is Henry Gruber right at the back. He's had an absolute shocker of a time. Now, is that Enzo Ball in the cast who had to withdraw from the race meeting? He was going to be in DD2. I was going to say give us a wave, but he can't. Anyway, Thomas Behrman, mechanical failure. So, you're Thomas Behrman, you've had 1 good result and you've had 1 bad result. What are you going to do? You're starting at the front though, Nicole.
It was such a shame to see that DNF in that last heat, but Thomas is going to know to be on the attack the whole time. He's had a good result already. He knows that he can replicate that. He's just got to go in with confidence, be calm, and stay out of trouble for this one.
Yeah, Tino Sidler, 2 good results. So again, Tino will also be aware of Thomas's position. So if he sees Thomas going up the inside, you'll know as a driver, okay, this driver has got nothing to lose. I have more to lose. So you try and use that to your advantage, don't you?
Yeah, I'd definitely say that Tino will be conscious that Thomas has got more to gain. Yeah. Tino's, if he has a good result in this one, he's guaranteed a good position for that pre-final. Personally, if I was him, if Thomas went in, as long as they weren't all in a big jumble, I'd just let him go, sit behind him and race smart for this one.
And you've been doing some calculations, haven't you? What are your unofficial point standings, Nicole? She's embarrassing the heck out of me here because she's far more prepared than I am, ladies and gentlemen.
So, currently on points, Kenzo Craigie, top of the board.
Okay.
We've then got Christopher El-Faghali, he's in second, Udaloo in third. So Udaloo, he's had 2 seconds.
Okay,
been
right.
really consistent.
And he's going in the next race.
Yeah, Luca Horton in fourth, the Bahrainian driver, and then Bola Wet is in sixth.
Okay, and Bola Wet. So of the top 6 in points, Kenzo Craigie is the only one in this race.
Yep.
That is probably that's a very good thing because the other 5 are going to take points off each other. So Kenzo finds himself in a really positive position. Finished second in the Euro Trophy this year. He came to Bahrain as a Micromax driver 2 years ago. Was running in the top 10. Had a crash in the final. Finished 34th. Louis Coman is the pole sitter for France. They head out onto the circuit for this will be an 8-lap race. The starting lineup is as follows. Louis Coman and Kenzo Craigie on row number 1. Tino Sidler and Brett King on row number 2. Brett had a retirement in his first race this morning. Row number 3 is Thomas Behrman, another retirement, and Francisco Paredes, 2 top 10 results for Francisco. Josh Graham and Archie Clark are next. Graham did very well earlier on. Archie Clark had his first top 10 finish. Then it's Lucas Gales and Hamza Al-Fayez, started 10th, finished 8th or 9th in his last race. Van der Pavert, Lipovic, Assam, Mrak, Falavenye and Nissen are next. Miles Baker and Uros Bogdanic, Katarina Wing Tung and Scott Riley round out your top 20. Then it is Young Tseng Cheng, Franisek Kalitsky, Boss Patel, Santieri Leitonen is 24th with Arata Endo, Vian Boshoff, Max Walton, Alejandro Omana Sanchez and the remaining runners of the field. Would you like to bring them to the start, Nicole? What is going through their minds now as they come around?
Well, this looks like a nice slow start. The whole pack is quite bunched up, so I think as the mid-pack you can tell that's happening. You can be prepared that you're probably not going to have a false start. You're getting ready to go. You're also, as well, like I said earlier, conscious of the person in front of you. You don't want to go too early and end up with a bumper.
No, you don't indeed. So, crawling into the tram lines, Louis Coman will try and outfox Kenzo Craigie. There he goes. Craigie does get left. It's a very spread out start. It's a false start. That was timed too well from Louis Coman. You could see what he was trying to do. He got the cart straightened up. Craigie on the outside line was still sort of pointing towards the outside of the circuit, and he just anticipated it a bit too much. As the dark art of driving, if you are Kenzo Craigie, could you have then realised in a split second, oh sugar, I've missed a start, you know what, I'm not even going to go, and I'm going to hope that the race director calls a false start because the one line has got away completely?
Yeah, when it's that slow of a start, Kenzo will definitely be sat there conscious. He doesn't want to jump that too early. He doesn't want to necessarily go at the same time as Lewis Conwin because that's going to end up, he jumps those tram lines, it's a penalty for him.
But you could almost say, well, I'm instead of reacting a second late and watching the first one, you can just not react at all and hope that the race director calls for a false start. You can manipulate the race director occasionally, and your the smile on your face says that you possibly could.
Yeah, I think you can manipulate's probably the wrong word.
No,
you can read it in a certain way, and these drivers know how to read things like that. They're going to know.
Yes, but of course the race director is also wise to this and might just say, I know what you're doing, tough start, and you've it's a gamble.
Yeah, definitely.
But Louis Coman again, another very slow start through turn 13 into turn 14. At the back of the pack there, you've got Martin Meneses just holding back a little bit. That gives him time to react. It's another great jump from Coman, and he swings out to the outside. He gets going to get a great run through turn number 1. Louis Coman has already got a 10-12 kart length lead as we go into the roller coaster. Craigie in second, Sidler is third, and it's a good start from Thomas Behrman up into fourth. The rest of the field all in line going into turn number 5, and it's a remarkably clean start from the junior drivers halfway around the opening lap. At the back of the field there's a couple of karts piggybacking over the top of one another, but as they go through turn number 8, this is so close. Coming out of turn number 8, up the hill now towards turn number 9. Brilliant getaway. That is Louis Coman timing it to perfection.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start by him. He's read that really well. Fastest in sector 1 because he's got that nice gap, clean air. Great by him. And
now Kenzo Craigie will have to get his head down and chase. Tino Sidler is going with him in third place. That bright gold crash helmet, a really distinctive crash helmet design. Behrman is fourth and Brett King fifth. Josh Graham is sixth, followed by Skelles, Paredes, Van der Pavement and Archie Clark. The two drivers that were piggybacking over the top of each other, that was Giovanni Santora and Thomas Branchik. Santora and Branchik come through in 35th and 36th position, but everyone's still running. So Coman, who's had two reasonable results, not great but reasonable, he leads. Craigie, there was someone running very wide there. Kenzo's obviously got a very quick kart. He doesn't. Sidler dies at the inside. Craigie gives him a lot of room.
Yeah, that's given the fourth place of. Is that Brett King in fourth now?
I think yes, it is. It's the bright yellow Ecuador race suit of Brett King.
Yeah, that's brought him back into this situation now. They broke away a little bit at the start, but Brett looks like he's in this fight now. Yep, he's gone into fourth, just behind Kenzo.
Thomas Behrman in fifth. So King and Behrman, they both navigated the hardest part, getting through lap number 1 cleanly. And there's another move that by Brett King. So Brett King
into third there.
And Kenzo can't get out of the way fast enough, can he? He knows he's got a good result, but he doesn't want to drop too far back, does he?
It looks like Kenzo's just gone back in for the move from Brett there as well, so...
Yep, 3 wide behind him. So again, Kenzo now, he doesn't want to. He's got a lot to lose, Kenzo Craigie. But again, he doesn't want to lose too many positions. Now he can settle back in his rhythm. He's got Josh Graham behind him, a driver that he will know well from the British Championship, and they both race for the Argenti Motorsport team in the UK, I believe. So they will be sort of used to racing with one another. As I say that, Behrman is now behind with the top 2. Coleman and Sidler are clear. Then it's Craigie and Graham pushing Craigie along.
Yeah, both Kenzo and Joshua under the guidance of Danny Sweeney this weekend, racing together in Argenti in the UK. I wouldn't be surprised if they just follow each other through this whole race and work together.
Yeah, Danny Sweeney, he would have sort of said, look, if the situation arises and you're together, just work, because Josh won this morning, so did Kenzo. It's like, okay, this is good. I think we're definitely going to see the two British drivers now work together to try and close the gap. The gap between Sidler in second and Craigie in third is 1.3 seconds. Sidler, however, has just tuned up the wick and gone fastest. He races for Strawberry Racing in the Euro Trophy and in Switzerland. I don't know if Switzerland he races for a different team, but in the Euro Trophy, Tino Sidler certainly races for the Strawberry Racing team. He's closing in on Louis Coman. Skelles and Behrman 5th and 6th. Brett King has fallen to 8th, so that early aggression has cost Brett King a little bit.
Yeah, Tino Sidler doing a good job now. He's right on the bumper of Coleman. Needs to be careful though.
Careful in terms of?
You don't want to get too far behind the guy in front. You don't want to get too hot, and you equally so don't want to end up going into the back of somebody.
Yes, because of course if you're that quick, all it will take is for Coleman to suddenly, break a little bit early or get a little bit defensive and suddenly bang. And there's a change for third position. Graham does make the move on Craigie, running lap 5 out of 8, but that was in a position where it doesn't cost them too much speed.
No, it doesn't look like they've lost too much to the pack of Behrman and Luca behind. So
yes,
nice and clean.
And Kenzo let it go. There was, the type of passing manoeuvre that costs you time to the people you're taking is when you dive up the inside of someone going into a heavy braking zone. You then are slow on the exit and you run side by side. That was Craigie running wide, Graham up the inside, got the apex and was able to drive off the corner. Kenzo could actually maybe even give Josh Graham a little push up towards the top two, as we've got a new race leader, Tino Sidler, in front, and it looks as though with the fastest lap of the race now going to Thiago Falavenier in 11th position. You've got Sidler and Coman running 1-2, but Graham and Craigie are closing that gap. Looking at the split times, both Graham and Craigie are 10th quicker through sector number 1.
We've got some nice battles going back more mid-pack as well. Australia's Max Walton gone up 13 places.
And yeah, he's up into 14th position. A little bit further back as well, Santieri Leitonen is up 6 places. Now, sadly, going in the other direction, Hamza Al-Fayez has dropped to 34th. Katarina Tung has dropped to 32nd. And Marko Liutots and Yunho Kim from Estonia and
Joshua Graham going for a move there for second, and he's got it done.
He got it done, yeah. I was going to say, as I was trying to find out, Yunho Kim from South Korea was the other driver with Neo Tux from Estonia, but Kenzo Craigie now making the move as well. This is something we've seen from Louis Coleman, fading in the latter stages. That doesn't bode well, because the pre-final, the final will be longer races, and there
Joshua
is a move for the race lead.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what the Frenchman has done on pressures, because it seems as if the first section of the race he's really fast and then slowly starts to slow down slightly.
Exactly, and Sidler, and it's getting very, very close. Lucas Scalez is the second French driver in the dark blue race suit, now closing in. So suddenly a group of 5 on the last lap. It's going to have to be defending. Sidler defending, they're 3 wide. I think that is that Scalez now passing Louis Coman. Kenzo Craigie in 3rd, but Joshua Graham still has the lead. Tino Sidler is not giving up though. Out of turn number 8, up the hill towards turn number 9. Behind the top 5, Van der Pavement and Archie Clark run 6th and 7th. Beerman is 8th, but Joshua Graham looking very, very strong indeed, heading down the hill. Will Tino Sidler attack, do you think?
Oh, it looks like it, but Joshua Graham doesn't look as though he's driving overly defensive.
No, he's got 2 corners to go. Obviously confident enough in the line. The checkered flag comes out. Graham takes his 2nd win of the day. Sidler 2nd. Kenzo Craigie is 3rd. Scalez, Coleman, Van der Pavement and Archie Clark in 7th. Then it's Beerman, Marak, Falavenier, and a great drive from Max Walton. Didn't see much of him, up 16 positions.
Casper Schurmans as well there in 20th, gone up 13 positions.
Again, the driver that finished 3rd a year ago, he's fighting for his life. Endo Arata up into 19th position. He was the Minimax winner 2 years ago. And any other names that you've been following during the course of the week, Nicole, that either surprised or disappointed you?
Yeah, it's a shame to see Katrina Thung down there in 31st. Only girl in this race, and I was looking forward to maybe seeing her a bit further up, so that is a shame.
But again, she's we talked about her yesterday. She's in a battle against herself. She was 69th a year ago. She's much, much quicker than that this year. A little bit of luck. It still might be a bit of a stretch to get into the final, but she will be competing.
Yeah, and I'm sure she'll go back to Malaysia as well.
A much
probably
stronger driver.
Exactly that. Much stronger, much faster.
More aggressive,
exactly,
and more prepared to come back a 3rd year running. So here is a look at the results. Joshua Graham, Tino Sidler, Kenzo Craigie, the top 3. Scalez, Coman, Van der Pavement, Clark, Beerman, Marak and Falavenier, your top 10. Walton, Riley, Paredes, Nissan, Brett King. A driver, you saw him being so aggressive at the start, and then a couple of the moves didn't quite work out. I'm sure as a driver you had those races where sometimes it doesn't go quite well to plan. Here's a look at the results, the rest of the drivers, but Jen Wade is down in the pits.
Lake Choker, here we are in the Rotax Club. It's wonderful up here. How are you going?
Yeah, everything's good. I'm helping a young driver, Yushen Q, in the E20. we're having a great time running the electric package. It's been a wonderful event and great racing, unbelievable racing.
Of course, we've seen you before, last year, also with electric, when we were in Portimao before the grand finals. Something a little bit different to what you're used to, but you have so much experience with the grand finals. How many grand finals do you think you've been to?
I had to make a list earlier, but it was 14. Wow. So yeah, it's not as many as some other people, but every year when you come back, it's truly an honor. Just such a wonderful environment, and again, I call this the Olympics of karting, because to have so many countries competing, it's really amazing.
61, can you imagine?
It's crazy.
And what about Canada? I know we talk quite often because you're running the series there, so maybe we've got a couple of minutes. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, sure. So we run the Rotax Canada final, me and Scott Campbell. This year was a 2-round championship in Alberta and British Columbia. So it really brings a lot of that region together. The competition was wonderful. We had some great drivers come up and compete from the States, including Oliver Hodgson. So it truly was a great year in terms of racing and uniting that region.
And some of them are here.
Yeah, some of them are here. So it's wonderful to give these young kids the opportunity, because my first time was in 2006, and you want as many people to experience this. It's truly amazing.
And I have to say, if anyone's interested, they can check it out, the Canada Final, Rotax Canada Final.
Yes.
Because they can win a ticket, even if they're not from Canada.
Canadians and
Americans.
Americans. Yeah. Okay. And our website is maxkartinggroup.com, and all the information is there.
There you have it. We're going to go watch the race and enjoy the club.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you very much to Blake Choker, another fixture here in the grand finals. You're looking at the grid. Figali, Liu Delu, Nougarade and Cluza are not out there, so Clovis Nougarade obviously not very well. De Longchamp, Junglin, Dussault, Pradier, Yonkers, Loet and Uberfeld at the front. This is the last junior Rotax heat of the week. And Kenzo Craigie will be thinking very nicely, because he's had a third place and a couple of wins. There's Tom Dussault, our camera cart, third driver in the outside row. It is a start. It's another really good start from the pole sitter. Figali sweeps across, gets through. Dussault gets passed by the Belgian driver, Beaulouet. This is a great angle, Nicole, showing you how much elevation there is changing through towards turn number 5, but Dussault has had a better start this race than he did the last one.
Yeah, it looks like Timo Youngling, United Kingdom driver, it looks as though he's managed to get himself into second.
Yeah, yes, because Youngling again was supposed to be starting behind Nougarade, who is not there. It looks like the French driver may have had to withdraw from the event, or certainly has had a problem, maybe a sickness bug, who knows. Hugh Delou, another driver with El Fagali, trying to battle for pole position with Craigie. Oh, and there's a collision. That is trying to see who that was coming down the hill. We'll quickly grab a number check next time by down towards the back of the pack. It could have been Hao Si Yu, the Chinese young lady. No, it wasn't. It was Hao Chi Yu. Sadly, she's had a tough time here so far this year. But up at the front, Fagali, Youngling, Yu Delou, Pradier, De Longchamp, Loet, Uberfeld, and Dussault.
Yeah, a lot of consistency from Udaloo so far this week. He's had 2 seconds and he sat comfortably there in third.
And again, not a driver. I mean, he's made a couple of passes. This is the thing. El Fagali races in Europe all the time. Youngling races in Europe. De Longchamp, the North American racing scene, the Americans and the Canadians, they race together quite a bit. But sometimes the Japanese, the Asian drivers, they don't travel as much during the course of the year. So none of these drivers will know who Yu Delou is. They'll know who he is now. They won't know his style. When you come against a driver that you race, week in, week out, you know what to expect from that driver, whether they follow, whether they're aggressive. but the Japanese drivers here, they're very fast, bit of a wild card. There is an exchange program in Rotax next year between J3 competition and ICO Japan, sending drivers from the USA to Japan and vice versa, which will be really, really beneficial. But we've got a breakaway at the front.
It looks like it's getting a bit feisty in that pack behind the front as well. Looks like Bolowet has taken the lead of that. Talking to him in the awning earlier on, really loving the event. He said it's very competitive, but loves the track, thinks there's loads of opportunities to overtake. He's definitely demonstrating that.
Exactly, there he is in 4th place in the yellow race suit. So you've got Youngling, El Fagali and Udaloo in the lead. Then Bolowet in this huge, leading this huge battle from 4th on back.
It looks like Timo Youngling has taken the lead from Fagali as well. Udaloo still sat there in 3rd.
Through the roller coaster we go. Yes, Youngling, German, born in Germany, is then Mike from Germany, but now they're based in London, England. Udaloo is not dropping away, so this will be a really good learning experience, because you'll know that Fagali, the Minimax Grand Final champion from last year, Marshall's running at the side of the screen. That's never a great sign. We've got Hao Chi Yu, I think, is still running in last place. Yellow flags waving, so no overtaking.
Yeah, Timo Youngling now leading this front pack.
Out of turn number 13 rather, onto the final corner. Yeah, Hao Chi Yu has retired the car. You can see the young lady, the red and yellow Team China race suit out of the race. Further back, who have we? Ty Sakhir from Bahrain is up 11 places. Other big movers, Luca Houghton up into the top 10 from 14th.
Yep.
But the top 3, no sale. Here's another move, potentially. It is Fagali back in front. Up the straight now towards turn number 9. And you see the British driver, Timo Youngling, in 3rd position. So Udaloo into P2 as they head down the hill.
Yeah, Timo's had a 2nd and a 19th, though no doubt that he'll be trying to work really hard to take that lead back. He needs these points to get himself into good position for these pre-finals.
Yes, indeed. Now, Bolowet, he made that move into 4th position, but has not been able to make much progress. However, he has got a lot of pace in that kart. You can tell that because there was about 15 karts in a line. They're now spreading out a little bit. Thomas Pradier and Lucas de Longchamp have gone with Lowet, so they're running 4th, 5th and 6th and actually closing in. We're on lap 6 out of 8, however, so time is ticking away.
Yeah, this front pack seemed relative. Oh, and there's actually a move for the lead, just as I'm about to say that the front pack seemed a bit calm. And Timo Youngling there going for 2nd, and he slotted in nicely. Oh, and
thought about it, but then ran a bit wide. Fagali gets
gone
it back.
Is that Fagali's gone back in?
Yeah, Fagali's back into 2nd position. It's Udaloo who has the lead with the green crash helmet on. Oh, actually, the Lebanese race suit and the Japanese race suit look very similar, with the red leggings on the race suit. We'll find out now. It is with the green crash helmet. It is Udaloo leading.
This fight's now turned from a 3-kart train to a 6-kart train as well, so these leaders are going to know.
Yeah, all 3 of the front runners will now be frustrated with each other, even though they're in the situation through their own making.
Exactly that. Good opportunity for Bolowet now, though, on the back of Timo Youngling.
Is indeed, and Dalou starting to defend. Now, he hasn't won a race yet. He's had 2 second places. Yes, yeah. I was stealing your notes there. Sorry, sorry, audience. That was Nicole's notes that I stole off her. But she turns her phone off. And no, I'm joking. 2 laps to go though. Dalou, even though he's had 2 second places, he would really want to win this race, wouldn't he?
Yeah, most definitely. It's been very consistent, and I think a win to top this off.
Yes, in 2 seconds. That would mean with Kenzo Craigie, that would put him on pole position for his pre-final, because we have 2 pre-finals. Although, as I say that, Fagali moves back in to the race lead. This is the last lap. 6 karts in a line. Here comes Fagali defending. Dalou trying to go around the outside of turn number 5. That's going to open the door for Timo Youngling. Wheel to wheel. Bolowet now tries to make a move. Watch for the Belgian driver in 4th place to dive to the inside. He can't because Dalou defends. It is now coming up towards turn number 9. It is Fagali, Youngling, Delou and Louette. Through turn number 9. Into turn 10, side by side, that's Luca Houghton making a move. That the Bahrain driver having a fantastic grand final so far. Fagali's got to stand on the anchors, 2 corners to go. 1 corner to go. Fagali comes out, checkered flag waves, win for Christopher L. Fagali, his second. Timo Youngling in P2, Hugh Delou, Boluet, Pradier and Houghton the top 6. Dussault finishes 7th, Yonkers in 8th, Tom Strella 9th, Lucas de Lomschonk got a little bit lost in the tussle there down to 10th, but Christopher El Fagali making the moves, and there is a go-kart without a nose cone on it. That will be a non-compliance if ever there was one.
Yeah, that race was quite feisty as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was a few nose cone penalties in there.
No, indeed. There's, so the drivers were now going back, and for some of the drivers, so I mean, we have 2 pre-finals. Udaloo, Christopher El Fagali, Kenzo Craigie.
Timo Youngling, I think he's got a
chance of a top 2 start for his pre-final.
Yep, definitely. He's had 2 seconds. That 19th, potentially a bit of the points lost to him, but he definitely have a good position for the pre-final.
Yes, indeed. So there's a look at the provisional results. Kiko Fracassi finishing 11th, then Derek King, Giaquinto, Kjellerup, Van Wyk, Madesh, Kent Sport and Carlos Kirikovs. It's building up very nicely, isn't it? We've got at least half a dozen contenders from the UK, from Belgium, from Japan, from Lebanon that could win in juniors.
Yeah, I think having this heat as well, where all of Kenzo Craigie's top competitors were all racing against each other, has given him a big advantage, because the points difference between 1st and 5th in a heat is quite significant. So it'd be interesting to see where they all end up being lined up for the pre-final.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. We're going to hopefully hear from you back for the pre-finals tomorrow and the finals for the rest of the week. I know you're going to go back to Team UK. They've got a lot to celebrate. It's not gone well for the whole team, but it is going well for the majority of the drivers. So thank you very much, Nicole.
Thanks for having me.
That's quite all right. As we look now at the next thing now, we are behind schedule a little bit. I need to consult a piece of paper because we have senior Rotax up next. There is a look at the drivers coming in to the weighbridge, and that is Timo Youngling just sort of gesticulating something. I don't know why. He should be happy with P2. Looking down there is Thomas Pradier, and we'll be back very shortly. The next senior qualifying heat will be, I shall check my timetable because we have had those couple of red flags, and there was a cart that doesn't want to go on the trolley. Senior heat 3 will start. It will start at 2 minutes past 5 in 9 minutes' time. We're looking at the Paddock area. So we have 4 races to go today. They will be the last 2 senior Rotax heats, and I'll be joined by DD Masters driver Roger Young, and then the last 2 DD2 heats, where I'll be joined by Theo Naquara from Romania. But in the meantime, this event would not be possible without the support of all Rotax's partners. Let's hear from a couple of them now. Or we'll hear from Jen Wade instead, and then we'll hear from our partners. Jen Wade has been a fixture of Rotax. This wouldn't be possible without Jen Wade at all. Take it away, Jen.
Claudia, all the way from Colombia.
Yes.
How are you?
Very good, very happy to be here, of course.
How are all your drivers going? I know you look after many different drivers, countries, you're running race events and everything, one of our Rotax distributors.
Yeah, I have the distribution from Ecuador, Peru, and the South American Rotax Challenge. So I have here 16 drivers with me.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Also Daniela, she has
also
our
Daniela
camera.
is with me. Yes, from Peru. Yes, in DD2.
Yeah. Wow. And what do you think about the event?
It's amazing to be here. The weather is amazing. Everything very organizing. Drivers are very happy. Well, you know, our races, so sometimes it's not easy to be back.
That's right. Not easy at all, but the competition is fantastic.
Fantastic. The organization is fantastic. You guys are fantastic with us, with the drivers. It's a family, you know?
Yeah, a big family. And what about any family, anyone watching at home you'd like to say hello to, the big Rotax family in South America?
Hello, all my friends from South America. Welcome to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We are very happy to be here with you, to share with you this event. As distributor, we are very proud to be here, and we hope you enjoy the races all weekend.
See you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank
you,
you.
Claudia.
up. We outside. Having fun doing what I want, cause you know the sun beating down kinda like a drum. Look how I do it. Look how I do it.
Another beautiful day out there, folks, so get out there, but don't forget your sunscreen, UV index.
I just wanna have a good time. So I don't need pleasures, mine. The weatherman said it's the right time, so we gon' get it jumping till the night time. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We outside. Yeah, I might just take a dive with it, feel alive with it, ride with it, cause I'm fly with it. Loud with the trouble, loud with the bass.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 senior races and 2 DD2 races to go. Joining me in the commentary box now from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, DD2 Masters driver Roger Young. Roger, welcome back to the commentary box. You were with me in Bahrain, in Portimao, and we're here again. It's going to be another good race, but you're having a very good grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this year we're in the Masters, so it's not as crazy as DD2 was last year. Quite a good event here in Bahrain.
Yes.
Track is quite difficult, quite technical.
Yeah, you're finding it that it's you don't get a chance to test it very often, you know, and it's a very demanding track, lots of elevation changes.
I think coming from Asia, our tracks are quite start and stop.
Yes.
So my first day here, you're doing turn 1 up to turn 5, which is non-stop left and right with a lot of camber. You don't really even have much time to think what you're doing. When you're first lap out. That
roller coaster section, turns 2, 3 and 4, it really does test your strength physically as well. I bet you're quite grateful that you only have 2 heats and you're all through to the pre-final.
Yeah, so now I'm sitting here with you relaxed and watching the guys go at it, yeah.
Okay, well, the last senior race, there was a bit of an incident up at the front. Macaulay Bishop, Kai Hunter and Ethan Jeff Hall all involved. Several of the drivers, Matt Higgins as well was involved in that. But this is a time where the night's coming down, the temperatures, you can see Macaulay's got his iridium visor on, but then behind him the 308 kart of Ethan Jeff Hall, the clear visor. You don't want to be out on a circuit where you can't really see where you're going, do you?
No, I mean, the floodlights here, to be fair, they do a really good job. But I think if you have a dark visor, you don't have as good visibility. And at such a high-speed track like this, I think you need everything you can get.
So on-board kart is with our Australian driver starting at the back, Jack Webster. Jack is a lot quicker than his grid position suggests, and out onto the circuit. Yeah, you can see, as Roger said, the floodlights here are world-class. It's a world-class facility in every sense of the word. 36 drivers all going out. I'm just checking to see that we've got all 36 drivers, but the full lineup is as follows. Sean Butcher, 2 wins out of 2 so far, and Macaulay Bishop on row number 1. Kenta Kumagai and Ethan Jeff Hall, row 2. Simon Olin and Matthew Higgins, row 3. Aaron Krepsick and Eric Haystack on row number 4. Then it's Samuel Ifrid and Theo Eriksson, George Kafataris and Mohammed Al Hassan, and oh no, it looks like George Kafataris pulling off with a problem. The Greek driver, terrible misfortune. Dion van Verwen, Paul Hamburg, Matteo Richter and Jules Roussel. The rest of the field. Now, does that mean we're going to have another rolling lap? Can George Kafataris? That's the worst thing that could possibly happen, isn't it, Roger?
Oh, I think so. I'm not sure whether that was a mechanical issue or...
Yeah, we're going to go around again. Yeah,
okay.
he was looking down at his radiator. I mean, as a driver, when that happens, is there's certain things you can do to maybe sort of bring the kart back to life?
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, it's the last qualifying heats they've got. I mean, that's got to put a dent in your nerves too, for sure.
Yes, indeed. Oliver Kruglov and Khalid Shalash are not out there. They have both withdrawn from the meeting after that major accident yesterday. They're both okay, but the karts obviously, not repairable in the time frame that they have. And of course, each of these drivers, they get given these karts. They're brand new karts at the start of the week. It's a 10-lap race. Webster has only got 33 karts to try and get through. Georgios Kafataris, his kart is there out of the race. You can see the Greek driver in kart 363, the 15-year-old driver from Athens, the Greek champion this year. Last year he finished 35th as a junior, and he's going to be hard-pressed to even make the final now after a DNS.
Yes, I think so. I mean, with all the points accumulation, if you have one race where you're a DNS, your chances are half gone, really.
So, under the lights once again, Butcher and Bishop on row 1, Kumagai and Ethan Jeff Hall row 2, Olin and Higgins row 3, Bishop, Higgins and Jeff Hall all had issues in their previous race, as did Eric Haystack. The pressure is on them to deliver. Butcher can take it a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think Sean, meeting him all week, he's in a very good place mentally.
Yes. Lights are out, we're off and racing. He's in a very good place mentally and physically because he's had another great start. Here comes Webster, and this is something, you know, in the driver's eye view, you're trying to pick a way through. You're looking 2 karts ahead and for the apex as well.
Yes, you are. I mean, up here, it's... And also, at this time of day...
Oh, dearie me, that was our camera. Goodbye, camera. Jack Webster, you saw the Italian driver, Gregorio Bertoccio, just sliding there. Oh, the camera's back on. Webster, there's karts going everywhere. This is crazy stuff.
Well, if you look at the camera angle now, I'm not sure which way it's pointing, so something happened there for sure.
Yes, bumper to camera contact. Let's have a look at the replay. Take us through this, what we're looking at, Roger. Look at Bertoccio losing it, and I think Webster's going to dive up the inside.
Yeah. Oh wow! Look at that. I mean, it's hard to avoid, isn't it? Really.
The gap opens for him, though.
Yeah. I mean, Bertoccio probably didn't expect them to close in right there, and that was it.
And that was that. But now Bertoccio has also come round back in 32nd position. Webster in 35th. But it's Butcher, Kumagai running 1 and 2. No, Bishop is back into 2nd position. Kenta Kumagai in 3rd. Jeff Hall 4th. Matthew Higgins is 5th. Olin is 6th. Eric Haystack is 6th. Now, Eric Haystack, for example, he's going to be breathing a little bit easier now, isn't he? Because he's got through the first couple of corners. We're on lap number 2. He could settle into a rhythm and now maybe try and pick people off one by one.
Yep. I mean, you see, the group is still very tight, the front pack. So, you know, I mean, you want to get your tyre temperatures up because it is quite humid at night. So the tyre needs to work.
Yes.
But from what I can see now, the guys are settling in. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be good racing.
It's good. We've got a front breakaway of 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers. Back to Alan Krepsik from Hungary in the predominantly white race suits there behind us. Now coming out down towards turn 8. This is a really good overtaking zone because you're not enforcing track limits on the exit. You can see everyone running wide. It does mean that it's very tempting to just send one up the inside.
Yeah, but when you send it on the inside, you do tend to run wide.
Yes.
And going up towards turn 9, you sort of want to try and be on the inside line. So if you're throwing it in too far, the guy will just cross you over and hug the inside. So you have, I mean, we're at the grand final, so everybody is very skilled.
Yes.
But, you know, when everybody puts on a helmet, when the race is on, sometimes, you know, you do go over just that little bit.
Yes, you know, it's now or never. We've had a couple of changes up at the front. Macaulay Bishop has retaken the lead. Sean Butcher has fallen to 3rd. Matthew Higgins is 2nd. So the Welshman from Treveglois into P2. Butcher down to 3rd. Sean Butcher, 2 wins. He's being aggressive, but not overly aggressive. He's obviously happy. Oh, Webster's having a right old go here. There's the Indian driver, Aditya Patnaik, in front of him. We've got now Kuho Lee from South Korea. This is the battle of the 28th and 29th. Oliver Kurg from Estonia is directly behind our camera cart, which is the NASA panel is at somewhat of a jaunty angle. And of course, this is the scrap. It's nice and controlled at the front, but this is where drivers are fighting for their grand finals lives.
Yeah, I mean, look, they need to be in the top 36 to make the finals.
Yes.
So basically, for the senior drivers, the junior drivers, the mini drivers, and the DD2 drivers, everything counts. One spot could mean whether you miss out on the finals or not.
Yeah, you do have a pre-final to go through, but again, the pre-final acts as basically a fourth set of heat points, really. We got British drivers running 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bishop, Jeff Hall, Higgins and Butcher. Simon Olin is the leading non-British driver from Sweden in 5th position. Bishop with the fastest lap of the race has gone to Paul Hamburg in 11th position. So this lead group 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers strong. Back to Jules Roussel from France in 9th position. Bishop starting to defend going into lap number 5. That is obviously, Macaulay knows he's had 1 win and then he's had a DNF. He's going to be frustrating for the other drivers because they're thinking, why are you defending on lap number 5? But Bishop can see there's a huge gaggle of karts. He won't just lose 1 position if he gets forced wide. He'll lose 4 or 5.
Yeah, I mean, look at them. There's what, 8?
9,
yep. 9. Yeah, well,
There's going to be even more now because Bishop is slowing them down.
Yeah.
He's slowing them down, looking over his shoulder, just again covering the inside line. He's not weaving or blocking, but he is driving defensively, and that's just going to bring more and more people into play.
Yep. So I think I'm not exactly sure what Sean's strategy is, but he's already had
2 wins.
2 wins, obviously.
Stay out of trouble is the strategy, because of course if you get so much as a nose cone penalty, you're going to lose 20 places because the field is so bunched together.
Yeah, so I mean he's definitely he's got the right game plan. Oh, somebody just went very wide out there.
Yeah, that's one of the going through the first corner now. Eduardo Barrichello is back in 26th position. He had gained several places, but he now drops back a couple on this lap. Ethan Jeff Hall moves into 2nd position. Macaulay, Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall finish 1st and 2nd in this year's British Championship, and that looks like Eric Haystack coming through from South Africa into P2. So Haystack, again, as the British drivers are tripping over each other, Haystack making hay while the sun shines. So I do apologise, I'm here all week.
Well, I mean, now's the time to do it, isn't it, really? Oh, and
runs wide, though.
Yeah, he does.
And behind him there's more diving going on. That was Butcher going in on Higgins, Krepsik, Roussel, Olin now down to 8th place as they cross the line once again. Olin 7th, Roussel 8th, Dion Van Verven is 9th. Kenta Komagai was up in the top 3. He's dropped to 10th position, but he's only 2.1 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, so I think Kenta from Japan, he's had a really solid week.
Yes.
I went out to Japan earlier this year to watch one of the races down in Mizunami.
Yes.
And he is a solid driver. Plenty of experience. It's a shame to see that he has dropped down to 10th, but I think from memory he's had some good heats earlier on.
Yes.
So he should be right up there.
He's been there or thereabouts, and that's the thing. So I mean, I have to say that I've been doing this event for 10 years now, and when I started, and that's Higgins up the inside of Haystack, and no quarter asked and none given. But when I started doing this event with the likes of Ukio Sasahara racing, you had a whole host of Mega Giyu was the one driver. It was that was his nickname, Mega Giyu, in Masters, and then the Japanese scene sort of like faded a little bit, but now it's coming right back. There's a couple of reasons for that, I think, which we'll talk about. But meanwhile, on the track with lap 9 out of 10, Bishop is back in front of Ethan Jeff Hall, and trying to see which British driver is in. I think that is Butcher or Higgins in 3rd position. We'll get a number check on that next time around. They've now broken clear as we come down the hill, but this is now a fight between Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall. Bishop looks like he's going to defend, so Ethan Jeff Hall not quite sure what he's going to do. Higgins is still there in 3rd.
Okay.
Close between Haystack and Ollins. So we start the last lap. It's Bishop, Ethan Jeff Hall and Higgins 1, 2, 3. Then a gap to everybody else.
Yeah. No, I mean the guy. I think I saw Ethan Jeff Hall. He was pushing a new chassis frame earlier on.
Oh really? Oh, so because there's a big accident and Ethan Jeff Hall could have bent the frame. There he goes. What a move from Ethan Jeff Hall to take the lead from Macaulay Bishop. Bishop fighting back, 3 wide into the penultimate corner. Higgins runs wide. Higgins is trying to get out of the way, and that's cost him. He's down to 3rd, neck and neck between Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall into turn number 9. Over the crest, down the hill, Bishop has it, Jeff Hall wants it. Down towards 10, Bishop defends, Jeff Hall's going to try the crossover move, it's going to be a drag race to the line. Can Ethan Jeff Hall get to the inside? Yes he can. Oh, Bishop on the outside, who's going to take it?
That is close.
Bishop by 600ths of a second. Oh, great.
And we're only at the heats.
Only at the heats, and that's countrymen. It's not. That's 2 British drivers. Welcome to the Motorsport UK Vera Tools British Kart Championship, Roger.
Yeah,
because that's what it's like every race.
Yeah. I mean, I've been following the UK races all year, and I mean, top 4 UK.
Yeah.
It was last year was very similar. The top senior drivers were from the UK.
Yes.
We've been discussing this, haven't we? I mean, it's a combination of the history of racing in the UK.
Yes.
The climate,
the professionalism of the teams
Yeah.
that are all there, and the amount of drivers.
Yeah.
And we had an event in the Vera Tours British Championship this year in junior Rotax, where the top 66 qualifiers were covered by 0.8 of a second.
Oh wow! I mean, yeah, it's just too close.
So you have to be ultra aggressive every single lap because the level is so high, and that translates into here. Now we were talking about how come Thailand having a great run last year. Your country, Chinese Taipei, in the island of Taiwan, its first Grand Finals podium. You've got the Asia Festival and the Asia Trophy as well now. That's giving drivers from the entire region a chance to compete not just in their national championships but regional series against a higher level of competition, which means that when they get here they're better prepared.
So last year, after we met in Portimao, I went over to do the first Asia Festival. Well, first for me anyway. That was in Malaysia.
First full stop,
Yep. And then, obviously, post-COVID, now we've got the Asia Trophy Series as well.
Yes.
So I, obviously based in Taiwan, we're 4 hours away from Malaysia. I went and did one round in the Asia Trophy in July, which was between our races back home. I wanted to experience the Asia Trophy and get more practice.
Yes.
I mean, for us to fly out to Europe, I wanted to do round 4 of the Euros at PFI.
Okay.
But to be honest, to fly 15 hours to do one race at my age and to go home, readjust to the time zone differences.
Yeah, work, earn the money to come and do Bahrain, things like that.
So now that, as you said, there is Asia Trophy, it is bringing competition closer together in Asia. I think that's really, really good. So January next year, January 24, there's going to be the Asia Festival.
That's at Sepang in Malaysia, I think January the 26th to the 28th. As you look at the results, so back home watching, please look at the provisional results of where your driver is. But whilst you're doing it, get your pen and paper out and take some notes. January the 26th to the 28th, Sepang, Malaysia, the Asia Festival.
Festival.
And then you have a 4-round Asia Trophy Series.
So what they've done this time, because of the festival, they are doing the first round of Asia Trophy a week before.
Okay.
Which will act as a warm-up race, pretty much.
Brilliant. And then so that is also in Sepang.
Also in Sepang.
So the first round of the Asia Festival, the 3rd weekend in January, then the Asia Trophy, the 4th weekend in January in Malaysia, in Sepang. But I wonder if Jen Wade is going to be there. Jen Wade, are you going to be in Sepang, Malaysia? Let's find out. You went down there with one of the drivers.
I'm thinking about it. Maybe I'm going to go to Sepang. Are you going to go to Sepang?
I'm not sure yet.
No. Ethan, Jeff Hall and myself, we're thinking about going to Sepang. Henry?
We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. We're going to have to organise our diary and calendar and see what we're doing. What a good race, Ethan. You said it's hot.
Yeah, it's very hot. I know it's dark, but it's still very humid. It was a great race. We had a bit of an incident in the one before. Had to reframe, but the kart was great in that one and it was very quick.
So now what happens? You've had 3 heats?
Yeah, 3 heats.
Tomorrow there's another kind of heat.
Yeah, it's like a soup heat, so it's a little bit longer. Yeah. I'm not sure how the point system works, but it's basically another heat.
So that heat will help you decide what pre-final position you have. But for now, I mean, the racing has been really unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been great. There's a lot of people going for crazy moves, but the racing's been very tough, and it's been great.
Yeah. And it's nice to be here in Bahrain.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's obviously quite warm compared to England, where it's about 0 degrees, so it's very nice.
You can go back to that next week.
Yeah.
Anyway, nice to see you, and of course we know you're the RMC International Trophy Champion in seniors from this year, 2023. You stacked up quite a few. You've been European as well. So it'd be nice to top it off with one of these.
Yeah, it'd be great. Obviously, might not be so easy with the incident in the level 1, but we'll see. I'll try to do my best.
You'll do your best. And of course, we know that as you get older and taller, that means you'll be soon probably driving around a bigger racetrack. But for now, we're going to look forward to tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Thank you very much, Ethan Jeff Hall. Might see him in Malaysia. You never know. I'm sure if there's a sponsor out there that could take Hasham's finest to Malaysia, that he would be a credit to the Asia Festival. Now, there is the reigning British champion, number 334, Kai Hunter from Horton-le-Spring in the northeast of England. Behind him, the Austrian driver, number 352. Now, grandstand watch. Let's see, can we recognise anyone in the grandstand to make fun of, Rog? No, that's there's Team Switzerland by there. That's young Chinese lady. That's her mum, actually. That's Hao Chin Chi's mum. She's the only driver. Hello, Mrs. Chi. You're on camera.
Chinese driver?
Yeah, young Chinese lady. Hao Chi.
Hao Shi.
Hao Shi.
Yeah.
Hao Shi, yeah.
Is that the mum?
Looks like it, possibly.
I've been too busy watching the races and racing myself.
I'm not saying that I'm looking at the mums or anything.
Yeah,
like
I can't say I'm looking at the mums, Henry.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's Mike Chalk, Jensen Chalk's dad, the Team UK driver, Team UK dad. I know that there's Gianluca Savalio's dad. I can see that. There's Mike. Say hello, Mike. Mike, wave to Kathy, who's watching back home. Mummy Chalk, wave to Mummy Chalk. No, there we go. Gianluca Savalio's dad just behind, waiting for Gianluca to go out in his last DD2 heat. A stoic Canadian. There's Henry Corn with his sunglasses on the top of his head, and all the rage, Gage Corn in the blue baseball cap. It's not been a great grand finals for Gage so far. Mike's tried to escape. You're still on camera, Mike. I can still pick on you. There's George Friend, Albie Friend's dad. Just gives a wave, George. And there's Albie. Where's Albie? Come on, George, give him a punch. Get him to wave. There.
He still has to race, Henry. He still has to race.
No. Oh, occasionally the occasional clip round the ear. There we go. Oh, I can see the HR department having kittens. Cole Denham, his mum and dad are watching there. Give us a wave, Mr. and Mrs. Denham, all the way from Scotland. Go on, you know you want to. Give us a wave. Mrs.
You're on
Denham.
Kiss Cam, like the NBA. You're on Kiss Cam.
Like the NBA, yeah, Kiss Cam. Kai Rillarts' parents are there as well, in the denim jacket there. Hello, Mrs. Rillarts. You're on camera. Give us a wave. Oh, camera pans away. There is Luis Sanchez Umana, our young Colombian driver. And we've got the Greek team. They'll be a bit upset with George Kafantaris' thing. Mason Bishop, Mason Tune. Now, second in there, looking like he's dozing off. That is Macaulay Bishop's mechanic in the UK. He's 13 years old. He's not actually allowed on the dummy grid. Macaulay Bishop won 2 British titles this year with a 13-year-old and dad Ian mechanicking for him. Remarkable.
That is crazy. 13-year-old mechanic.
And he's not allowed on the grid. I think Mason's 30. Maybe he's 12. He might be younger. I'm about to get a Facebook message from Kitty, Macaulay's mum, telling me exactly how old Mason is. But he's not allowed on the dummy grid in the UK because he's too young. But yet he bolts the kart together, under supervision, but he bolts it together every single race. Macaulay won 2 British titles this year.
So, how does that work? I mean...
he drinks very heavily, does Mason. Yeah. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the last senior. Oh, and Theo Ducati does get going. He's the last senior Rotax heat of the 2023 Grand Finals. The starting lineup is as follows. Kai Hunter and Oliver Hodgson on row number 1. Daniel Houseworth and Theo Ducati on row number 2. Row 3, Austin Lee and Kai Rillarts. Row 4, Lewis Gilbert, who still looks like Kai Hunter on the graphics there, and Matej Konik. Laurent Lego and Nick Trobech. And next then, Miska Kaskinen and Balas Jurancic from Hungary. On row number 7, Mark Kimber and Andrei Petrovic, then Proseccio Harja and Christian Pastrian. Proseccio Harja having an excellent Grand Finals, the only driver here from Indonesia. Grimaldi, Rahali, Clausen, Papachena are next. That's your top 20. Boltasu, and then the first of the 2 Tamahashi brothers, Rakuto, head of Yazuka. Then it is Clayton Enser Smith, Jingshuan Lin from China, and Alexandra Benoit Bessac. A little bit further down, there's the rest of the starting lineup. Yan Chen Cho from Chinese Taipei in this race. How's Yan getting on?
I think he's overwhelmed. First time here as well, so yeah, not easy.
It's not easy, but again, the learning experience, and when he goes back to race in Taiwan, false start, goes out there. But that is okay. You say the word overwhelming, which it is often because, okay, how many drivers on average race in your national championship in senior Rotax?
Senior Rotax?
Yeah.
Roughly 30.
Roughly 30, you know, but you've got 72 here, and they're all champions. So you come here for the first time. It's easy for even a senior driver, an older driver like yourself, to be intimidated. Some of the younger drivers, I mean, Yang Chen Cho, I've got his details down in the commentary box, but yeah, you can be overwhelmed. I think
he's about 18.
17 or 18.
18, yeah. So his sister also races.
Okay.
His sister is actually sponsored by my team.
Oh,
She's
really?
a sponsored driver. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but unfortunately she didn't make the grand finals. But they've been racing since they were kids, right? Much like
a lot of these,
a lot of these kids. He's been quite happy this week. I don't think he's been happy with the result, but I think he's been at the grand finals once before, I believe, as a junior.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So to be able to come back again, and I think, you know, once you've been to Bahrain, because, you know, obviously this happened in 21.
Yes.
Everybody goes home and goes, wow, this is a crazy sick track. So I think for him, he's happy to be here first and foremost.
Yes.
He's slowly getting his setup, so I'd really like to see him do well in this heat.
And this would be good. Okay, the chances of making the final are very slim, but again, progress. It's all about progress as the lights go out, and we're off and racing. Hunter makes a good start round the outside. Hodgson trying to make it too wide, and Oliver Hodgson, is that Hodgson grabbing the lead? No, Hunter still has it. Hodgson down to third, and that's Daniel Houseworth up in the second. Very tight. Lewis Gilbert's up over the curbs, and they're three wide coming out of turn number 5. Somebody at the back of the pack spins. I think that was Tish Dam. Tish Dam going for a spin at the back of the pack. Several of the carts going off as well, but we've just about got everyone safely through. Now Kai Hunter gets into his rhythm. Hodgson pushing Houseworth along.
Yeah, I think Kai, I mean, he's had a really solid year this year in the UK, so he's already pulled away. So, I mean, look at the other guys, 3 wide again on the first lap. So,
Theo Kakati, the white crash helmet, the black race suit, moving into P4. And behind Kakati, Rillards, Austin Lee, who won his earlier round. Austin Lee was very good early on. Won there side by side. Houseworth and Hodgson. Let's have a little look back at this coming down the hill. There is Houseworth getting it sideways, and look at Kakati around the outside.
Yeah, he locked up on the inside, didn't he? But he's trying to defend. Yeah, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, and Houseworth, so knows. And look at this defense, this early defense. And Houseworth is right. He is parking the bus, as it were. Hodgson is not going to be impressed by this one little bit, the 30-year-old from Kings Lynn, and passed them both. Now that is Austin Lee, I think, who has now passed them both and has moved into second position. Houseworth maybe has set his pressure up to come on later in the race.
Yeah. Look at that.
Over the curb there. That was, who was that in the blue race suit? Was that Adam Rahali possibly? Getting it all wrong and almost spearing into the chase. But this is Roger, this is absolutely ridiculous. Kai Hunter has a 3-second lead. Now, second, third and fourth have finally managed to calm themselves down. Lee, Hodgson and Houseworth, that, again, sometimes you set your pressures up to come on later in the race, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, this is a 10-lap race, right?
Yeah.
And at this time of night, I don't think you want to go too low, because it'll come on too late. It's going to be too slippery. The day before, it was very humid. So our helmets, when we're in Parc Ferme, the entire layer of outside layer of the helmet was covered in dew like as in water.
We are in the south. We're the Bahrain International Circuit is in the very southernmost part of the island of Bahrain. We are a long way from the capital city of Manama, so we are out in the desert.
Yeah.
And of course, there's not a cloud in the sky. The temperature is humid, but yeah, I noticed that as well. The glass barriers outside this, they do get covered in dew as the light comes in, and of course, yeah, you do need some heat in those Mojo tyres as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so I mean, go back to what you were saying about tyre pressures. I think 10-lap race, everybody's going. nobody is going low, let's put it that way.
Yeah, and Houseworth was just ultra defensive. Now, Daniel Houseworth is the third kart in line here, fourth overall, has started to get back into his rhythm. Hodgson looks to the inside, and the door gets opened. Hodgson, great move into P2, passing Austin Lee. Houseworth is next. Then it's Adam Rahali now in the dark blue race suits and the white lapels from France. He moves past Mark Kimber. Then it's Kakati, Rillards, Christian Pastrian, Gilbert, Petrovic, Lego, Konic, Rikuto Tamahashi up to 14th, Kaskinen, Presetio Haja, Elia Papacena, Alexandra Baltasu from Romania, Nick Trobec and Balas Jorancic in 20th. Further down the order, Jan Chencho up 3 places to 32nd.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's the progress you want to be making. Definitely going up and not down. So,
but he's just 1/10 of a second behind Ireland's Robert Cronin, Tish Dam from Belgium, who was second in the E20 Junior race last year. So Yen Chan is amongst some exalted company. Ethan Thorne raced, just lost out to Eduardo Barrichello in the Rotax Winter Trophy in Florida.
Okay, yeah, I mean, look, this is the grand finals, so every driver is legitimate champion. So, mate, I mean, any progress you can make, you're doing yourself a favour.
Yeah, and you know, the real progress that you find that you've made only kind of appears, you know, the next time you go to your national series and you see how much the rivals that you may have just beaten to get a ticket here, suddenly you're half a second at the road because you're that much more switched on as a driver.
Yeah, so the saying back home is, you know, once you've been overseas and done some overseas races, there is no way you can come back a worse driver per se.
Yes.
You know, so everybody that really is serious about karting, at least in Asia, you need to go to Europe. You know,
yeah,
I mean, that's where a lot of the competition is.
But the Japanese series is very, very strong. I've seen lots of footage from the Japanese Rotax series, big grids, big circuits, you know, as well. But again, there's a different culture of racing. You know, there's maybe not quite as aggressive in a local race than would be, say, in Europe or in Italy or in the UK or even in places like Canada where the Rotax grids are huge.
But the race I went to see in Japan in September, so I've heard stories about the Japanese being very good, very quick drivers,
yes,
but gentle when it came to battling.
Okay.
That was not what I saw in September, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, the elbows were sharpened like a samurai sword.
That was their final race of the year, though, to be fair, so everybody was gunning for it.
Absolutely, and of course, to get here, you need to do that. Now, Daniel Houseworth has set the fastest lap of the race at 53.9. He's chasing down Oliver Hodgson, so Kai Hunter leads by 4 seconds. There he goes. Here's Hodgson, and now Houseworth, who looked all over the place in the first 2 laps, as we move on to lap number 8 out of 10, is now the fastest driver on the circuit, being chased by Austin Lee, who sets a new fastest lap. Kimber is next in line in 5th position, then Rahali, Gilbert, Kakati, Rillards, Lego, Kaskinen, Tamahashi, Petrovic, Pastrian and Papacena. Again, this is another great opportunity to see the unique driving style of Mark Kimber. He's the 4th kart coming through your screen now, and you can see leading over, getting the weight over the outside rear wheel.
You know, speaking of Mark, you know who I'd like to see in Asia Festival?
Who?
Mark Kimber.
Oh, I tell you what, Mark would love to go there. I don't think the rest of the field would like to see him there. He's a master at looking after his tyres, but also his driving style is so unique. He never looks like he's actually turning the steering wheel.
Yeah, if you watch him, he's always either leaning on one side or the other side, but he's quick as a cat. So
yeah. Quick as a cat with a firework up its backside. Out of turn number 3, through the roller coaster. Now, of course, 2 laps to go. Kimber didn't qualify very well. He's got Houseworth making the move on Austin Lee, and Kimber tries to capitalise, backs out of it, thinks against it. That allows Oliver Hodgson to escape. And here comes Lee at the inside again through turn number 8. Now, will we see any penultimate lap chicanery going on? Hunter and Hodgson are now clear. Houseworth hasn't given up the chase for 2nd position, but Oliver Hodgson from Kings Lynn, Martin Brundle, George Russell and Oliver Hodgson from the same sort of Norfolk-based town, Kings Lynn.
that's good company to be in.
Only one of them has won a grand finals, though. That's Oliver Hodgson, 2013. Although George Russell's brother, Benji, also won the grand finals. So Kingsley do have two grand finals champions. One Russell, one Hodgson.
So Kai is what is he now? 3.7 seconds up the road?
Kai's already booking his table at the hotel for dinner later on.
Yep, and he's saving his tyres. I mean, it's cruising for him now, really.
Tyre wear, obviously, you know, it's DD2. It's very different from seniors, but you do need to save your Mojo rubber, don't you?
Yeah, I think you know, even during the warm-ups, you see the guys they're doing 1 or 2 laps. Yeah, you know, they go out, do 1 or 2 laps, just make sure everything's okay, and they're straight back in.
Yep.
When you get to the finals, which is going to be 21 laps,
yes,
it all counts.
Every single lap you do or you've saved counts. So the checkered flag comes out. Kai Hunter, an easy victory for the British champion. Second for the US trophy champion Oliver Hodgson. Third for Austria's Daniel Hausworth. Fourth for Austin Lee. Fifth for Mark Kimber. Adam Rahali comes home in 6th for France. Rahali in kart number 359, the NSK champion, that's the National Series karting in France. Lewis Gilbert is 7th, then Miska Kaskinen, Kai Rillarts and Laurent Legault, the top 10. Looking down the order there, your countryman, where did Yu Chen? He got up to 27th, gained 8 places, just behind Casey Ensor Smith. Looking at the lap times, a 54.3 for Yan Chen Cho. That is quicker than, let's have a look, 54.3. That is quicker than Laurent Legault, who finished 10th.
Yeah, 54.3. Yeah, I mean, he's not far off, is he?
No, and again, 8 places gained. You know, you're going to go back and you're going to see him in the Chinese Taipei, Taiwan area of the driver's tent. That's again a great confidence booster.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just coming here, being amongst all the great drivers is going to be a lot of great experience for him to bring back home.
Yes.
And, you know, I'd like to see these kids come out and pass on these experience to even younger drivers, our minis and the micros.
Yeah, because you go back and you race against them in your local, your national championships. But of course, you know, we want to say hi to everybody watching back home in, what's the main circuit in Chinese Taipei? I forget what the name of it was. You had
Libao. That's our main track.
Libao.
Yeah.
So I mean, if there's lots of people, what time is it back home for you, Roger?
What are we now?
5:30 here.
So it's 10:30 p.m.
10:30 at night. Well, I mean, I'm sure everyone's having an enjoyable evening watching watching the racing. And say hi to everyone.
Hello, 台湾人，大家好，帮台湾队加油. I just said, you know, go Team Taiwan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Two rights. A podium last year, you know, as you look at the results on your screen, there's some of the marbles. But I mean, just finally, and I know you have to go back to the tent now, Roger. But the podium that you got last year in E20 Senior, has that an impact when you get back to your home country? Did that have an impact? Were people celebrating that?
Yeah, I mean, everybody is obviously very proud of. They're the Lim brothers, right? The younger brother got the podium in E20 last year. Our DD2 driver Jay, he's doing well this time.
Yes.
We've sort of struggled a little bit trying to find the setup with how the track is laid out, but I think he's found his pace. So he's still got his heats after this.
He's got one more race to go tonight. Yep.
So you know, I really hope he does well. He made the final at a previous grand finals in junior.
I will tell you about that and tell the viewers about that shortly. But meanwhile, as you look at the rest of the results, Jen Wade is down in the pits.
I'm down in the pits and I found the lovely Tanya from Rotax. Hi Tanya.
Hi Jenny.
How's everything going this week?
Oh, everything is fantastic. You know, we have a nice weather, and when the sun is shining, everybody is more happy. I'm also happy to be here. It's actually my 14th grand final, so it's a very special moment I enjoy every year. People are laughing, people are having fun. I think everything is working very good, and I'm happy that everybody is having a good time.
And Tanya, tell me at Rotax, what exactly are you doing for anyone that doesn't know you? We all know you.
Yeah, well, in Rotax, I am in charge of sending all spare parts and engines to all over the world. So it's very, it's a good feeling when I see all engines and I say, I sold this engine. It's very nice. Here at the Grand Finals, I am in the customer support, trying to help everybody. If they need something, if they have a problem, they can come to me, and then I try to look for a solution for the problems.
Yes, she's the girl.
I'm the girl.
But nice to chat with you. I know you just came out for some fresh air
Yeah.
this evening and to watch a little bit of the racing. What about these lights? Amazing. Maybe you can show everyone the lights that we've got here, skylights or whatever they're called. It's like we're in Hollywood, you know?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's very nice.
We're very, very lucky. So anyway, I better let you get back into the customer support office. But nice to see you. And this is the lady that sends everything out to the whole world.
Yes, I am.
I think you're the most popular person in Rotax.
No, I'm not. Helmut is the one. Everybody knows Helmut. Hi, Helmut.
I hope you're watching. Okay. See you later, Tanya.
Bye.
Well, there is Tanya, who runs the Rotax customer support office here. Proud Austrian-based, proud Panamanian. And 2 years ago, I think Sebastian Ng was the first Panamanian driver to qualify for this event, and Tanya was overwhelmed with emotion every time her countryman went onto the track. We're looking at Jakob Bazel, who won his previous heat race. 2 races to go, 2 heats remain at the Grand Finals 2023. They go past so quickly, and Sean Hodgson will be happy. Oliver Hodgson will be happy with his last result, because Mr. UK is a mechanic who is the most American-sounding Brit I've ever seen in my life, is going to be pleased with that. But I'm joined once again in the commentary box for the last 2 races by Theo Niquara from Romania. Theo, you were here for Micromax. Now we're at the other end of the spectrum, the ultimate Rotax class, DD2.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to join Henry again. I really want to see how the first drivers managed to get the gap now, because I think these two groups are more closely matched, and I really want to see what happens in the front.
Okay, so a quick couple of insights as you look at the starting lineup, with Leonardo Baccaglini looking for a 3rd win. On the Jaden Pope is watching from Australia, and he ran in the Grand Finals back in 2017 in Portimao, in 2018 in Brazil. We have got support for Czech Republic, for Germany. We've got people tuning in to watch Brett and Derek King from Ecuador. Now, Leon7 on Instagram is going to be watching Leonardo Baccaglini. Bent Szabo, Hungary, getting plenty of support as well. On the circuit, 36 drivers, Baccaglini and Bazel, Sanyala and Watsi, Vendelbo and Pania Diaz, Szabo and Van Leeuwen, Janowskis and Liberante, Hanem, Montesinos, Brosio, Alezna, and the rest. 36 karts, all on circuit. Have you ever driven a DD2? You've driven DD2, haven't you, Theo?
Yeah, I've driven a DD2. I won a national championship in Romania, and I've also driven in the international trophy once.
Yes.
And I have to say, it's very difficult.
It's going to be even harder now with the track cooling down. Lights are red, lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start for Baccaglini, but unlike this morning, where everyone sort of tripped over themselves behind, Baccaglini is under pressure. Bazel moves into P2. Sanyala is 3rd. Mwatsi is there in 4th. So 3 race winners, Baccaglini, Mwatsi, and Bazel, all in this race as we head down towards tournament. But it's a good, clean start, Theo, and Jakob Bazel makes the move.
Yeah, I mean, no incidents at the start is nice to see after those red flags, and that's exactly what I was saying. I like to see what happens in the front. I mean, Leonardo doesn't have it easy now.
No, he does not, with that very distinctive Jody Scheckter-style crash hammer, the white top, the orange sides to it. But Jakob Ezel, of course, who had to beat his brother Petter, a former Grand Finals champion, to get the ticket this year. Sanyala, another former champion, is third. We've got another former champion in Van Leeuwen in 5th position now. This is the class where there's champions up and down the order. Now, at the back of it, Anthony Mie has had an issue and has come across the line in last position after starting about 12th. But side by side, 3 wide coming out the turn of Van Leeuwen, the Dutch driver, the blue back to his race suit. There, he's under pressure this time. The leader's starting to break away. Up the hill, here we go. And, there's still 3 wide. I mean, it's incredibly aggressive action. A lot of these drivers, at the middle of the pack, they need to make moves to get them a decent place in the pre-final.
The middle pack is the worst place to be. I mean, it's the last heat. Everyone is willing to risk it all to have a good place in the pre-final. And if you are a fast driver, there's no way to go. They are always running side by side. I mean, it's a gamble every turn. I mean, do I defend? Do I attack?
Well, at the moment, that is a gamble that Leonardo Baccaglini is facing, because he is sat right behind Jakob Ezel. However, with 2 wins in the bag, a second place here would seal pole position for his particular pre-final. Ezel could possibly be in the other pre-final. Does Baccaglini attack, or does he sit? Because they've got a gap behind.
I think they should be patient. I mean, there's still a lot more laps to go, and patience is key. You just hunt for every mistake that the leader is making.
And of course, Jakob Ezel not prone to making many mistakes. However, Baccaglini, we haven't seen him look over his shoulder yet. We look back to the 3rd place battle, Rasmus Vendelbo and Axel Sanyala, but they do have that gap. So Baccaglini knows, I can maybe have 1 go, and if it doesn't work, I'm not going to lose places.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not very risky at the moment. The gap is up there at 1.5 seconds. They have room to try and squeeze through, or maybe make an exchange.
Yes. Just test each other out, because Baccaglini wants to know where he's stronger than Ezel, and Ezel wants to know where he's stronger than Baccaglini. And the only way you find that out is by overtaking one another, isn't it?
Yeah, but as you said earlier, I mean, I think both of them know how fast they are and how fast each other is, and they are comfortable. I don't think they are going to make anything
silly.
Yeah.
Silly. Vendelbo and Sanyala are next. Guillermo Benilla Diaz is 5th. Race Liberante is 6th. Then there's a 3-kart scrap for 7th between Watsi, Ben Sabo and Harry the Lion Hannum. Josh Batoon is up into 11th. Zen de Rua, I think of all the drivers in this race, de Rua has passed more than any other, of all the drivers here this week, de Rua has passed more people in the heats than anybody else. He's already up 13 places to 11th, ahead of Enzo Montesinos. Martin Van Leeuwen's gone backwards, the Dutch driver, who won here in 2021. Then it's Martin Janowskis, Gonzalo Coutinho and Thomas Masado. Harrison Hoey up 19 places. The Aussie, top gear from the rear for Harrison Hoey. We said earlier, he's like Hilltop Hoods. Started from the nosebleeds, but he's making his way towards the mosh pit at the front. Now further back, Matt Taskinen has dropped back to 25th position, but all 36 drivers still running. Daniela Ora and Antoine Brogio have fallen to the back of the field. It's all 36 karts still running as we finish lap number 5. And that view, Theo, from the top of the hill, where you've got karts going up and down, it's one of the best in karting.
Yeah, I mean, the track has a great flow, and I think the overtake spots are very often on the track. It's very unexpected. You never know which driver is gonna find some pace somewhere, and you have to be always prepared.
Yes, now this on circuit, this on camera is the battle for 6th position. Benilla Diaz from Spain in the yellow race suit is defending from Watsi, the Austrian in the red and white race suit. Then the predominantly white race suit with the red leggings, that's Ben Sabo from Hungary. Behind Sabo, crossing the line, is Zen de Rua in the all-white Team Slovenia race suit. followed by Harry the Lion Hannum in the black race suit, the green crash helmet, then the all-black attack of New Zealand's Josh Mattoon, and at the back of the field in the bright blue and green race suit, that's Chile's Enzo Montesinos. So this is 5th back to 12th. Pernilla Diaz is defending hard on lap number 7. Up the hill they go. Obviously he's not confident in the pace and he's really being defensive, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, behind him is Philip Moiti, and we've seen that he's very fast. I mean, the last couple of hits he's making quite a race.
Moatzi gets shoved a little bit wide there. Zarua and Moatzi, Moatzi's run a heat race. Zarua has got a chance here to get on the inside of Moatzi. Doesn't happen. That gives Pernilla Diaz a little bit of breathing space, but that kart is not very quick at the moment, the Spaniard.
Yeah, we can see Zenderu making quite a comeback here.
Indeed he is. He's now up 16 positions to 8th. Make that 7th now for Derua. Zenderu into 8th position. Montesinos there in the blue and yellow, green racing from Chile. And there's Harry Hannum having to defend. This is Harry's very first DD2 race. You said it's very hard to drive these karts, Theo. How impressed are you with Harry Hannum, who is in his first ever DD2 race?
Yeah, it's very impressive that he's managed to make a top 10 appearance right now. I hope he takes it safe to the finish line. The most difficult thing to get used to is the front brakes, I think. I mean, there's a lot of rubber on the track right now, especially third one. It's very challenging.
Now, of course, Harry is there are other drivers doing their first DD2 race, including Race Liberante, who is currently up into the top 5 for Team USA. However, Liberante in kart number 451, he's 28 years old. Harry Hannum's only just turned 15. So there's a huge gulf of experience generally between Liberante and Hannum, but they're both up in the top 10 with Mattoon and Montesinos next. Thomas Mercado, Harrison Hoey, they're next in line, followed by Coutinho, Braken, Oikonomu, Aulejna, Kverkilt, Taskinen, Gonzalez, Martin van Leeuwen down to 22nd. There must be a problem with that kart for the winner from 2 years ago to be down at the back. That's a real shame for Van Leeuwen as we run the final lap. Bazell and Baccaglini run 1-2. Third goes through is Rasmus Vendelbo, Sanyala, Liberante. Here is the battle for 6th. It's still Pernilla Diaz, Derua, Moatzi, and Zabo. And Pernilla Diaz really defending strongly.
Yeah, I mean, a couple laps have passed and he wasn't overtaken by anyone. He's going through defensive lines. People are fighting in the back. It's very aggressive there.
Yeah, of course, Ed Derua knows that if he goes offline, he could get past as well. But this battle is happening 10 seconds behind our race leaders. Here they are, Jakob Bazell and Leonardo Baccaglini, 1-2. Said that Leonardo would sit there, and he did. Theo, you are absolutely right. Axel Sanyala and Rasmus Vendelbo finish there, but look at that, right on the line. Zenderua does take 6th position. Pernilla Diaz's defences were finally broken. That's got to be so frustrating for Pernilla Diaz. He spends half the race defending, and then with 2 corners to go, Derua finally gets him.
Yeah, I mean, Deru was very persistent there. He was hunting every mistake, as I've said earlier, and he was bound to break. I mean, it's very difficult to sit there, and he got tired. I mean, defensive lines only take you so far.
Yes, you've got to actually have the speed. And again, but look at that view. There you go. Look at the elevation changes. Were you tempted to get out in the rental karts during the warm-up for this event, Theo?
Yeah, I drove the rental carts, and 2 years ago I was lucky enough to test the E20s on this track, and I can say that I liked it pretty much.
Yeah, so I mean, we talked about the Transylvanian Trophy and the Romanian Championship earlier, but I mean, this is your opportunity. I mean, if you get an opportunity to come here to Bahrain and race in their local Rotax series, which is growing very quickly indeed, you should really try this track. It is something else.
Yeah, from my experience I can say that it's similar to our Târgu Sequest track, but it has elevation and banking, and it makes it.
Turgo Sukriesk is very wide and it's an international standard circuit.
Yeah.
But well, the only hills are on the road into the circuit, which is the potholes. I mean, the race control. I mean, it's flat. But again, Turgo Sukriesk in Romania is a fantastic facility. You drive through Sukriesk and Turgo Sukriesk, and it's a small little, like almost like an alpine village, and then you drive down this little road with potholes in it, and then suddenly, like a spaceship, the race control building appears. It's like a futuristic building. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and the only hills there, as you said, are on the way there, and on the way there is the Bran Castle that we've been to.
Yes,
the home of Dracula.
Yes, you and your family, they took myself and Daryl Smith to the Bran Castle, the home of Count Dracula, which you have proudly on your Team Romania. You've always got the teeth, the Dracula teeth on Team Romania's clothing. In fact, we saw something, but I mean, while we look at that there, let's have a little look. We've got the camera in the commentary box. Hang on a sec, there they are. Let's have a little turn around if we can get that. There is Team Romania. Yes. Again, but that shows the Romanians. Thank you, Theo. Yeah, there's humour in that as well. You celebrate your heritage.
Yeah, we are happy that the race is happening at night.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why we've got no Romanians in DD2, because they're all elsewhere. One race to go. How has Romanians... I've seen Mika Patru not having a great day, but then Cipran Ionica was doing quite well as well?
Yeah, Ionica was having quite a day. I mean, as we've talked in DD2.
But, okay, well, we'll talk about the Romanians a little bit more later on. Let's go back down to Jenny Wade.
Of course, we know you as a champion in seniors a few years ago. A little bit hotter than in Finland.
Yeah, exactly. It's minus 20 in Finland, and here it's almost plus 30.
Okay, it's only 50 or 60 degrees difference. But what a race. I mean, this is really tough.
Yeah, it has been really tough. Like the whole grid has been really fast, and like the difference or the lap times, it's so close to each other. So it's close racing.
I have to say, it's really exciting. We're all up on the balcony and up in the grandstand watching. But for everyone at home, I mean, it's unbelievable. And you got that one right on the line, pretty much.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So tell me, you've been here before. You know what it takes. Now in DD2. Any major difference or different thinking from when you first came to the grand finals?
No, it's just like, of course, it's much easier. It's my fourth grand final than the first one, so I'm like more used to it and more racing and stuff. So I'm pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, pretty comfortable. And what's it like, really, to race against some of the best drivers in the world in their class?
It's the best. What you can ask.
And tell me, what's the plan? If you can win this title again, that gives you 2. You're going to keep going, or we're going to have to say goodbye and you're going to race off to cars?
No, I'm going to keep going.
That's it. Okay, so Cristiano Morgado, he's got 5. He's here watching. There's a lot of guys chasing that record, so we're going to wish you luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Jen. And Axel, here we go. One heat race to go as we look at the first group of DD2 drivers all coming through. There is the number 428 car, Tom Braken. 6th is a Micromax driver a couple of years ago in this event. So here we are. It's the final heat race for 2023. Ragnar Vieras and Daniel Maulam on row number 1. Rasmus Fridell and Antoine Barbarou on row number 2. Then we have Sebastian Boyd and Michael Racina, Victor Frost-Bay and Gianluca Savaglio. The top 10 are rounded out by Noah Hipp and Kane Cherian, who had a retirement from his last race, Omar Alderaan and Alexander Plotnikov on row number 6, followed by Kilian Guerin, Lucas Pernod, Thomas Burstins and William Exton, your top 8. Then Martin Freer and Benedek Vida, Nikita Artamonov and Yannick Jacobs, who's getting plenty of support online, Lucas Hartmann, Olivier Bedard, Max Jaeger, Patrick Loxmelis and the rest of the field, 36 drivers, all of whom are out there on circuit. Watch for Adrian Lilo Romero, who gained a whole bunch of places earlier on. He starts shotgun on the field, but the lights are going to go out. It's a huge jump from the outside of row number 1. That is goal. Well, that's bound to be some sort of false start. I'm absolutely sure. We're going green, but Daniel Maulam was miles ahead of the pole sitter Ragnar Virus as they crossed the start-finish line, and that will, I am sure, draw the attention of the race directors at some point, it has to be said. And Rasmus Friedell's made a great start up into P2, the pole sitter down to 3rd, but Daniel Maulam was a little bit enthusiastic away there.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't looking to his right, and I think that mishap was making the drivers be very eager for the lights to go off. We still behind in the field. The 3 drivers barely escaped the lines there.
The tram lines.
Yeah.
That was a fast start, but it does mean the field has gone single file quite quickly, which means there was no incidents or accidents. As we complete the opening lap, Virus is back in front. Maulam is down to 4th place, so he obviously slowed down a little bit and has lost a few places that he gained. It's Virus, Friedell, Barbaroux, Maulam and Sebastian Boyd, the top 5. Ji Cao from Chinese Taipei down into Taiwan. Roger Young was in here, and Roger's going to be very, very happy with that. From 28th to 15th, Roger did say that the Chinese Taipei driver was quick, and if he could get away and get the setup right, he was on for a good result, and Roger was not lying. 15 places, 13 places in 1 lap. Now, rest of the field chasing down the back there. There's the tail enders. You can see Geordie Westerlake at the back there. Louis Large in this group. Looking a bit further up here, this is Imke Arts in kart number 421 from the Netherlands. Luke Armstrong from Singapore, and already Adrianilo Romero up from 36th to 24th. The Spanish driver, so look for the driver with the yellow race suit ahead of this group, because he's passed 12 drivers already, and oh, there he is coming down the hill there, the yellow race suit. That is Lilo Romero. 12 places in 1 lap in one of these DD2 karts, Theo. That's very impressive.
Yeah, look, he's trying every turn to overtake. I mean, in that kind of traffic jam that he's facing, he's doing a great job.
Yes, it's good to see the drivers. And again, this shows you, Theo, that even at the back of the pack, the racing is so intense, and these drivers, they're all champions. They're not at the back because, oh dear, that's an outbraking manoeuvre if ever I saw one. 407, that was Yuta Takano. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the field there. We'll try and see who that was. Let's have a look there. That could have been Luke. No, it was Nikita Artamonov from Kyrgyzstan, who gets spun around there. But yeah, it just shows when you're battling for 26th, 27th, it's just as furious, if not more, than if you were battling for the race lead.
Yeah, any position matters, and for the drivers that are on the verge of not qualifying, they will try everything, especially because it's the last hit of the day.
Yes.
They will try everything. You've
got all night to repair any damage if it goes wrong. And but again, you have to be the top. You know, they're going to be two. Everyone qualifies for a pre-final. However, the point system, you know, you'll have your heat points, and then you have another set of heat points which are given at the end of the pre-final. So, you know, if you're more than 10 places below the cut line at the end of today, the chances of you being able to gain those positions in the points between in just one race is slim. But up at the front, we got a nice 4-car battle now. Virus, Barbaroux, Friedell and Maulam. Up the hill, Antoine Barbaroux, the international trophy winner. Friedell's had a terrible grand final so far in the heat races, so this will be good for Rasmus to maybe just salvage one good result. What does he do? Maulam in 4th position. You've got 3 drivers here, Theo, that have had solid heats and are doing well, and 1 driver that's had terrible heats. So you imagine that Friedell's going to be more aggressive, don't you?
Yes and no. I mean, as you've said, he has had already worse hits. I mean, he's going to get it home safe, like Leonardo did last hit.
Okay, that's a very good point. Gianluca Savaglio is up into 5th position. Sebastian Boyd is 6th. Rosina is 7th. Burstins from Latvia is 8th. Then Victor Frost Bay, Noah Hip, and Kane Cherian. Omar Alderaan, the driver from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, having another strong run in 12th position. And Ji Kao is still 15th, so he gained 13 places on the opening lap, and he has then maintained his position, but he's just set the fastest middle sector of the entire race.
It's important to see if he has enough space for it to push. I mean, if he's going into traffic.
Yes, he's now just stuck behind Kilian Guerin from France. William Exton from New Zealand is there in 13th, but Friedel is starting to fall away a little bit now from Ragnar Vieras. Daniel Maulam has passed Antoine Barbaroux. Oh no, actually, that's not correct. You can see Maulam still in 4th place. Barbaroux just pointing in his helmet to say, think. Do drivers ever listen to that?
No, I think they get angry.
Yeah, so I was thinking about overtaking you. Down the hill, here comes a good battle. This is for, I think, 6th place. No, this is for 8th on back. Thomas Burstins from Latvia is the head of this group. All drivers running wide, coming through turn number 12 as we head out onto the start-finish straight. That is Lucas Pernod losing a few positions. That is down to 18th position for Pernod. But 2 laps to go. The lights on the palm trees in the background, and Ji Kao is in this group. He's up to 14th place now. There he is with the red race suit with the blue lapels on it from Chinese Taipei. Good to see so many different countries doing well.
Yeah, I mean, the level of let's say competition in each country is different, but here with same material for everyone, it's nice to see that everyone has a chance.
Talents can shine through.
Yeah, look what a mix of nations is in the front of the pack.
Yes, Estonia leads Sweden, leads France. You've got Canada, South Africa, Italy, Latvia, Denmark, New Zealand, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Chinese Taipei in the top 16. And it's only a heat race. It's the last heat race of Grand Finals 2023. Ragnar Vieras, one of the most experienced competitors here. This is his 6th consecutive Grand Finals. But his highest finish ever was 13th here 2 years ago. He definitely looks better than 13th place here. Down the hill, 2 laps to go, lap and a half to go. Vieras leads Friedel by just 0.2 of a second. There's a move. That looked like Michael Rosina passing Sebastian Boyd for 6th position. Good move from Rosina. Diving up the inside now, last lap. 1.1 seconds the gap between Friedel in 2nd and race leader Vieras. But Antoine Barbaroux is right there in 3rd, and I don't think we've got over there. So Barbaroux and Maulam trying to take 2nd place away from Friedel.
Yeah, Ragnar Vieras escaped, as you said. He wants to beat his record on this track, and I think he's going to make it in the finals, but we can see some action here for the 2nd place.
Barbaroux trying to go around the outside of Friedel. Maulam sticks his nose at the inside. Good move there from Daniel Maulam in the blue and white race suit as we head down the hill. Can Maulam make it 2 passes in 2 corners? Not with Friedel defending, but I think Daniel Maulam's going to try and get the run coming out of the final corner. Checkered flag goes out. Ragnar Vieras wins. Who takes 2nd? It's Friedel, Maulam and Barbaroux in that order, with Savaglio next, Rosina, Boyd, Burstins, Frost Bay and Exon. William Exon rounding out the top 10 as the rest of the field go through. I mean, judging, okay, you've seen these last two DD2 races, Theo. I mean, obviously Bazell, Baccaglini and Vieras looking good. Anybody else in DD2 who you think has impressed you?
Yes, I was looking on the timing and I saw the result of Adrian Lilo Romero. I mean, the Spaniard made the best race, I think. He gained so many positions, and he's looking strong.
Yes, Patrick Melis at 14 places. Well, the drivers are heading down towards the thing. So quickly, Romania tomorrow, pre-finals. Who have we got? Who are we going to be cheering for the Romanian supporters?
We've got number 1, 2, 3, our Minimax driver, Ciprian Tudor Ionica. We've got Junior 228, Michulica, as we call him. That's his nickname.
The superstar from Sibiu?
Yeah. And we got the senior.
Alexandru Poltasu.
Yeah, Alexandru. He's number 3280. Sorry. I was thinking about numbers.
Well, I've got to say, they're the ones with the vampire's teeth on the back of their T-shirts. They're easy to spot. Are you having a good time here, though? Is Romania having a good time? Everyone's got their families here as well. Is it worth the long drive? The long drive? It would be a bloody long drive. Is it worth the long plane ride?
Yeah, I mean, as you've seen us today in this main stand,
yes,
we are a lot of us, and I think everyone is enjoying the races. We're having a good time. The drivers, even though they would have wanted more from the heats, they are happy, and there's still room to fight. I mean, you never know.
You never know. You never know. Well, these drivers never know. Here are the results of the last heat race of the 2023 Grand Final. Theo Naquara, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box. We will hear more from Romania
Thank you very much.
as the week progresses. But as you look at the results on screen, I'm going to actually make my way out to the commentary box to find Jen Wade myself. See you very shortly. Keep looking, and Jen Wade is going to be out on the balcony right now.
Well,
wow,
that was it. What a day.
What a day. What a way to finish off the day. Some great DD2 racing, some dramatic racing. We do hope the drivers that were involved in some of those earlier accidents are okay. I'm going to go and find out what happened to them very shortly. But,
I'm exhausted.
I'm exhausted. The heats are over. 2 days of qualifying and heat racing are done. 19 races we got through today.
19 races, and of course, unbelievable racing. Everyone we've been talking to has been saying it's so close.
Yes.
I mean, what about the Minimax? That was mad.
I mean, absolutely crazy racing. It just shows how much it means to all these drivers. We have had a couple of drivers that have had to withdraw. I think we're down to about 381 drivers now. But we do have one more race to go guaranteed for everybody. The pre-finals are tomorrow. And, what can we expect for the pre-finals? Because it's not just the pre-finals, it's the driver parade and everything like that.
Yes, all the nations, all the colours, and of course this is really part of this spectacular event. Is seeing everyone
indeed
together.
Oh, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of happy drivers in the driver tent. There's going to be quite a few unhappy drivers. There's going to be an awful lot of very stressed and overworked mechanics. So I have to say, when you watch this back on the live stream, and I know the drivers watch this back, and thank you for watching in your tens and tens of thousands, but just beyond the circuit, there is a Dunkin' Donuts, and I think every driver who has bent their go-kart today should go and get a Dunkin' Donuts for their mechanic tomorrow morning. It's absolutely thing. Apart from the KSP photographer who just walked across our camera shot, don't get him one.
Unbelievable, but no, really, it's been fantastic racing, great spirit, team spirit. So many people still here at the track watching right to the very last lap, which is really impressive. And in the driver tent now, I know that everybody's going to be talking about what's set up, are we ready for tomorrow? It all comes down to this. So,
of course, all the drivers need to go and check for notifications on the Rotax Global app.
Yes.
What time are we on air tomorrow, Jen? I've forgotten. I know I've got to be here in the morning at some point.
Yes, I have to check, but I'll get back to you about that. But on social media, Susanna is actually posting the time that we're going live. So Instagram, Facebook, as well.
And also, you have on the YouTube channel Rotax Karting. It already has tomorrow's live stream queued up, and that tells you when it starts. So no excuse to miss it. I better make sure I'm on time.
Yes, I'm going to guess around 10 o'clock, Henry.
I would say around there. That sounds like a good time. But of course, it wouldn't be the grand finals without the drivers' parade, and it wouldn't be the grand finals without a couple of surprises as well. There's going to be plenty of guests tomorrow, maybe one or two special guests in the commentary box, certainly a couple of special guests with yourself in the paddock.
Yes.
Can't wait to get going.
And guess what? 10 o'clock, I think, is when we have to be here.
Right.
But the live stream is starting at, we'll ask our trusty cameraman.
Is it 10? Okay, we're going to nod. Mr. Cameraman, is it 10:45 that we start tomorrow?
Or 2:45?
We don't know. We'll figure something out.
Yes, 2:45.
2:45?
Yes,
it's a late one.
It
We're
is,
racing
because
into the
remember,
lights.
we actually have the driver parade.
Yes.
So
don't want to miss
no,
that.
and that's going to be obviously video as well. Cool video.
Excellent.
About
Well,
this. We've got all the photographers coming back. They're going, can you guys like move out of the way?
The photographers are asking us to
Yes,
shut up and say goodbye to the
yes.
global audience.
We have to say goodbye.
How about, should we do that? Should we shut up and say goodbye to the global audience?
Probably.
Let's shut up and say goodbye.
We've had enough.
Goodbye,
See you
global
tomorrow.
audience. Thanks for joining us.
See you.